Off with the banger with Solary versus Big.
Yeah, and both have their tournament live in their hands now, but only one can go through here in this match. So this will be a banger, I would say. And, well, I mean, this could have also been a top 10 video, if you ask me. We had so many highlights yesterday, so that was just very, very awesome. Well, but let's focus here on Solary, our first team that we're going to introduce. As you can see here, Carl Jr. and Pack, Carl and Thomas are playing here. The in total 6 times world champions are fighting it out. 4-time TMGL champion for Carl Jr. and also 2 times world champion for Pack, and numerous other titles. Carl Jr. has gotten so much prize money in Trackmania, he was just farming it, as one could say. But, well, yesterday they lost their match against ITB. Still a very good performance. It went all down to the last round, but now they have to redeem themselves. A lot of pressures on the line because they find themselves in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, indeed. They find themselves in the lower part of the bracket compared to what they were expected. And, yeah, I'm guessing that, and I'm also kind of sensing that loss versus ITB, that very, very close loss versus ITB has really kind of lit a fire underneath the playstyle and the playing determination of Carl Impact to try and bounce back from that particular unfortunate setback that they experienced versus the ITB team. And I think we should also take a little bit of a focus of Germany's hope. Berlin International Gaming, Massa and Granadi with a lot to work for to actually make their way into the grand final. Massa, it's not his first rodeo at a World Championship, nor is it Granadi's. He had his first World Cup experience last year at the Stade de France Auditorium, but Massa wants to get closure on that one. He got close in 2016, reaching the grand final. This time, he's got a lot more groundwork ahead of him to try and make it that grand final appearance and potentially convert that into the fabled title.
Yeah, but also Granadi. I also remember Pack and Granadi both not making it barely into the World Cup final of 2022. But Granadi, such a Cinderella story. 2019, it is really, really like crucial or like insane how much he has improved. And, you know, everyone was smiling at him, playing with the wheel, and now back-to-back World Championship. Great result as well, having it in at the Ascension tournament, winning so many events, numerous of events. So just such a good development, and also Massa just learning this multi-style in its own, because he comes from a tech background. And then also, of course, we have Arma there as well, who's just giggling and smiling right now, and also does a very, very good job as a coach.
Yeah, trying to get the spirits up for the team as well, trying to get themselves in the right sort of frame of mind, right sort of mindset to tackle the match a bit more serenely, potentially, as we are currently in this preparation phase. Now, in terms of predictions, actually, I'm kind of curious to see. Well, I do have my opinion. What's yours?
I do think that this will be a close match. We have seen Granadi and Massa playing very consistent yesterday. The game plan worked out for them. It was a clear 4-0 in this match. I do think that we're going to have a close match, but I think that Solary will take it. They are hungry. They are the 6 times world champion. No other player who has partaken in this event has ever won a world championship.
Yeah, and for me, I also do think it will be a close match because Big, as we've alluded to earlier, they've been through this situation twice where they managed to flip their fortunes within 24 hours and then built insane amounts of momentum that they were able to capitalize on. But the question is, can they really, really deliver on that promise? That's the bigger question. And for me, I feel like Solary got that little bit more edge of consistency to get through the finish line ahead. So I will predict a close win for Solary, but a Solary win nonetheless. As we're making our way through the picks and bans now, which have started, Twisted will be the first ban, courtesy of Big.
Yeah, it is Twisted, Backflip, being the bans here, as you can see. And now, what will happen? We're gonna have Dive as the pick there. Cosmos and Dive being the first 2 maps. So it's already starting with a banger. Then Serve also being picked. So a lot of water has already happened. Let me quickly write that down here, actually, because that is just banging to see a Dive here so early on. So they were just spamming in the pick and ban. So let's see if they can catch Solary off guard.
Let's see if they can catch Solary off guard. They also went for the G-Force pick, which is a very good power pick on the side of Big, as we've been witnessing over the course of this weekend. And then we see the last few picks coming in on the side of Solary and Big. Edge will be map 5, Tubes map 6, Tempest will be the decider.
What a fast pick and ban here, and I do think that this pick and ban actually goes into favor for Big, because Edge is a good map for them. Tempest, maybe as a decider, could be very crucial for them, and could be the decider here eventually, but also Tubes, Tempest, good maps for them in the ending. But I do think if Big goes into the match like that, if we have a Dive, good map for them, G-Force, I do think is as well, and Edge, those are for me maps where Big can perform really well on, but I mean, we have to check out, I mean, they play against Pack and Carl Jr. Those are not easy targets to play against, so let's see how that goes. Good luck and have fun to the teams. Whoever gets eliminated here will be 5th, 6th in the World Championship of 2023.
Yeah, indeed, and we were mentioning G-Force. For me, I feel like from the, as we said, putting into context the performances that we've witnessed from Big on G-Force over the course of the first 2 days of competition, I really do believe that that pick from Big as map 4 is going to be giving him a little bit of a lifeline in case something goes awry in the very first 3 maps. In the meantime, we are getting started there for our very first game of the day, and our opener will be Cosmos with the top-down finish, giving us a lot to live up to.
Yeah, I really look forward to this map. Massa and Granadi recapitalizing from a shaky Gamers First. They have the identity out very well, but the question is, can they beat the pace from Carl Jr. and Pack? I mean, they have great PBs. Pack scratching or surpassing the sub-113 barrier here, and also Carl Jr. with a very consistent performance. So here we go. Match number 1 is ongoing. We start off on Cosmos, which is the first pick from Solary. So let's go into round number 1 and see who's coming the best out of that one as we follow the perspective from Pack at the moment. Goes a bit wider there, has a lot of speed to work with though, but no one has made that mistake so far. Going with a freewheel, important to hold that 3rd gear there. And we can already see Massa, the bad boy of the Trackmania scene, dropping the gear, and he's a bit further behind already.
A little bit further behind already, but not that far back that it is really penalizing at this early stage on the round. And in the meantime, in his teammate Granadi, it will be a lead position actually assumed after the start of Sector 2 to that first top-down perspective point of view there. In the meantime, we still see Carl continuing to keep himself toe-to-toe with the wheelman from Germany, and Pack also keeping himself right within contention, but a little bit of a slow exit from the plastic there is going to be compromising the exit speed from that corner for the Brits, as he will be falling within the clutches of Massa and Granadi. Unfortunately, a huge slowdown at the start of Sector 3 there.
Yeah, Granadi with a small touch there by the looks of it, but Massa was able to bounce back very nicely in this round and finds himself in the fight with Pack here, the 2016 world champion from the United Kingdom. And wow, what a good checkpoint from Carl Jr. as well here in that first round. It can be usually very hectic, and players, of course, have a lot on the line here. Can Solary find the ace? Yes, they can. Carl Jr. with a great identity. Granadi and Massa both with small mistakes, but only 0.3 of a second behind Tom. So that was not a bad round, and they should not feel discouraged by this round.
Yeah, the outcome doesn't really exactly tell the whole story here on this particular opening round, because they were in contention all the way through. It is just that extra bit of brinksmanship that Pack proved to have in his hands to actually commit for the full inside line at the last turn, as unfortunately Massa once again gets caught out of the hairpin, and thus will be losing a lot of speed by barely grazing the wall on the inside, and thus he will be left out of contention and has to rely on his teammate to pick up the slack heading into Sector 2.
Yeah, Granadi with a very good start though, but also Pack and Carl Jr. are not too far behind. Carl Jr. currently on 3rd position, 13% crashes, 28% top ones. Let's take a look onto Pack actually and see what he did. 32% top one, so a little bit of a better top one ratio, but 60% win rate for them in either of those matches just speaks for themselves. And right now they just want to extend their lead, they want to go for that ace, but Granadi is there to have a saying as well. Massa 1 second behind, Granadi with a good line, but I think like Carl Jr. will have a bit more speed here with that wide approach. Let's see, will this be enough? It is so close, Granadi risking so much. Good pace in this round, it's still do or die for Granadi, who has to at least deny the ace from Solary, and he can even get the victory, but it's not enough. 0.04 of a second, but still at least securing a point. He needs to rely on his teammate Massa to perform in the next round, else the map is slipping out of their hand. But of course, it's also Solary's first map pick.
That was a very, very close call on the side of Granadi there before at the entrance into the final corner, where he looked to be a little bit too close for comfort to hitting that first pole when he tried to get the car and scratch into that long right-hander. As we make our way now through round number 3, through the start, following the perspective of Pack right now, the Englishman from Team Solary. We didn't get the proper slide set up on the side of Granadi, and so he will be falling way back down. And this time the roles are reversed. On the big side, it will be up to Massa to try and hold the fort right now for the German organization, currently still holding the lead right within the coattails of Pack's 2nd place, and Carl Jr. sitting a little bit further back, but still within position of actually clawing that gap back.
Yeah, what a good fight here for that top 3. So now it is Massa performing, but he also now is relying on his teammate to make some damage. And Solary just with a consistent and also super fast performance here. performing really well on Cosmos, but it's not over just yet, as Massa can definitely deny the victory or even ace towards his friends Pack and Carl Jr. The German player currently still leading. Granadi with a respawn, so he's still out on that one. Let's follow Pack. He has to go for the attack if they want a victory here, as Massa gets a great checkpoint here as well, a .16 with a good identity. We can see a sub 113 time, but Pack coming closer to Massa has a bit more speed here in the ending. Will this be enough? It will barely not be enough. 16 thousandths of a second. Massa, however, getting first, but again, it's already one member, or in every round it's one member of Big not performing, so they need more than that. It is a draw, only 2 points for Big. They have to get an ace now.
They do have to get an ace, and it feels like that somewhat confident positioning on round one that they had has been completely lost over the course of the last 2 rounds here on the side of the German duo, and they do need to get a little bit of a pick-me-up in order to actually find that place back, and that pick-me-up comes in the forms of 3 extra points. They do need an ace no matter what, as you said. Through the hairpin we go, everybody keeping the gear, nobody falling victim to that very, very deceptive hairpin there as we go through the end of Sector 1, through the plastic, and unfortunate clip on the side of Massa there that will be relegating him to last place, about half a second down before the top-down section.
Yeah, Massa with another small mistake there, similar to round number 1 and 2. So now it is Granadi trying to fight his way back into this map here as he fights it out with Carl Jr., but they need more than that. Even if Solary gets only 1 point in this round, it's still enough to set themselves up for a map point in the next round. But now Pack with a mistake, letting Massa to overtake him. But Granadi not with the best line there, so it is Carl still in the lead, and this is a pretty hectic round as we've seen a lot of small mistakes, but it seems like Pack finding his way back into 3rd position. Good line there, but had to go for a drift due to a worse angle compared to Massa, but Pack can get a good ending, good approach there as well. He will have a bit more speed than Massa, more inside, and he will go for the overtake. Yes, he will. Carl Jr. with a new PB, and it's another victory and a very solid performance from Solary on this map so far.
Yeah, very, very strong showing. A 113.118 for Carl Jr. here for the round winning time, and they put themselves on map point attempt number 1 here on Cosmos. Only a victory is needed for them to close this first map out and then have a little bit of an advantage over Big overall in the series. Everybody making it through this hairpin with the gear still being kept. Through the plastic we go, a little bit of a lift on the side of Pack to try and regain grip early, and that has paid off big time for the man from the United Kingdom, currently going toe-to-toe with Massa and Carl Jr. This is a really tight lean in top 3 now.
Yeah, very tight battle here. Actually, top 4. Granadi a little bit further behind, but only 0.2 of a second. I think he can come back. The wheel player from Germany, currently on 4th, but getting a good trajectory there. But look at that hectic fight here for that first place between both Solary members and Massa. Massa needs to find that first position to deny the map victory to Carl Jr. and Pack. Let's see. Will they go for that? Massa currently leading, so this could still be going into Big's favor if they get 2 back-to-back aces there. But for that, both have to perform. Massa with a great checkpoint, .11.
103.118 indeed, but Massa and Pack are still waiting to pounce, and Pack making the move for the lead. Can Carl Jr. try to capitalize on that? Massa doesn't capitalize on that particular end of the round because of that little pole touch at the very end, and that is going to be gifting the ace to Solary to conclude this map on a score of 11-3 and thus take the lead in the series.
I think Big had to get out of their comfort zone there, but only 3 points being collected there for them. So that is unlucky, but of course it was also Solary's power pick, just getting that comfortable 1-0 into the match. And now we're going to jump into a quite unconventional pick, a pick that Airwalk respect, that now Team Wild was scared of to pick. This map was open in their match in the middle stage. It is Dive.
Dive, a map that we've seen less than 10 times over the course of the entire World Championship. I think, counting the time we played from yesterday, was I think 7 times that we've seen this map being played over the course of the entirety of this 2023 World Championship. So a very rare occurrence and potentially a treat to watch as we are getting underway right here, right now, with round number 1 on map 2. Following the perspective of Carl Jr. right now for the start. The first dip underwater with the reactor, then slowly make your way out of that said water before getting through this long left-hander with still a little bit of a wet wheels, even though you had a little bit of batch of the dirt to dry out your tires. And unfortunately for Pack, he went a little bit too wide and thus will be clubbing a roll on the outside at the end of Sector 1.
Already looking really good here for Granadi and Massa. In yesterday's match, in the Alliance match, it was, I suppose, we have also seen this map and the pace was not there. It was 1 second behind the world record on average, so it is a very hard map to pick up. And Granadi and Massa are certainly doing their homework right now, as they are currently getting an ace here in this round if they survive, of course. But Massa maybe saves a bit too much. Pack coming closer.
Pack coming closer, but is it enough to actually mount something and that is somewhat tangible to take second place right now? It doesn't look like it is the case, as he continues to be quite a ways away, about half a second down compared to the German trio. Massa and Granadi will be finishing hand in hand, 8,000ths of a second separating these two, and this is a strong statement of intent right there on this first round. 3-0.
Very important ace there to start off all things. So those picks kind of remind me of each other. You know, Solary going for a very, very good power pick for them. Cosmos looked very strong. I mean, Big had a chance, but they had to risk in order to make some damage, because they just drove solid times round after round. And now Big, with an ace here, just getting a very good start into this match.
Getting
into
a very
the map.
Yeah, so far this map is looking to have a really, really solid footing on like Pack's perspective right now, where he went a little bit too tight on the inside of this long right-hander. Massa unfortunately going too wide at the dip into the water, and thus will be clobbering the wall on the outside, allowing Pack to move up into third place right now as we head into Sector 3. Carl versus Granadi, and currently it is advantage to Granadi by 2/10 before the high-speed section.
Yeah, very tense fight here between Carl Jr. and Granadi still coming into play. Carl Jr. taking a lot of risk. He knows that they have to get a victory on this one to somewhat come back, because an ace is just so overpowered. Granadi not with the best amount of speed. Carl Jr. coming closer. Carl Jr. overtaking. Let's follow Granadi's POV. He goes for a little bit of a more risk, and he will overtake. Carl Jr. will get second place though with a new PB. Pack on third, Massa on fourth. So that is the draw, and of course heavily advantageous for Berlin International Gaming, because they got that ace in round number 1.
That is a very, very solid bit of jousting that we had on the side of Granadi and Carl Jr. there over that identity parts in this round, where we saw Carl, having carried a little bit more exit speed from the corner beforehand, take advantage of that speed to move up into the lead, albeit very briefly, as Granadi had a much better setup compared to the Canadian. As we see Pack once again, 2 out of 3, he caught that outside wall there, and thus it would be promoting Massa and Granadi up into first and second, but Carl Jr. is right there waiting in the wings.
I really like the pick here from Berlin International Gaming. I think the pick and ban really, it goes too big, and due to that, I do think that we're gonna see a very close match here that is coming up, maybe even going all the way down to Tempest. But Carl Jr. with an insane amount of speed here into the section. His teammate has respawn, but again, how well does Big play the format? Do they care about that first position? Do they just take that 1 point and let Carl Jr. do whatever he wants? You know, it doesn't really matter too much, because they are still leading. Unless both of them do not crash, it is good. But look at Granadi's speed here. Granadi with the overtake on Carl Jr. Granadi will get the victory for his team.
And what a time as well, though. 100.258 from the wheelman from Germany, coming back from almost a 10.5 to 2/10 down to 500ths in the lead at the checkered flag. That is some driving.
Yeah, and let's take a look onto Pack. Pack with a lot of mistakes here, I would say, on this map. 1 minute, .89 as his PB. Well-record is a .59.68 by Stufz, who has been playing this teammate alongside with his teammate Wizzy a lot of times, and Pack with another mistake. Doesn't really feel it on that one. So maybe Solary wasn't really expecting that pick here. And Massa and Granadi swarming out into first and second again, but Carl Jr. also looking very solid, but Granadi's identity in the last one was just very nice. But now he makes that mistake, so he's out on that one. Lost a lot of speed, so also Pack will overtake him and let jump into the fight here for that first position.
It's down to a 2-horse race at the front, and this is very important actually for Solary, because it could actually mean a victory at the end of the day if Carl Jr. can get past Massa, and he tries to go about doing that particular scenario happening, and Massa forced to go for a little bit of a wider exit and thus forced to slow down, allows Carl Jr. to slip through into first place before the start of the identity. But now can Massa actually fight back and try to retake that first place away from the Canadian? And the answer so far is a no, and it will remain a no up until the checkered flag with a .313 for CJR. Massa second, Pack in third, and thus Solary will allow themselves to bridge the gap back down to 3 points, but Big also on map points number 1 of themselves.
Yeah, I think the momentum is really important there for Solary. You could have seen Pack just saying, "Come on," in the camera. I've seen that, and that gives them a bit of hope, because with an ace they would equalize the scoreline. But we see Carl Jr. and Pack both not with a good start, so this is Granadi and Massa now leading by a huge gap already. Carl Jr. is alone now because Pack made another mistake. I think this is over. Big will win map 2.
That is quite a stinker of a start, as the Brits would say, as yeah, that has clearly given the round ace on a silver plate for the time being for Massa and Granadi. But let's not rush things too much. They still need to make it to the checkered flag. Carl can still try to take advantage of a very critical mistake. For instance, a unfortunate respawn from the red side to try and split the duo apart, but right now it is not looking like this scenario will happen for the time being. It's all down to the identity, and yeah, Granadi saving a bit too much indeed. This is the window of opportunity for Carl Jr. to come back in. Can Granadi rely on his Supreme Ending to retake second place? And we see a huge stop on the side of CJR. Granadi also had a little bit of a wall touch. It was very much on the ragged edge for both. But Massa first, Granadi second when it mattered the most for Big. 10-4 for the red side, who equalize the series 1-1.
Massa also with a very good time there, 0.29 there from him, and well, I think this pick worked out very well for Massa and Granadi, as you can see in it there. It is 1-1, and now we go to another map that incorporates a lot of water, a foot bath section as well, as you want to call it. It is Surf.
Surf indeed, yeah, it does indeed. It does have that foot bath section that we're actually witnessing, but more importantly, the main mechanic here and the main standout feature is the glider with the reactor boost, where you have to get a proper zoom into the identity, and then the chicane that comes a little bit earlier at the start of Sector 2, you use your brake to pivot the car to get yourself in the proper line, the straightest path possible through that chicane, but you got to be very wary on the exit, not to go too wide, because there is a flag mass waiting for you at the top of the hill if you're not careful. And we're already getting started with round 1 of map 3.
Yep, flag indeed, as there's also a bug site here at the start. As you can see, Pack doing it very well. I've seen Carl Jr. and Pack playing this map yesterday a little bit, and they looked very solid on that one. I mean, it's their second pick. So you are, I mean, I think Big is maybe prepared for this one. As you can see, they get a really good start. They're on first and second right now. So they're, like, it looks really good for Big in this round already. First and second place, who would have thought that? But of course, it's not over until the fat lady sings, as Granadi is currently in the lead. But Pack with a good line as well, coming close. It's an insanely close round here, Tom.
Oh, that sideways moment from Granadi, almost close to touching that flag mast with the right rear. Manages to keep it on the road, but right now it's Massa currently being shuffled to the back of the field, currently sitting in P4 with Carl and Pack trying to bring this together, but Granadi continuing to streak away the lead. Does he get the proper zoop in there? The answer is a yes. Everybody gets the zoop. Granadi will retain his lead. Now Massa, can he try to convert it to his second place? That was a bit of a slow exit from the first corner. And now Pack and Carl. Pack going on the assault versus Granadi for the lead. Versus the line. Indeed, the final hairpin. It does not pay off so far. 0.833. 0.004 of a second of a difference between first and second place. And that allows Big to hold on to the draw.
Yeah, just to the draw there. Just a couple of thousands there between all of those players. And it is Solary not getting too much out of their pick here so far. I mean, that was also a good round for them. It is 1-1 though, all things considered. And let's jump into round number 2 as we see Carl Jr., Granadi, Pack and Massa getting a really good start. All of them. It is such a great fight again. It's neck and neck between them. But Granadi and Massa still getting the best out of it here as they are first and second. But they gradually lost it here in this section. And also now I think Massa made a small mistake, so he needs to round his teammate Granadi to not let their team fall more behind.
Yeah, Massa suffering a setback at the entry into that glider chicane, so it's going to be all down to Granadi to try and hold the fort as best as he can for the Berlin International Gaming contingent. But right now it is looking pretty solid again before the entry into the identity right there. A 10th for the gap between himself and P2, but Carl Jr. with a great entry into the identity compared to even his teammate, and Granadi was trying to mount the challenge, but it's not enough. Can Pack try to do something about it? The answer is a no through the hairpin. Went way too wide, way too deep into the corner, so ultimately scrubbed way too much speed off, and thus Granadi will hold on to that first place with the 101.032, 2-2 at the end of round 2.
Great match so far here. Not the fastest times per se, as we've seen plenty of times below the 1 minute threshold. The top 10 fastest time is from Epos, set on the 14th of October. It's a 0.69, so that is a nice time, but you can see that there's still more potential from the teams on this map, and they can certainly drive faster times. But do they want to? Do they want to push the maximum and maybe just make a mistake in the identity? And I do think so. If Granadi did it really well there, but I do think that we gonna see a pace improvement on this round.
Yeah, I really do think so. This is one of those maps that is just waiting to see maybe a 10th to be shaved off from the top times that you see on the top left of the screen right there. Currently, Granadi having taken a really good line through the plastic, getting himself back into top 3 contention. Carl Jr. being shuffled to the back and barely touching the wall with the left rear, thus will be forced out of the running on this round. Pack currently leading just ahead of Granadi and Massa. Massa trying to go with a very aggressive entry into the first corner of the glider part of the identity. Granadi still fighting the connect with Pack through the final hairpin. We go. Can Pack have the better exit to the line?
God.
And it's going to be Pack retaining the lead. 0.795 versus a 0.797. And at the end of the third round on this third map, it is 3-3.
But still such a good performance from Big here on this map. Solary cannot really find the opener here. to get some points out of it. And even in this previous round, it was big, having the upper hand, only getting denied by 0.02 of a second there from Pack, but also a great time from Granadi, a .79 there. Very good time from the German player. As we see now, Carl Jr. not getting the best start, so another opportunity for Big. We're just looking super consistent here on this map to get themselves some points, or at least a draw.
Right now, it's all down to Massa to try and turn up the wick a little and try to find the solutions to the problems that he encountered in the previous rounds. But right now, Granadi just has that little bit extra something over the hill in the plastic there. And that's unfortunately a very, very low line, too low of a line through the wall ride that will consign Granadi into last position for sure. And so it will be down to Massa to try and bring at the very least a point home for Big. He has to hold on to second place, but Carl Jr. is right there, waiting to pounce, waiting to try and go for one last move in the hairpin. He tries to go for it, and Massa cracks and touches on the inside of the hairpin at the very, very final part of the corner, and that is going to be giving the upper end to Solary, and the time from Pack as well, 0.640 for the Englishman, as that will allow Solary to make the break.
Yeah, this is now lining itself into Stuft's array of times. He had top 2 to top 7 fastest times on this map, just behind Pack's world record. So that is very nice, but also you could have heard, I think you heard that scream there from Pack as well. That was a relief there that has happened, but also 2 individual mistakes from Big have happened in this round. But of course, it is Solary's pick. But Big looking strong. Not in this round though. The start is not really going into their favor because Carl Jr. and Pack are in the lead, but Massa and Granadi not too far behind top.
Moving on to the second sector with the reactor chicane, and we see already tandems starting to reform again, continuing to try and work together, trying to find themselves in a pretty solid position. And now this is really, really close in terms of the race now through Sector 2. Just a 10th between first and last at the moment. Heading into Sector 3, we see Granadi going full outside, managing to go from third to first in the snap of a finger, just like that. Heading through the identity right now with the glider part. Granadi, Carl, Pack, 1, 2, 3, but Granadi messes up the entry through that chicane, and that will allow Carl and Pack to move up into first and second. Will they retain it up until the end? Yes, with a bit too wide of an exit from Granadi, sending him on a collision course with the outside wall just before the finish line. And thus Carl and Pack, with 2 back-to-back aces, found themselves on map point number 2 of their own.
Big looked so strong here on this map at the start of the race, but they were not able to get a victory or an ace. So there you go, Solary can win their second pick here as well, as they only need to get 1 second place. So let's see who's gonna get that. Carl Jr. with a great start. Massa and Granadi, it is ace or bust for them, theoretically. I mean practical, because they should not lose this map here, as Carl Jr. gets a good start, but gets overtaken by Granadi here, but so close again. Only 0.1 of a second, just 30 seconds into the rounds.
Granadi assuming the lead at the end of the reactor boost glider chicane. Again, Massa going so close to the flag mast with the right rear, and now Carl Jr. going toe-to-toe with Granadi for the lead and making the move midway through the wall ride, moving into the lead at the start of sector number 3 there, as Granadi continues to hunt him down very, very quickly for the identity.
Yeah, and you can see 2 players not getting the zooms by the likes of Carl Jr. and Granadi, but it doesn't matter. Massa with a respawn with a mistake, and that's all she wrote. Solary will win their second pick, and they go into the lead again.
And to think that it all started with 3 draws back-to-back. There was a slight glimmer of hope maybe for Big to try and salvage something, but then ultimately individual mistakes happened on the side of the red team, and 3 back-to-back aces is something you just cannot get back up from.
Yeah, that is very hard to just come back from, even though the first 3 rounds look just solid. And we have now a next map coming into play. It is GeForce. Pack and Carl Jr. lost this one against Gravity Pivo.
Yeah, and this is very much the lifeline that Big need to win, absolutely. And they're looking very, very strong on this one, because here's a quick stat for you. They played this map 7 times over the course of the World Championship, and they have a win rate of 87% on this map alone. 6 times out of 7 they actually won it. So this is a very key map right now to try and continue keeping themselves in the game, as we're getting started with round 1 on map 4.
Yeah, so let's go into map number 4. Very, very important map for Massa and Granadi. Look who has the world record here. It is Granadi with a .91. So he looked very strong on this map. We have seen great snipes from Muda here yesterday as well. But let us see who will get the best out of that round. Granadi with a great start here. Massa also not looking too bad here. But Carl Jr. and Pack with good speed themselves right now. So it is all coming down to this first third to when we see the first mistake being done by Massa.
It's a straight repeat from yesterday there from Massa. At the very first round on this same map, went a little bit too tight and touches the inside of the wall, sending him into a flip. This time he doesn't have to double respawn, so he lost quote-unquote only 1.5 seconds, but it's still plenty of time to need to make actually ground back up. And unfortunate mess up of the ice slide, of the bug slide rather, on the part of Granadi, losing grip midway through, and thus this will be giving the upper hand to Pack and Carl Jr. in a very important opening round for them here on Sector 3.
They cannot save the ending because Massa is only 1.3 seconds behind, so they still have to survive that. But this is looking very solid from Carl Jr. and Pack, hand in hand. They go into the last jump here before the last identity section, and they have it. It is an ace for Solary on big second pick. Also, not the fastest times. I mean, they could have saved it. Massa caught up 0.4 of a second, so that is something to consider. Solary 3, Big 0.
That is a very unfortunate start to the round into the map, of course. Big right there with that midway through the ice slide, or bug slide I should say rather, the loss of grip, the stalling as I referred to, where the car just tends to lose grip midway through that slide and almost sent him off of the map. Manages to keep it on the road, but ultimately completely sent him out of contention as we're making our way now through the start of round 2. Granadi Carl side by side heading through the bug slide, the first zoop, and this time it goes clean for Massa, who will be at the tail end of the leading group at the end of Sector 1. Yeah,
very good round here that is developing right now. Granadi and Massa already have to find a victory here to come back a little bit, because an ace just gives you such an advantage though. But Granadi with a beautiful line there. Massa releasing accordingly, can go into the lead here. It is Pack sliding out. Carl Jr. is having a good start, and Massa now batting out of Pack. Carl Jr. fighting out with Granadi. Let's take a look into the checkpoints. 0.50 here, that is very fast. Massa with a good nose set as well. It is between Carl Jr. and Granadi for that first position. Carl Jr. with the early air, Granadi with the early air break, gets a good line there. Oh, but Granadi with a bit of a different line will have lower or less airtime there, and Massa had to respawn, so this is disaster happening for Berlin International Gaming, because Carl Jr. first, Pack third, and that is another victory here, and Solary will extend their lead.
Yeah, things are definitely looking to go south a fair bit quicker than Big would have probably wanted to or expected it to go here versus Solary, and this is going to be somewhat difficult to kind of climb back out of after losing.
They need an ace.
After having given 4 consecutive aces back to back, actually, regardless of maps in this particular series. That's still a very tough ordeal to come back from.
That is true. 4 consecutive aces, and also now Granadi not with a good start, is 0.6 behind there, so Massa has to get that ace, or it has to deny the ace or even the victory, because then Solary would be up to 7 points here. And let's see what they can do at it, as it is Pack and Carl Jr. leading the round right now. Massa 0.2 behind, and this is so important for Massa to overtake 1 and to also overtake 2 here. Pack can also make a mistake here, but no, it is Massa slowing down very, very early here, but will get a good amount of speed, but misses up the dirt zoop. But also Carl Jr. with a mistake, but will overtake here. And this is not good here for Berlin International Gaming. 2 individual mistakes.
Sector 2 being the bane of Massa's existence there, having a very, very harsh landing midway through the 180 bobsleigh run, and then having a completely flunked bug slide section afterwards, and that will be promoting Pack with a very, very firm 2-3 seconds, and Carl Jr. unfortunately going way too low, touching at the very top of the barrier, allowing Massa to move up into second place. Granadi way too far back to make a move for third position. It doesn't make it over the side of the barrier, and thus will be forced to respawn. Pack first. Carl, can he make it through the...
No, he cannot.
It will be Granadi taking third place. That's a lot of damage if I've ever seen any kind of damage here on GeForce, and
this was so important.
Somehow they managed to salvage a draw. This is so important indeed.
You don't know how important that is. Carl Jr. was ahead. Granadi messed up the jump there. It was a whole back and forth between them, but Big still on life support here with an ace. They are certainly in the map again, and also most importantly, Solary at 6 and not 7 points. 7 points would have been huge for them. And what does it do to someone like Carl Jr., the 5-time world champion, crashing the easiest, like he could have just gone like a bit further to the right there, or steered more to the right there, and now he's behind and also got last in the previous round.
Yeah, he could have even afforded to go for the safe way because it looks like he tried to go for the regular wall ride at the second part of the identity just before the finish line, prompting that turtle moment which prevented him from finishing at all, which could have still been guaranteeing the Solary win at this point to put them on 7 points. In the meantime, here through this round, Massa, Pack, Granadi, 1, 2, 3. Granadi having a very, very slow entry into the bobsleigh run, thus allowing Carl Jr. to move up into second position. And now we have a three-way fight for second place at the start of Sector 3. Massa trying to make a bit of a breakaway run for 3-10s down, 3-10s up.
What a great round here. This is so important for Granadi and Massa to get that ace. Carl Jr. with a good amount of speed, but Granadi had it even better. Massa in the lead right now. Pack with a good line as well. This is it, guys. This is so important here for the match. We see a mistake already being done by the 5-time world champion. Who's going to win this round? It is Granadi and Massa with more speed over Pack. And we have a comeback here possible. No! It is Granadi with a mistake. Still finishing, though, on third. But still, this could have been a 6-5, and now it's a 7-4.
7-4. That could have been so much more promising, but yeah, Pax, credit to him. That was a very, very solid entry to that final wall ride, and very unfortunate landing for Granadi. Wrong place, wrong time, really, for the car at the start of the concave part, which effectively just tanked all of his forward momentum, which allowed Pac to have that opportunity to slide through into second place and separate the duo apart.
Yeah, separating the duo apart. Granadi, they're making a mistake, still being able to survive there, 1 second behind. But let's focus on the next one, because Carl Jr. again, Tom, not with the best start here, and we see Granadi and Massa who can't equalize the score now. Very, very hectic map that is coming into play here. Pac and Carl Jr. look very strong here, and let's see what will this round bring.
All right, on to Sector 2 with Granadi and Massa being about 1.5 tenths apart from each other and still trailing in hot pursuit. Pac and Carl Jr., we got a really high-speed train right now, which seems to have been somewhat broken apart, with Carl Jr. maybe clipping a little bit at the very edge of the bobsleigh run, heading into Sector 3 now. Moving on to this final sector. Oh, what a huge crash from Granadi, promoting Pac into the lead of the race. Massa still going side by side with the Englishman, heading into the identity now.
Yeah, it is Pac not too far behind Massa with more speed, but this is so important for Massa to deny that victory to Solary, because then they would move up to 9 points. Massa will have more speed here in exchange. You can see that early landing, how advantageous this is, and Massa will at least deny full disaster happening here. Also with a good time, a 1:12.12. Pac and Carl Jr. on second and third, but again, an individual mistake, kind of the Big from day one, is striking again. It's 8-5. The game is on, but Big have to find a victory in the next round and then need to get an ace.
Yeah, it seems like
other way around.
It seems like it's a little bit of a relapse. This is a completely different break compared to what we've seen yesterday versus G1. Completely different way of trying to play the game, and unfortunately it hasn't seemed to work out that well for them, and so they concede a lot of very unfortunate rounds that could have been really beneficial for them.
Yeah, but the next two rounds will decide it here. Granadi and Massa still haven't lost this map, and they have shown a lot of good potential. But I think this could be over now. Granadi overheating a bit too much there on the break, sliding out on the third soup, and Pac and Carl Jr. just have to play the format right. Even 1 point would be huge for them, but they want to go for 2. Massa has nothing to lose. I mean, he has the match to lose, but in this round he has to fully push to deny Pac the victory.
Currently, Pac still holding a pretty steadfast lead of about 1/10.5 of a second compared to Massa. Carl Jr. sitting himself in third place, 2 tenths down. Happy to play the team game right now to sit in that all-important third position to guarantee the victory points for Team Solary right now. Heading into the identity, Massa still waiting to bounce, trying to go for a move.
Good line.
Versus Pac. Good line from Massa indeed. Pac looking to be a little bit on the slower side, trying to go for the low jump on the side of Massa, but doesn't make it through. And you can see the dejection, the nod on his face, completely telling the story. And thus it will be on an ace that Solary will conclude this map with a 1:12.058 for Pac, 6 tenths ahead of his teammate Carl Jr. And on a score of 11-5, it will be 3-1 for Solary in this series, and already having 2 Joker maps that they can use to actually see Big coming back and try to book their spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, such a huge win here from Solary. Big with a very good pick and ban, but they also have to play out their cards right. So it did not work out eventually for them. And let's move to map number 5, which is Edge. So RPG coming into play. Massa and Granadi looked very good on this map, and that's why I also thought that the pick and ban is being won by them. So the series it's not over just yet, but they have to perform. And we also have a tactical pause here, I think on the side of Big. That would just make sense here. in that way, so
Yeah,
they're gonna discuss it.
You
the
can
game
already
plan.
see Amaterasu, well, a little bit smiles regardless in the big camp on the side of Ama, trying to keep the spirits up from the players, which is always important, but also trying to it's not so much about keeping the spirits up, but also trying to find yourself a little bit of time to settle down. Maybe just a bit of a breather. Sometimes 30 seconds is all you need to try and get yourself back in the groove, and then maybe we'll see a completely different big here on Edge, and they do need to do that, as if Solary wins this map, it is game over for them. They will be validated as top 5-6 of this World Championship, and this is a very, very spectacular map to watch with a very consistent theme all the way through, and plenty of tricks up the sleeve of the map to kind of catch some drivers out that are not really prepared.
Yeah, this is a very hard map. We have seen a great performance by Gwen on this map, having the top 5 fastest times here that we're driving in a match, but also the average from Solary is just outstanding on this map. Being the first team here, only 1.5 seconds behind the world record. Pack has the best time from his team, a 1:04.29. But look at that, Massa already with the first mistake, and we see Pack and Colgina swarming out in the first position, fighting it out with a wheel player who is not too far behind, clips there a little bit and lost a lot of speed, so Solary off to a very comfortable start.
That touch at the inside of the corner just after checkpoint 2 from Massa is certainly not helping Big's cause. It's all down to Granati to try and salvage something from this somewhat sticky situation, and currently Pack and Carl having a really, really solid advantage of 7/10 compared to the nearest Berlin International Gaming player. Currently it is Pack leading his fellow teammate Carl by about 2/10. Nice low line from Granati, but it's not enough to really slash the gap in any consequential way to enable him to make an impact, and thus it will start off with an ace for Solary with a .482 for Pack, 83 thousandths ahead of his teammate, 3-0 for Solary after round 1.
Both Pack and Carl Jr. beating Massa's match PB there, so very good time from them. Only Granati can really keep up with that pace with a PB of .248, 6th fastest time that we have seen on this map here from Granati. But he needs to rely on his teammate, or even on mistakes from very solid Pack and Carl Jr. I mean, it's their last pick in this series, and it works out very well for them here in this first round. Round 2 already very decisive for the series.
Their map pick seeming to work like a charm and perfectly adapted to being more of a late-stage kind of pick in case Big manages to get one map of theirs, and it was the case here in this particular matchup. And now we see Carl Jr. and Pack currently having Granati and Massa trying to pick up the pieces, trying to mount something a little bit from the remnants of what they had a little bit earlier on during the match. Granati putting up a good fight versus Carl Jr., continuing to hold the lead by about a 10th, and now Massa getting a little bit of a wardage edgewise for the benefit of P3 heading into the transfer.
Yeah, edgewise, no pun intended there, Geek, as Massa didn't get the best speed there, but Granati is leading. Oh, Massa not with the best amount of speed. Carl Jr. coming a bit closer here as well. Massa with actually a good line there, but it's not enough. But look at that round. Every player below 105, but it's the draw. And of course, tremendously advantageous for Team Solary. Just keeping that gap of 3 points there.
Trying to go all in, Massa. You could see it on the right-hand side of the screen. Trying to go for a bit more of a direct line to touch on the side and have the more direct line through the final chicane before the finish line. But ultimately, it did not pay off the way that he would have liked it to. And we're now heading into our third round here with still 3 points of lead for Solary, heading through the first sector's final turn, being that 180 platform where you can go a little bit too far inside and clip with the inside wheels. Pack, Massa, Carl Jr., Granati, 1, 2, 3, 4 at the end of Sector 1.
Yeah, still a very good round here because Pack didn't get the best amount of speed. Oh, that corner going so inside there in this small tunnel section, but Massa again falling a bit further behind, so it's the wheel player fighting it out with Pack and Carl Jr. 6 World Championship titles under their belt, 6 TMGL titles as well, and they are just again doing it here, first and second for them. This could be a 7-1 scoreline after that.
What 10th behind, we find Granati continuing to try and hold on for dear life, trying to go for a lower line as low as possible through the transfer to try and catch up at the very least to the nearest Solary player, but then with the extra speed they accumulate, Solary just streaks ahead, and thus it will be the second ace in 3 rounds for Solary, with Granati getting so close to hitting on the corner. .282 for Pack. Again, another really, really strong time from the Englishman, a 10th.5 ahead of his teammates, and we are now on match points.
But also Carl Jr. 0.15 behind, setting at just a .42. So Pack with a great time there, but Carl Jr. just, you know, placed the format right. does enough to stay ahead of Granadi there. So very nice. It is match point already here. Carl Jr. and Pack could take it home with an ace.
They could take it home with an ace. Right now, it's Granadi trying to extract at the very least one more round here for Big to try and get some momentum back going their way. But Massa also needs to try and do something to try and catch back up to the leading trio. He goes very, very wide and very far on the ramp jump, but doesn't manage to take advantage of simulated through that. And that's a very unfortunate clip from Granadi. And this is very much the point of no return now.
Yeah, point of no return it is here, as Massa has to rely on his sheer skill and also on mistakes from Pack and Carl Jr. Else this match is over. This was actually a very, very quick one then, as Massa has to push it. Pack and Carl Jr. all they need is first and second place, but Massa with a good line here. Carl Jr. going for a lower jump there. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but Pack and Carl Jr. have to concede that first position to Massa. He will deny Solary the victory for now with a new PB of a .51. Massa performing when it matters, but Big on life support.
Big survives for one more round, but for how long can they keep this up? Right now, the clock is ticking, and it is ticking really, really fast. 8-2 for Solary. All they need is a victory at this point to close this match out. 4-1 and to bag a spot in the semifinals. Big need to pull out all the stops and really start driving out of their minds if they want to pose a threat to Solary at this very moment. Right now, first sector done. It will be Pack in the lead ahead of Carl Jr. taking second place, who's going toe-to-toe with Massa before the jump.
Toe-to-toe to Massa before the jump. Indeed, their geek, but Pack and Carl Jr. needing first and third. Granadi not with the best start here. It is Massa who has to push it again. He has to do the unthinkable here again. But Pack and Carl Jr. are in the lead. Neck and neck they are. Oh, but I do think that Carl Jr. had to respawn. Yes, he has. So it is still one more chance here for Massa and Granadi.
Granadi also taking advantage, of course, of that mistake from Carl Jr., who's forced to respawn so far back, and he's continued to having a respawn. 5 to 6 seconds conceded there by that mistake from the Canadian, and you can see Massa trying to go for a low line, and Pack actually clipping. That is going to be promoting Granadi to second place, most likely. Yes, it is, and thus it will be an ace for Big, courtesy of the mistakes, part of Carl Jr. and Pack. That is very, very important, but that opportunity is coming once in the blue moon versus Solary.
Once in a blue moon, indeed. Reminds me a little bit of the mistakes that we have seen from Gamers First on day number 1. Pack and Carl Jr., they had it, but Big now with the ace. They're still in the match, and the momentum heavily swings towards them. Even though Pack and Carl Jr. had such a good pace in the last 2 rounds, they were not able to find 3 points. Only 1 point in the last 2 rounds for them. But still, Big has to catch up a lot more than that. They have to get another ace to stay alive.
Still a lot more work to do, and a pretty steep hill to climb right now for the red side team. Currently sitting in 3rd and 4th at the split at the end of sector number 1. Going through the jump right now with Pack and Massa, 1st and 2nd, trying to put a little bit of a gap on 3rd and 4th. Currently it's CJR trying to battle versus Granadi. Massa and Pack still going at it, wheel to wheel, heading through the bridge section before the reverse part. Now moving on to that said reverse, going very, very high on the side of CJR, trying to get a little bit more speed downwards. Very, very close entry here for the reverse ramp, and onto sector 3 we go. At the split, it will be Granadi going up into 2nd place and now trying to mount a challenge versus his teammate Massa, and maybe even Pack for the lead.
What a great round we are witnessing here. Massa and Granadi inside of each other and overtaking Pack here. Can they do it again? This is looking really good. Pack with a lot of speed though, but didn't get the best entry into this raw right section there. Granadi and Massa will do it. They will get another ace here. What a round was that. Massa with another PB. It is 8-8, track versus match point. Big with an insane performance in the last 3 rounds.
That is a scream of determination from Massa there. Yeah, that is a very, very important round that they just picked up, because they went from being 6 points down to have even the scales in the space of just 2 rounds. Right now, it's a little bit more of a rocky start. They're currently hitting a little bit of turbulence with Granadi's slight mishap at the start section, which forces him to respawn, even to add insult to injury, as we're going to be focusing on Massa through the end of Sector 1. It's on his shoulders that the hopes of Big rest.
First or bust, else this match here is over. But Pack gets a great section there. A lot of speed has been accumulated, but he clips. So 1 bullet down here for Solary. Carl Jr. still in the lead though, but Massa has been performing so good on this map here, Tom. And look at that. The fight is ongoing here between the 5-time world champion and Massa, the friends. Massa going for a bit more speed there even. And let's see if he can snipe Carl Jr. in the ending. If not, this match is over.
The low transfer from Massa will potentially give him a solid opportunity, but actually Carl Jr. compensates for that with much better exit speed and thus continues to hold on that first place. Massa cannot do anything but pray for a mishap in the final corner, but it will not happen. open, and with a 1-3 at the line, it will be a 10-9 scoreline here on this map. And Solary, with a 4-1 series, bagged their spot in the semifinals, and you can already see the handshake for both the legendary teammates.
Oh, but the game plan here for Big almost worked out. As I was proposing it beforehand, Edge was not a bad map for them. 10-9 in the ending. And, you know, just consider, GeForce would have been won by Big. We would have had a leader. So this is just insane. But yeah, we're going to have a winners interview now. So we're going to see you with either Pack or Carl Jr.
Yeah, either Pack or Carl Jr. are going to be making their way to the interview room. So yeah, just a quick rundown as you just joined in. 4-1, the victory then for Team Solary versus Berlin International Gaming. A very, very solid display on the side of Carl Jr. and Pack, and some unfortunate mistakes here and there on the individual side for Berlin International Gaming that ultimately cost them some solid maps, including their own pick, GeForce, which was a very, very important map to win. And yeah, that's ultimately cost them any chance of making it through to the semi-final. Top 5, top 6 will be their final placing, and I think we are just about ready to go with our winners interview with both Carl Jr. and Pack. At the mic with Lucker Serbo.
All right, I have Pack and Carl Jr. here with me. Firstly, congratulations. Quite hectic match. I mean, pick and ban went very fast, actually. What were you thinking after that quite unconventional pick from Big?
I think, well, for me, when they picked it so quick, I thought, oh god, they've got something planned there. And they were incredible on it. It's just, yeah, good pick from them, and I was happy with the rest of the picks and bans. I would have, preferred a certain map in, but otherwise, I think it was good. We performed really well, and yeah, we came out winners, which is good.
I think the first two maps, the Cosmos and also the pick, in this case Dive, went really good for both teams, and then it went all down to GeForce. So I think this was a map that was also good for you guys, but I think Big, they picked it, so were you also like not scared, but I mean, if it would have been 2-2, I think this could have all the way gone down to a 7-map match.
You mean Edge there or GeForce?
Yeah, GeForce, yeah.
Yeah, well, I felt GeForce was strong for them. Grenadi's been incredible on it. And I just knew Carl could be consistent, and I could put out some times whenever it was needed. And, it kind of paid off. I'm happy with where we got. And, yeah, Edge was just, horrible. I'll pass over to Carl.
Yeah, Edge, like those 2 aces in a row. Oh, man. You had it there. It kind of reminded me of G1 from day number 1. So what does it do to the mental? Are you scared going to the next round of the next corner then, or do you just pass it on?
Thing is, I don't know if you remember TMGL against Big in the playoffs.
Yeah.
We lost the 9-2. Control. We lost the 9-2. And we're like, no, not again. We don't throw this. And then we didn't throw it, so we were happy about it. But Big is really hard to play because Grenady has the same style as me, so he's always there. It's annoying. It's annoying for me because, well, we are basically the same player game-wise. Yeah. So it's really hard for me to adapt to them.
Yeah, but also then Massa just playing out of his mind, setting PB after PB on this map. So they played really well, and I think it could have also been 3-2 at this point for Big if it just went in their way like yesterday. And then, of course, the game was on. But now looking into the next match, you're going to play against Alliance. And, you've shown a great performance, but what do you adapt? What are you doing? Are you just chilling now, or will you just play and practice?
Well, we'll ban Dive, I guess.
All right. That was a short and quick answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, congratulations again to both of you, and good luck in your next match.
Thanks.
Okay, so guys, we will be back after a 15-minute break with the next match, which will be KC versus Wild.
Run it up. Run it up.
Yes. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
And we are back for the World Championship 2023 in Trackmania. Man, we had a very good match that was coming there into play as the first match of the day between Solary and Berlin International Gaming. And let's also take a look what has already happened yesterday, because we have two teams that will play against each other now that have gone both through Group B and Group A. An extensive battle here for, of course, Team Wild, who has won against Split in a very thrilling way, just one round or 1 point away from being eliminated, and then they have eventually qualified to day number 3. But also on the other hand, we have Carmine Corp, who have been playing a nice match as well yesterday against Alliance. It was also so close, but was barely not enough to make it happen. Also, the double elimination bracket in this way is over, and we now jump into the single elimination bracket with the next match between Wild and also KC. As you can see it down there, Solary has beaten Big 4-1. Well, and I think we're gonna have a banger as well between KC and Wild now coming up. If they win, or if like one of those teams will win, they will play against ITB, who won against Solary yesterday. But guys, let's introduce the first team. Team Blue, it will be KC Carmine Corp. So it is Brandon Otak playing for KC. Welcome, guys. What's up? Hi. And yeah, there you go. So, Bren, I mean, I want to talk to you as well, because yesterday after the match, I've seen you were just smiling, and Otak was just, oh man, you know, he wants to make it to the final, he's hungry, but like, you just seem like to be in a good mental.
I mean, I was still pissed that we lost, honestly. Like, I wasn't happy that we lost against Alliance. But, I mean, just seeing Murda enjoying the match so much made me also enjoy the match in a way. And yeah, I think we still played quite good. We did some stupid mistakes that we could have avoided. But overall, I'm quite satisfied with how we played. And it wasn't the end of the tournament for us. Like, we knew we had the upper bracket the loser bracket to come back. So, I mean, it wasn't that bad. But it still sucked to lose, of course.
And that definitely sucks. But, I mean, you still have one more bullet to go for. You can lose one match. But what was your preparation now going into this match against Wild?
We played all maps, honestly. We're ready on the 10 maps. We know pretty much on which maps they're good. And now it's pretty much gambling on... we'll just pick and see how it goes. We don't have a specific plan.
Okay, all right. But yeah, then good luck for your match. You can go to your seats, and thank you very much for that small interview. Good luck. All right, but we have one more team, of course, that KC is going to play against. The newcomers, Stufz and Wizzy. It is Team Wild. It's a very good performance from them over the course of the season. And welcome, Stufz and Wizzy. All right, welcome here. Top 6 already secured for you. Quite a good story for you in this year. Both of you guys have been improving quite a lot. What is your expectation now going into this match?
To be honest, not much. We've come here. We've met our aim. We've met our goals. So now we're just going to put everything on the table and see what happens. So, you know, if we've lost, then no problems at all. But yeah, we've got nothing to lose now. So
no pressure then, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you just have to play out your picks. Will you change anything, or have you changed anything? Because I think you were coming here and we're just casually warming up with Rocket League. Because I think something, now, I mean, you laugh about it, but I think something like over practice is a thing. So I think it's also good to be calm down, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that's what we kind of learned from yesterday. I think we started practicing really early, and I think we picked too early. So I think we both felt that. So we're trying something slightly different. Being a bit more chilled, and yeah, maybe that will hopefully come through the match, maybe.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the interview, and also good luck for your match.
Thank you.
And, let's also then jump to Geek. I'm going to join in a second as well, and good luck to Wild and KC in your match.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for introducing these two teams, Kai. I'm very much looking forward to see what this match is going to bring us to the table, as it looks to be a little bit of an interesting one, as once again, we would like to take the time to thank our partners here on this 2022 Trackmania World Championship, those being AMD, Alienware, and Caporal, without whose contributions events from this scale and in this manner would not be possible at all. thank you again very much for your unwavering support as, Wild versus the Carmine Corp. I'm really, really interested to see that match. This is going to be very, very exciting to watch, especially in the first few rounds to see how they will unfold.
I do think so as well, because Wild, they have nothing to lose. And I think yesterday that was also the thing that I also wanted to mention to Stufz and Wizzy. I think they have overpracticed. Their match was very late in the evening, and they just were playing and just preparing the maps, maybe applying too much pressure on them. It was going down to the line. Maybe remember Valley, the last round has decided it, and there you go. I think they're gonna just enjoy it and just appreciate that they have gotten already 5th, 6th position. And you can also see Wizzy there playing with a wheel. Stufz still chilling a bit and maybe making a social media post, so that is good to see, or maybe doing some settings. Who knows, who knows? And also, let's see the teams here as well, as I was introducing Wild to you as well already, Stufz and Wizzy.
Yeah, Stufz and Wizzy, two-time regional champion in Stage 2 of the Trackmania World Tour. Those were Regionals 2 and 3, both making their first World Championship appearance and making it all the way through the entire weekend almost, making their way to Day 3. And Wizzy mentioned that they have mentioned that they've really reached their goals at this point, managing to get through to the top 6. And now it's pretty much just a bonus day, and they're going to do whatever they can to actually put on a good performance and try to enjoy it in the process. And that's really the most important thing.
Yeah, the two-time regional champions. You can see Stufz just being super young as well, 18 in years. I mean, also Otak from the other team that we're going to talk about in a second here is also still 18. And, well, I mean, both just playing a great season, appreciating it, but also I think you need a bit of pressure to perform. I remember when I was in a competitive match, I reached my goal, I was in the match, and I didn't perform because I had no pressure.
Yeah, sometimes, as you mentioned it ever so often, pressure does make diamonds. So it is going to be a very, very different setting for them as we're going to get a little bit of a look at the Carmine Corp lineup. Brendan Sev, a.k.a. Brennan, Ewan Egler, a.k.a. Otak, 18 years of age for the young man from Saint-Malo, who had a staggering Challenger League 2021 season, followed by a promotion into the Grand League in spring 2022, which went a little bit, had a few ebbs and flows this season, but then redeemed itself with his first ever World Championship appearance last year, finishing in the Grand Final, and then in 2023, he's there on the stage again.
Yeah, he has qualified alongside with Mime, both with a great first season, and then also in 2022 at the World Cup, both qualifying to the Grand Final. They could meet up again in the next match, but first of all, they have to beat Team Wild. So we're going to start very soon here with a pick and ban, and we also have, of course, a prediction game going on between the casters, between Spam, Geek, and me. So let's see how the predictions are, because I do think that they are quite certain. I mean, I go for KC.
I think they're pretty uniform across the board. I also going for KC, but I'm kind of predicting that Wild is going to be giving him a run for their money over the course of this particular best of 7 series, and I'm thinking we're going to see at least 2 maps being picked by Wild.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I think Wild had just those power picks. Just speaking of Surf, I mean, I've seen the records from Stufz on this map. He has very good times on this map, and he can do damage. But of course, also, I remember the match Raptors versus KC. It was also a very, very close Surf map. But those power picks from Wild can really come into play, and they could snatch 1, 2, or maybe even 3 maps away from KC. And all of a sudden, we are in a last chance mode. Maybe then the decider could also be something like Tubes again.
Yeah, and as you can see at the bottom of the screen, pretty much a pick in unison, Carmine Corp being denoted as the clear favorite here in this matchup versus Wild. And here, once again, as you alluded to, single elimination, the safety net is gone. The loser will be confirmed top 5-6, and the winner will be confirmed into the top 4 and play versus ITB next.
Yeah, ITB is also a hard nut to crack. So far, flawless rundown for them, as well as Alliance, who have won their matches so far.
And actually, just as I mentioned, yeah, of course, we kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier when we did the rundown of Day 2, but that win versus Solary is definitely something to watch out for with the form from ITB as we get started with the picks and bans phase, and it will be first ban courtesy of Stufz and Wizzy.
Yeah, Stufz and Wizzy having the first ban. Team Blue always being the top seed. So it is Otak and Brennan this time. And we see Edge being banned as well as Dive. Completely understandable ban there because Stufz and Wizzy just looked super good on this map. And this is one of the so-called power picks that I called them out beforehand.
Yeah, this is a very, very great counter ban from the Carmine Corp versus the Wild guys. And now KC picking the first map, Twisted as the opener. The map of the 1,000 Corners makes a return to open the series. And it will be Surf that will be coming up next, which could be a little bit of a double-edged sword because the Carmine Corp are also very solid on there.
Yeah,
and yeah, just to point out, the round where they qualified to the World Championship stage was on Surf.
Yeah, and also, but Stufz and Wizzy on the other hand, they look very good, especially Stufz. This map is very comfortable for him. It also only really relies on Wizzy, how he will perform on there, but Wizzy also looking very, very good in this World Championship here, as the third pick also comes into play. Kind of a no-brainer for me. It is Tempest. Bren and Otak played super consistent on this map against Gamers First.
Yeah, indeed. In the meantime, the last few salvos of picks are currently being done. Tempest being picked as the third map by the Karmine Corp, then GeForce as map 4, map 5 being locked in courtesy of Otak, Viz being Cosmos. The last pick for the Karmine Corp, last pick for Wild will be Valley, and Tubes will be your decider. Backflip is set aside by the randomizer, and thus we have our series, and we will be starting on Twisted. Both we both have this map as a special place in our hearts, mainly because of the way the map is constructed and the flow that it has, and the sort of kind of like contrast between those flowing sections at a very high speed that are somewhat broken apart by those stop-and-go, twisty sections where there are a lot of opportunities for overtaking there.
Wasn't I calling that we're gonna see Tubes as a decider? I think Surf, GeForce, and Valley, those are really good maps for Wild in this case, and I do think this match will be much closer than we expect.
Yeah, this will be a lot closer than a lot of people are expecting. I'm definitely thinking that Wild are definitely going to have a few opportunities there to make the going a lot closer than a lot of people predict.
Yeah, I do think so as well, and if they snatch 1 or 2 maps away from KC, the match could go very, very much into the direction of Team Wild here. So let's see what they can do as we start on the map with 1,000 corners. It is Tempest, and let's jump into the first round here. Pretty, I want to explain the format to you. Maybe some of you are not that familiar with it. We play up until a point of 10, and there's 3 different outcomes in the round. There is an ace, a victory, and a draw. Ace giving you 3 points. You need first and second place for that. Victory is first and third position, giving you 2 points, and the opponent's 1 point. And a draw is first and last, or second and third respectively, giving you 1 point. You need to win 10 points to win the map, and you need to win 4 maps to make it into the next round.
And just like that, we're past Sector 1 already here on Twisted on this opening round. Started Sector 2, the first snake run there, and it's going to be Otak taking over the lead, but look at Wizzy managing to keep it all the way close to the inside line at the exit of that snake run through the chicane, and thus will be assuming the lead ahead of the man from Samalo, currently being caught up to by his teammate Bren right now to try and make it a two-way fight versus Wizzy for the lead, and currently Otak redeeming the lead before the start of Sector 3 with a .375 sector just before the start.
Yeah, but a very, very good speed set there from Bren, but Wizzy's coming closer. Wizzy looked very good, insanely close at the wall, touching it even, but can he snipe him in the end? Can he snipe Bren? Oh, not the best trajectory here. Otak with a very solid run there. Wizzy came closer, but this is the ace for KC, and it's 3-0 in favor for them on their first map pick. Good time as well there from Otak. Bren playing a bit more conservative there in the ending, but of course he was heavily relying on that mistake from Wizzy, who has also very good PP on this round, on this map.
Solid. Wizzy had a very solid Sector 2 actually, as you saw through the first signal. He was the only one to actually manage to keep it all the way close to the inside apex really of the corner, marking the exit of the snake run. But then the start of Sector 3 was somewhat shambolic on that side for Wizzy, with that Sector 3 start allowing both Otak to make his way through into the lead, and then Bren taking advantage of another slip-up at the final corner to allow himself to move up into P2.
Oh, very close round that is developing up here right now. Stutz with good speed, but Otak is just long gone. Great performance from Otak in the first 2 rounds. The 18-year-old who was in the World Cup final last year, looking really good. But it is Wizzy on second place, Bran on third, and also a good checkpoint at .20. So Otak setting himself up very nicely for a good time here.
This is looking to be really, really fast indeed on the side of Otak. Currently heading into the identity right now with Wizzy. Currently trying to keep himself in a really nice headspace in second position. And now Stotz versus Bran for the battle for third place. Can Stotz trying to make the move?
Wow.
The answer is a no. What an ending from Bran there. And it will be a .890. Maybe losing a little bit of time in the identity there, as we had a .3 sector last time around, which ended in a .9 time in the end. But a 1-3 for KC, which allows them to extend their lead to 4 points.
Yeah, very, very good job there from KC, playing out their pick. And this just reminds me of Cosmos from Solary in the match beforehand. They just played super well on that one and also didn't give Big any chance to come into this map and just get access to any sort of points. As we see, I think Stufz with a mistake. Yes, he had to respawn, was too greedy on that angle there. Tried to hold that SD, and now it is Wizzy, who plays really well on this map so far, securing that 1 point in the previous round. Now battling it out with Otak and Bran here.
Following along with Wizzy now through this snake run. Is he going to go for the full left here? Got a little bit of a bell curve, a little bit bit of a parabolic, keeping him a little bit out of the corner, not as close as he would have wanted it to be. And so Bren and Otak will take advantage of that and a really good snake run through Sector 2 to make their way to first and second with a .302 again, reverting to the kind of pace we saw on the first round through the first 2 sectors.
Yeah, but Wizzy not giving up here, coming close towards Bren. A very, very aggressive angle there on the inside, but can get a good line. He can get a small snap here. Bren got this one really good, but it's so close between them. It is still Wizzy not getting the best ending, and hand, 13 thousandths of a second between Oltek and Bren. 8-1. That is a very dominant performance on Twisted here so far by Oltek and Bren.
Yeah, so far it is pretty much the start that KC wanted, a dream start pretty much to their own map pick, solidifying their presence here and making a strong statement for themselves that they are not to be trifled with as we start round number 4. We could be headed for a 4-round deal here actually, Kai, as KC are looking to be on a real roll through the entirety of these first 3 rounds. Now start of map 4, round 4 rather, and currently it is going to be Wizzy trying to split the group apart, but it's not enough. He needs to go for the lead, and he makes quick work of Brent to move into the lead at the end of Sector 1.
Wizzy looking really good on this map, but he cannot get the overtake and the identity, losing a bit of time there. And also Bren here with such a better section than Wizzy. Oltak on 3rd position right now. Stuft's too far behind to have a saying here, but Bren had to release, so this allows Wizzy to come closer again. But this wasn't the best drift here from Wizzy. Will this be a 4-round ender here on this first map, or can Wizzy say something against that? Stuft has crashed. He's 2 seconds behind. It is all up to Wizzy here to make some damage, but he loses control there. And we have Bren and Oltak winning map number 1 here. It doesn't matter if Bren makes a mistake. Oltak got it covered, and there you go. 103.80 from Oltak as well. And there you go. It's 11-1. A clean sweep here for KC on map 1.
And I think for the first time we see a gap of double digits between the 2 teams at the end of a map. That is a staggering gap that we've seen being built up. Remember, yesterday we saw a 9-point gap at the end of a map between 2 teams, and now this one is, yeah, it is a pretty significant drop of the hammer there for Karmine Corp versus Wild, making a strong statement from themselves as we head on to Surf, which is a Wild pick, which, as I stated a little bit earlier, I think could be a little bit more of a double-edged sword.
Could also be a Wild pick to begin with here, because I expected something like G-Force to be picked before Surf in that way. But let's see how this map will work. What has Stuft, what have they prepared? Because, I mean, Wizzy, yes, he was strong on this map, but Stuft was on another game, but they couldn't really find the consistency here, and G-Force just looked better. Maybe it's just the day form there that is coming into play, because today is a new day compared to yesterday, and both maps were just open, so they maybe just wanted to get this one out of the way first.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. Let's hope they are feeling good about it right now, Wild, as we're moving on to round 1 from map 2. Through the loop we go, and now through the footbath section. Good entry there on the side of Stutz, moving into the lead of the race just ahead of Bren and Wizzy, making a really tight lean at top 3 with Otak just close behind at the end of the first sector, about 3.5 tenths to 4 tenths down before the reactor glider.
Yeah, Stuft with a good start yet again. Bren and Oltak looked very strong on this map, so that's why I was mentioning that beforehand. But look at that, Wizzy and Stuft, their pick is working out right now, but still the identity is there. There's a zoop that they have to get here, and let's see if this works out. Let's follow Bren here and see if he can do something. Let's hope, he has to hope that they're not getting the zoop, but they're getting it, and this is a beautiful situation for Wild right now. They could get that ace in the first round, just survive the ending, and yes, they will do so. Stuft and Wizzy will get the ace here in round number 1 on Surf.
And an appropriate response to begin with, 0.767 and a 0.8 for Wizzy and Stuft respectively.
Solid.
This is very much the start of the map they actually needed to get here for getting themselves a little bit of momentum back together and find their own footing.
Yeah, find their own footing here, and we go to the footbath section in just a second, but we see a mistake there being done from Oltak, going a bit too wide there, but also it is Wizzy sliding out there a bit too far on that watery plastic section, and he also had to respawn. So now it is Stuft who has to at least get that second place to deny getting equalized, but it is Bren holding on to the lead, but Oltak, of course, have a second behind, so it's a 2-horse fight for the first position.
Yeah, unfortunately for Wizzy, he tried to go a little bit too far on the inside, and then a little bit of a touch on the inside of the reactor chicane there, manages to get away without too much damage here, Stufts, but yeah, Wizzy clipped a little bit on the inside of the back plastic corner with the wet wheels, which was what forced him out wide.
Brenda with a good line.
Brenda with a good line right there. Oh my god, how on earth did he escape touching the wall? Not once, but twice at the entry into Sector 3, but he gets the splash at the entry, allowing Stufts to make a fight for the lead happen. Through the identity we go with the Dutchman now from the perspective of the Frenchman through the final hairpin. Can he try to make something happen?
Yes, he can.
There is a yes, whereas Bren went way too wide and went on a head-on collision course with the wall, and thus Stufts will salvage a draw from it all with a 101.048.
Super important round there for Wild to not get ace on, so it is 4-1. Still the discrepancy of 3 points is the case. Let's see what the case will be in this round here if KC can bounce back into this map.
Let's see if they can bounce back. Of course, we are going to be witnessing that from the perspective of Wizzy, who had a little bit of a teething trouble with that particular section. He goes so close to clipping on the left front. We both got a little bit of a heartbeat skip moment there as we go through the footbath section. It will be Stufts assuming the lead just ahead of Brennan Otak. Wizzy in fourth at the tail end of this high-speed train. Sector 1, the positions will stay as is.
Yeah, the positions are as is, but Stufts still with a very good performance. Look at that, the wrist there from Wizzy has to oversteer a lot now, and it is Otak and Bren currently leading, but Bren not with a good line there, slowing down a lot and losing out on so much. Has to readjust here as well, so this could be another ace for Stufts and Wizzy, and yes, Otak with a mistake. I think Wizzy was the player crashing so often there on the outside. I mean, often twice, but of course, you want to avoid that mistake at any cost, and you can see Stufts and Wizzy with another ace, even though Wizzy going so close there to the wall. But there you go, Stufts and Wizzy with 2 aces on this map already. Solid performance, playing out the format very well, but Wizzy also went super close there to the wall on that second last drift. I mean, he plays in Camp 3 as well.
Yeah, 2 aces in 3 rounds for a while. This is exactly the sort of response that we were awaiting from them on their first map pick, and also the sort of response that they needed after the absolute dominant display of performance that KC put on the opening map that was Twisted. Now moving on to map point number 1 for Wild as early as round 4.
Now they're replicating the KC performance. This really reminds me of the match that we've had before, and it's kind of a mirrored match. Not that it was that dominant, but both picks just work out for the teams. Their power picks, but now Bran wants to get the round win here. Otak also not too far behind. Wizzy not with the best start, but Stufts' ending has been on point so far. So let's see what the Dutchman can do. The young Dutch play, he will certainly overtake Bran, who has made a mistake. Also, Wizzy will go up to 3rd position.
Wizzy up to 3rd, the Flagmaster waiting Bren right there at the exit of Sector 2. Sector 3 coming up right now, and so close to the outside while we go on the part of Stufts, and Wizzy also catching up big time on the man from Samalo. Otak now under threat for that 2nd position. That is so important for KC to extract one more round. Can Wizzy try to pull the move? The Englishman, the wheel player right now for Wild, is way too far down and even touches the wall. Got fragile, allowing Bren to move up into 3rd, and thus KC managed to salvage a draw and keep themselves alive for 1 round, and Wild still gets those 2 aces worth of points in the bag, still allowing them a little bit of a lead up, and yeah, we get a little bit of an Austin Powers moment, even though the gap is wider than what you get to do for an Austin Powers moment.
Wizzy was steering so much that you could have seen it on the screen, but he couldn't get around due to the fragile. It just looked pretty funny, to be honest, but I mean, that's just how fragile works. Your steering is just locked, and also your acceleration is heavily limited. And let's jump into that one. While still getting 1 point out of it due to Stufts' great time. He drove a .69. You can see his PB is a .55, so only .15 away, but plays golf here, goes into the hole, and now it is only Wizzy left here to deny the ace to KC.
Just a tiny clip at the apex of this 90 left in the foot bass section just after the loop is all it took for Stufts to be sent into the hole, making it a hole-in-one as Tour, and it's all down to Wizzy to try and get a point on the board and bring 1 point home to send them onto a score of 9-4 potentially. Right now, Wizzy going toe-to-toe with Bren for 2nd position, and Otak looking a little bit slow, making it a 3-way fight for the lead now as we enter into the glider section. It will be Otak, Bren, Wizzy regroup within less than a 1/10 of a second right now, and we see Bren trying to make a move stick on Wizzy. This is so close. Otak continuing to retain the lead through the hairpin, and it's going to be Wizzy prevailing in the battle for 2nd. That is so important for Wild to prevent KC from slashing the gap back down to 3 points, and thus Wild still on that point, but now all they need is a draw.
Tailing himself like a surgeon there in the ending. Pixel perfect execution there from Wizzy, denying that ace, and most importantly, getting his team 1 point They only need one more point to close out their first pick here, as Stufz gets a good start here as well in this round. Now Wizzy can rely on his teammate again, who has been performing really good on this map so far, but also Wizzy is there when his teammate needs him. And now we have none of those players making a mistake. Bren maybe not getting the apex accordingly there, but with that, he only lost 0.25 of a second.
Team synergy at work in the perspective of Wild. Yes, we had a quite significant blunder for Stufz, but Wizzy was there to pick up the slack and try to salvage a really superb situation. And now we see that Wild are completely on it, and Bren does not really have an answer right now after a very slow water splash midway through Sector 2. Now Sector 3, through the dirt we go, and it's still Stufz Wizzy leading by 2/10 ahead of the Carmine Corp right now, and it looks as though it might be all she wrote, unless we might see some unfortunate shenanigans happening for the red side, but so far so good. Just one hairpin to go, and with an ace and a time of 0.792 for Stufz and a 0.8 for Wizzy, it will be a very convincing victory. A score of 12-3 for Wild.
12-4 this
12-4 even.
So it was an ace there, but KC of course got that point in the previous rounds. And well, what a great performance there from Wild on this map. And now we're gonna go to map number 3, which will be Tempest, beloved Tempest from KC. So I do really look forward to this map. This is a make it or break it, but we were expecting a close match in terms of points, but both maps have been super decided. Just going into the...
Very toughly contested indeed, and I'm really looking forward to see if that trend will continue here on Tempest and give us a bit more spice in this best of 7 series, because so far all we've seen have been pretty much walkouts in terms of scores. 11-1 for the Carmine Corp on the opening map, and then 12-4 for Wild on Surf, as we are already starting round number 1 here on Tempest. 7.105 the whole shot, courtesy of Stufz. The Dutchman from Wild will be relegated to second place, as we see, unfortunately, Brian going for a little bit of a slower exit from the ice slide before the wall ride, and at the end of Sector 1 it will be the red side. Wizzy and Stufz in that order in the lead.
Yeah, they are in the lead, getting a beautiful start here into this round. And I mean, Wizzy and Stufz, they have to get that round here already. There's not really too much to gain. We have seen insane identities, but Stufz not with the best eyesight there. Oh, and also Wizzy touching. That is gutting here for them. But there's still a little bit of track left, but it seems like Wizzy has fallen even more behind. 0.6 of a second. Brennan Oltak were super consistent on this map. And right now they are on first and second place.
And now the tables have turned, because Stufz is all on his own to try and fight off against KC. Manages to get a good re-acceleration from the trigger point through the first of 2 jump spins of the identity. It's still Otak leading just ahead of Stufz and Bren through the second jump, which is much faster and much earlier turn in. Bren trying to go for broke with the snipe at the ending. He will be able to make it work with a 0.790 for Otak, 0.8 for Bren, and a 0.9 for Stufz. Hotly contested top 3 there, but ultimately KC prevail. 3-0 for the blue side.
7, 8, 9 there, but also you have to keep in mind that Stufz had a small mistake in there, and also his teammate Wizzy also not really feeling it that much there on this middle section. But I mean, it's 3-0 now, so they have to already perform. Bren with a great start, and he finds himself in that battle with Stufz here for that first position. And Otak here not getting the best entry, so this looks to be another good round for Wild right now.
Looks to be another good start to the round for Wild, as they saw himself in first and third position. Currently Otak just a little bit of a ways behind, but just trying to bide his time, trying to find some solutions there to try and make up for that somewhat awkward start from the man from Saint-Malo. Through the ice slide we go, and that's a very nice exit from all 4 players involved, and Otak still hovering around that 4/10 of a second back compared to the leading trio, currently held by Bren in the lead in Sector 3.
In the lead in Sector 3 indeed, and it is Wizzy with a beautiful turnaround there, having more speed than Bren, so they can bounce back from that. Also Stufz with a great identity there, and it's such a close round between the top 3 players. Bren still leading, but Wizzy and Stufz have it out here. Wizzy with a good line, it's so close here. It can be the counter ace, so close into the wall, but it's not enough. It is 200ths of a second, but Wizzy securing that first position. 4-2 it is, so KC's gap has shrunken to 2 points.
It ain't no ace, but it's a start for Wild. They do need that more than ever. They do not need to let any more points getting out of the way to KC. Even though it is only a victory with points still being attributed to KC, it's still better than nothing to try and mount the fight back there. on Tempest as we make our way through the next round with Stuff's perspective right now through the wall ride. Waving back to his teammate Wizzy, currently sitting in third and trying to make a move on Otak in the banked grass. Nope, won't make it stick. He will make it stick at the split by 2,000, but they're still side by side through the first jump spin.
Side by side again, Stuffs with a great start, and Wizzy is fighting back as well. Oh man, this is a more fought after map here by the looks of it. No team really falling majorly behind, but now it was Otak not getting the best amount of speed out of that ice slide there. And Wizzy and Stuffs have it in their hand. Stuffs on a great time. The online world record holder on this map looking clean here, and he can set another new good time. Wizzy with a good turnaround, again having more speed than Bren.
Very wide entry into the Sector 3 long ice slide before that reverse sector, and he moves up into second position. It's paying off big dividends for the man from the United Kingdom, and he joins his teammate Stuffs in second position. Otak and Brent trying to slot himself back on the screen, but it will not be enough to impress the real player from BITM, and thus Stuffs and Wizzy first and second will get the ace that allowed them to flip a 2-point deficit to a 1-point lead.
What a great performance here on Wild after getting aced in that first round, now getting a victory and an ace back to back. And let's see what round number 4 will bring them as Wild has gained control on this map here. Anyways, let's see what Otak does. Otak right now not really performing really. He makes small mistakes and losing 0.15 of a second. Also Bran here not with the best line. Maybe he has to steer a bit less, so he has a bit more speed. But still it's Stuffs and Wizzy leading the round right now.
Okay, Otak going for a very, very low jump. A little bit of a back tap there midway through the jump spin for Stuffs, which is suboptimal. Let's say that, as it costs him about a 10.5 to 2 tenths here in the whole affair, as Otak went way too close to the flag mast and loses the grip midway through the ice slide as he tries to regain grip on the dirt. And thus it will be one Karmine Cup contender out of the running here for the top 3 places as Bren continues to hold the fort in Sector 3.
Yeah, and also again Wizzy with a wider approach, or going a bit far from the other side there compared to Bren, having more speed again. Wow, they could be happy already with a draw, but they want more than that.
Stuffs.
Good line from Stuffs. They're coming closer to Bren, insanely close there to the post. Will go for an insane risk, but eats the slow-mo, and it is Wizzy who will win the round. Bren will get second. Otak eventually on third because Stuffs had to double respawn, so it is a draw. But Stuffs, I'm not sure if I would have gone for this kind of play if you are 4 seconds out of Otak.
Yeah, unfortunately for Stuffs, it was a case of biting a lot more than you can chew here with that final part of the identity, with that very, very low entry into that second jump spin where unfortunately went a little bit too low and thus bounced on the very edge corner of the block with the side of his car, sending him upwards into the slow-mo block and thus completely sending his round in the bin as we go through the next round here with Stuffs currently leading just ahead of Otak. Bren siding his way through the wall ride to move up into second place past his own teammate, going very close to clipping on the inside ring. And it's Stuffs, Bren, Wizzy, Otak at the end of Sector 1.
Yeah, close round. Otak also finding himself in there, but it is Wizzy with a respawn, so he's out on that one. So only Stuffs now to deny the victory or ace towards KC. It is their second pick, but also Bren with a respawn. Does it cost more than 4.5 seconds? This is important. Wizzy will overtake. Wizzy overtaking, so it is 6 seconds for Bren that have been lost. And now it could be a victory for Wild. One more point could be accumulated in this round unless Stuff stays ahead of Otak in this round.
All right, here we go then for the first of 2 jump spins. Again, Stuffs going solo and very low rotation compared to Otak. He decides to go for no rotation, a little bit of a higher parabolica through the first of this jump spin. Second jump spin, both going for the spin. There's no ways around it, but Stuffs keeps this lead and thus will keep the race win for himself individually with a 0.590. And more importantly, with Wizzy in third, it puts Wild in a very favorable position. 8-6 compared to the Karmine Corp and map point number 2 on the cards.
Great performance really from Wild at the moment. And they're just catching KC off guard, who played very well against Alliance yesterday, but it was also so close between them. I mean, Alliance will have a mammoth task ahead of them after this match. It will be Alliance versus Solary, which could be a grand final after that. But the question is, who will play against ITB? The winner of this match will play against them.
Yeah, this will be very much a determining point to if you survive in those championship playoffs, of course. But depending on who you are, you might be finding the going a lot tougher than at first glance as we make our way through the first jump spin of the map, marking the start of Sector 2. And it will be Stuffs coming with a lead of about 700ths of a second before the ice slide section there. Stuffs trying to go for a bit of a later apex, keeping clear of the flag mast, but losing a lot of speed. And it's Bren that's going to be capitalizing on that to move up into the lead. And now Stuffs to attack Wizzy.
Oh, no.
It's a 3-way fight up until this point where we saw the same mistake. Actually, I think it was yesterday or on Friday.
Yeah,
where we went for a low line and it touched with the right fronts. And so now Wizzy and Stuffs looking to be poised to make a move on Otak through the first of two jump spins. Brent trying to back up his teammates. It's not enough. Otak still holding onto the lead by about a tenth and a half to 2 tenths of a second. Visually, Brent is out. He's forced to respawn indeed, but there will not be any snipe to get the victory away for Wild, and thus we extract one more round for KC that will send them onto a map point of their own as well.
Brent didn't even lose too much time with that beautiful jump there as well by not rotating his car there. So Brent showing off a nice identity there without the flip. It is 9-7, one final round on this map for either of those teams. One of those teams will not see this map again after this, because one team can only go through, and let's see, Stufz and Wizzy only need of one more point, then they will win KC's second pick.
Right now, all they need over on the Wild side is a second individual place. They're at the point in the standings on this map where they can afford to go for a loss and still come away with the map win, albeit a close one, 10-9. They cannot let KC any breadcrumbs of hope to actually snatch an ace away from the red side as we make our way through the first jump spin. Clean, Bren, Wizzy, Stufz, Otak at the splits.
Yeah, very close round again for the top three, as we see Stufz sliding out, and now Wizzy has to survive. Stufz with a respawn. Wizzy has a lot of pressure applied to him. Wizzy has to perform now. He has to perform, and he went for a wider approach. Will have more speed here. I do not think that Otak has good speed here. Went super wide. Will Wizzy and Stufz take it here? Will they snatch away a map victory from KC? It's looking good that Wild can do it. Good performance from Wizzy. One jump done, two jumps done as well. And we have Wild winning their second map. Even though Brent wins, it's 10-9. And wow, who would have thought that?
Who would have thought that a KC pick would go the way of Wild? That is a stunning display of the performance, especially by Wizzy. Going for his signature line at the start of Sector 3 for that long 180 ice slide. Just goes much wider compared to the rest of the field to go for a much tighter apex to have a much better setup for the reverse booster to get the proper reacceleration. And yeah, Otak going way too deep into that particular reverse booster, eventually doing Karmine Corp in on this round, and thus allowing us to see Wild in the lead in this series as we make our way onto next map, G-Force.
G-Force it is, and I think this is also a very good map for Wild. They have been performing really good. They have been cooking on this map. Also in all the other matches that we have seen before, and it was a very good map. It was eye candy to watch Stufz performing on this map here. So I think it will be a very hard nut to crack here for Bren and Otak. Can their consistency pay dividends? But the thing is, they have made a lot of mistakes on their second pick on Tempest, so they have to redeem themselves and need to win, else they have to win 3 consecutive maps in a row to have a chance to make it to the semifinal.
Yeah, now is the time to make amends for the Karmine Corp and not let any kind of hope for Wild as we make our way through the round 1 start. Going onto the bobsleigh on the side of Stutz, looking very clean, but Brent has a little bit more speed heading into this long left-hander, and it will be Otak being left by the wayside before the end of Sector 1. Brent, Stutz, Wizzy almost together at the checkpoint, and 6 tenths further down, it's Otak and P4.
Yeah, Otak and P4 will not play a role here in this round as Stufz and Wizzy fighting it out with Bren. Good line from both of them, but it seems like Bren is not slowing down. Now this starts to be really important to get through. Bren with a lot of speed will travel very wider. Wizzy overcooking too much there, and also Otak will overtake him. Let's take a look into the fight. Will it be a draw or a victory for KC? That is the question, all depending on the endings. But look at that beautiful nose slide there from Stufz, just getting so much more speed there.
And great regain of grip as he transitioned onto the tarmac, thus allowing him to take the lead away from Brent. But now is where the rubber meets the road. The first of 2 roll rides here, and that's a very good entry to the first wide for Brent, but it's still advantage to the Dutchman from Wild. Stufz still holding on to the lead. Can he hold on until the bitter end? The answer is a yes, and thus a draw will be guaranteed at the end of this round with a 112.085. A solid
Good time, yeah,
from Stufz, and thus we have an even score to kick things off.
Yeah, so Wizzy, who was performing really well on Surf and Tempest, now not with the best start on this map, but his teammate got him covered. Stufz performed really well on this map, and I do think that Wizzy can bounce back. Beautiful nose that there from Stufz there as well. You have seen the speed, but, well, I mean, that was not the best respawn. So now Stufz, with a mistake, individuality can decide the match here.
Yeah, individuality can decide the match, and now Wizzy making quick work of Brent through the bobsleigh section, but he decides to fight back, and unfortunately, the same as Massa in the round early in the match earlier on, where he went way too far to the inside and thus sent himself on a ascending path through the sky, on a journey through the sky indeed, and thus it will be a clear road ahead for KC, who just got the proper opportunity at the right time when they cannot let Wild off the hook.
Yeah, they have to play the format right. They should not take any risk. 3.5 seconds is also enough to take the safe route in the ending, but they have to make the wall ride once. The speed should be enough for both Oltag and Bren. It's their round to lose, but I do think that this will be the ace. Looking clean. There you go. Bren and Oltag have nothing to risk here, and they will regain control. It is also a pick that they have to win. But they will still go for it. All right. They still survive it. Also good time here, 0.40, even though they could have saved it. And KC secures 3 points.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a slow entry into that final wall ride for Oltag, ultimately costing him a few hundreds here and there, but really not too shabby. And yeah, KC regaining control of the map on a map pick from Wild, because KC might have lost their map pick to Wild. Can they trade the favor back to Wild to actually even the scales and give us a best-of-3 series at the end of the day?
Yeah, it could be a best-of-3 series, so important for Wild now to bounce back into this map, because getting aced, of course, the mentality after crashing twice, individuality, as I actually talked about in the previous round, has been the factor why they have lost.
Wizzy, Stuft, Oltag, top 3, separated by about 700ths of a second. 2/10 further down we find Bren, continuing to keep a close eye on the battle up front, but now that close eye will become a far eye as he clocked, unfortunately, with the right front at the top of the barrier. He clipped it, and thus will be relegated 2 seconds down compared to the leading battle between Oltag and Stuft right now. Bren, even 1.5 seconds behind Wizzy, is in no position to have any kind of impact whatsoever, and still the battle rages on for the lead between Stuft and Oltag, continuing to hold the fort right now. The man from Saint-Malo, can the Dutchman from Wild try to spring a surprise? The answer is a no. He looks very slow at the exit of the first wall ride, second wall ride. Can Oltag make it stick all the way to the end? The answer is erased by the late surge from Stuft in a 0.072 from Oltag. And actually, Wizzy, having messed up the final part of the identity, will allow Brent to slide on through to third place, and thus allow KC to at least extend their lead to 4 points.
Yeah, 4 points of a lead now for KC due to that mistake there, but also a good time from Oltag, setting a new match PB, a 1:12.072. So good time from the young Frenchman as we head into the next round. Only 2 points for Wild. All hopes are not lost, but they need to get an ace now to just come closer here towards Brennan Oltag, who could just get that map victory on Wild's second pick. But it seems like everyone is getting a good start alongside Brennan Oltag, who just, first and last would even be fine, because then they would set themselves up for a nice winning angle in the next round.
Yeah, indeed. No one left behind over the course of the first sector in the middle of the map, but now this time it's someone left behind in the form of Wizzy, and Stuft doesn't get the proper entry into the dirt zoop, and that is opening up the road more than wide for Brennan Oltag to slide on through and take the lead. 1-2 for the Carmine Corp going through the third sector and the identity. This is looking great for the French duo.
Yeah, this is looking very promising for them to win that one, even though Brent didn't have the best amount of speed. So I'm not sure, can he go for the jump here? Let's follow Bren and see if he will still go for it. It's a yes, and he will also survive it. Steering to the right there accordingly, and also setting a great time here, 8.31. It's 9-2. Wild needs 2 aces in a row to even be eligible to force overtime, because then they have to win the third round after that as well, or even get an ace to win the map.
Yeah, they need to actually get 3 aces back-to-back if they want to snatch victory away from the jaws of defeat there. This is quite a big ask versus a duo like the Carmine Corp, it must be said, but never say never. And as we say, anything can happen in Trackmania, and usually does. Let's see what happens here over the course of this round. Currently, it is Stuft being left on the backside of this particular field, and he will go too tight again, and thus be forced to respawn all the way at the back of the bobsled, which is so punishing, and that is more than likely the writing on the wall. It's over.
That's all she wrote. It is over here for Wild on this map. So the scoreline is 2-2. So we go into a decisive best-of-3 on Cosmos Valley, and then ultimately Tubes, which will be the decisive map. But Oltag and Bren, they can save it. They are more than 6 seconds ahead. And also Wizzy here, not with a best line, losing a bit of time, but still going for an insane nose slide there. But, I mean, he has more speed than Oltag. So let's focus on that battle here for a little bit. Maybe Wizzy can get 1 more point for his team. And also Bren with a respawn, but it's not enough. Oltag should also go for the safe finish now, but he feels comfortable and he makes it, and also wins the round with a 0.50. Wizzy on second. Bren will get overtaken by Stuft as well, but it doesn't matter. KC wins map number 4, and it's 2-2.
2-2 indeed in the series as Stutz decides to go for the safe way. Bren decides to go that extra mile and pick up third place to guarantee a scoreline of 11-3 at the end here of this fourth map in the series. And now we are back on sort of a level playing field. We went from a best of 7 to a technical best of 5, and now to a technical best of 3 we go, with Cosmos up next.
Yeah, Cosmos is the next map, and this falls on the same ballpark as Twisted, so I really think that KC will perform good on this map. So let's see. It is a small warm-up beforehand, and also gives us time to jump into the map preview on Cosmos, a map that uses a quite different camera angle.
Yeah, definitely a different perspective, all the way top down, quite high above the track. So yeah, you're marking points and reference points are very different whenever you play from that particular point of view. RC car style, in a sense, where you have to be very wary of where your car is, because it kind of inverts your perspective on where you're steering, especially when your car is pointing in this particular direction. So it will be very cool to see how the players actually cope, and we've already seen how they cope with it and how they've got this down to a T now as we make our way through round 1.
KC here with a very good average on this map, 114.30 per round. Being in top 5, but also Wild not too far behind on P9 when it comes to average, so they also know how to play this map in particular. Right now it is Stutz and Otak in the lead, and then Wizzy on third position. Bren with a small blunder at the start finds himself a little further behind, but let's take a look what Bren can do.
Bren having actually been caught up by the no-engine hairpin, and yeah, having lost the gear, thus slowing down dramatically, prompting that half-a-second gap to pop up, and Wizzy takes advantage of that to slot himself with a bit more room to breathe in third place. And now we see Stutz and Otak just digging at it between each other, nip and tuck, checkpoint after checkpoint, just trading to trade places. And now it's Stutz trying to hold the fort through Sector 3.
Yeah, he is holding right now. It could be a victory here from Wild on KC's last pick. Wizzy with a good line there, Stutz with a low speed. This will all be decided in the last drift. Bren not too far behind either. There's a good amount of speed for Stutz. Wizzy with a good approach as well. Stutz coming closer, but it is Wizzy with a mistake. Stutz will also be behind, so it's the victory for KC instead here. It could have been so much more for Wild, but KC regaining control, going into the lead in this match.
Credit where credit's due. Great waste for the top two up front. 0.183 for Otak, a 0.2 low for Stutz. 32 thousandths of a second between these two at the finish line, and gave us a really good showing towards those final two corners as we go through round 2 now. Wizzy getting a really solid start just before the hairpin that we mentioned before, but this time that really great start gets compensated by a very heavy impact at the apex, and thus will be relegating him down to P4 as we close out the first sector with Stutz in the lead, Otak and Bren in second and third.
Some of us actually tried to play on Wizzy's setup this exact map. I wasn't able to finish. It is insanely hard, so credits to Wizzy, who plays on a very unique setup, quite different to Granadi in this way. And well, I mean, he can also do a Neo side on this kind of setup. So it is now him, unfortunately, making a mistake, but Stutz still in the lead, so he could still force that draw.
He can still force that draw indeed, but he had a very wide exit from that reactor boost part, but that, oh no! I was gonna say that little touch from Otak was gonna give a window of opportunity to breathe, but unfortunately that clip, too low of a jump on the plastic, has completely thwarted the plans of the Dutchman to score the individual victory and promoted Bren and Otak into an ace position. Bren leading quite comfortably over his teammate by 3/10. This time it's Otak's turn to make a slip up, and Wizzy takes advantage of that to salvage a point for Wild at the end of it all. 114.0, even though the times are very far removed from what we've seen very much on the regular basis today, it is still going to be the all-important win for KC to continue extending their lead.
Yeah, it is 4-2 now. Could have been a 5-1, and Ace is very overpowered there, but Bren, unfortunately, with a mistake. But still, they are taking home those points, which is very important. So let's jump into the next round. Round number 3. Will it be another victory? Everyone surviving the start. Let's follow Wizzy. Stutz clipping a bit, losing a bit of time. Also before that slowdown, or you have to slow down in that section to not get airtime and keep on accelerating. So it is Otak and Bren in the lead, but what a close round is happening right now. Bren with a very aggressive angle there, going very good into the turn, but he's still not over here as everyone is so close to each other.
First time so far on this map that we've seen all 4 drivers regroup within 0.2 of a second within the first 2 sectors of the map, right up until that little touch from Stufz there, which is going to be relegating him down a little bit further than where he would like. That was actually Wizzy that got a little touch there. And so Otak ran first and second, having a little bit of playtime with Stufz, who continues to try and find a way through into P2 at the very least, or even the lead if he has his eye on the prize right now, moving up into P2 at the expense of Brent. 0.388 at the splits there for the leader Otak, about a 10th and a half ahead of Stufz. In second place, Wizzy catching up to Brent. Can he try to plant the move on the final corner? The answer is a yes. Stufz doesn't prevail in that particular battle for the lead. It's Otak who prevails, but Wizzy, with that brilliant final corner, salvages a draw.
Very good round there between the players, so 5-3 it is. Wild fighting back. Very good match so far here in this quarterfinal. So whoever loses this match is top 5-6, alongside with Berlin International Gaming, who lost against Solary in the match beforehand. So there you go. And also the winner will play against Into the Breach.
Indeed, moving on to our next round, which is round number 4 in this particular map through map 5, and unfortunately a slight slowdown from Brent with the small wall brush at the end of the first sector just before the first top-down part, following along with Wizzy currently sitting in third, but seeing the top 2 just streak slowly but surely further and further away on his screen as he sees the gap just widen to about 0.3 of a second just before the free engine block through the plastic. And now Stufz Otak still leading and going at it through sector 3, through the reactive boost part we go.
Very important round here for Stufz and Wizzy to get some points across, but it's not the best line here from Wizzy, I thought for a second, but he gets a lot of speed out of that one. Stufz also in the lead. This is very close. 2-way battle for first and third respectively here between the players. Stufz with an insane amount of risk. Good checkpoint of time. 6,000 of a second. Brent with a good line here as well, but Wizzy again with a great ending. Stufz is in the lead. Also here Wizzy looking strong. Brent with a crest, and Stufz will get that first position, and it's the victory for Wild coming back again. It is 6-5, but what a close map that is.
What a close race at the front. 29 thousandths of a second between the top 2. 0.218 versus a 0.247 for P1 and P2 respectively. That was a very, very solid showing there for Wild on that particular round, where they needed to show that they were able to kind of rein that gap in and prevent any further runaway in terms of the scores. Unfortunately for Stufz, we didn't get the proper setup just before the hairpin, so he will be relegated down to P4 and be compounded by quite a amount of speed loss. Otak also clipping quite heavily at the bottom of the plastic, but still slowing down dramatically as well. And so at the end of Sector 1, it will be Wizzy Bren clucking horns at the lead, but then further down, Otak and Stufz battling for third.
Yeah, Stufz is not having the best start there, but also Otak falling behind. So this third position could be very important again in this round, as Wizzy finds himself on that battle for first together with Bren. But right now, 0.2 behind. The gaps are quite big right now, 0.7 of a second. Let's follow Otak here in this uphill drift into the identity we go here. Just one more section to go, and look at Bren. Bren on a great time, 0.3 ahead.
Bren on a great time, 0.3 ahead, but still Stufz and Otak battling at it, trying to make it a victory for Otak there for the Karmine Corp, managing to go ahead of Stufz to third position. Can he hold on until the bitter end? That is the very question there that we're going to have to try and find an answer for, and already the answer's coming in the form of Stufz getting ahead of not only Otak, but also his own teammates to move from 4th to 2nd, and thus enforce yet another draw that will see the Karmine Corp get onto map point number 3. But Wild are not that far off.
I really want to emphasize Stufz's identity there. This was beautifully executed here from the Dutchman, from the young Dutch player who has just been improving so much. Second at Racer Summit, just behind Epos here this year as well, and also a good regional performance here. They won it twice, so Stufz and Wizzy and his teammate, where they used to play for Exalti B, and then they teamed up with Team Wild just after that. So it is Stufz now with another good start. His identity's on point right now, not making mistakes there, and also here having a good line. Bren had to readjust a little bit. Otak overtaking, and Wizzy not too far behind either. Otak left alone because it is Bren who has made a mistake.
Just a slight touch at the very start of the engine cut section, which is going to be compounding the speed loss that you get there. 0.7 of a second being conceded by the man from the Karmine Corp. As his teammate is left as Malcolm in the middle, as were with first and third Stufz and Wizzy right now, who are going to be looking to get the victory on their hands once again to try and even out the gap and make it on an 8-8 scoreline as we move our way through the identity right now. 0.242, this is looking really good actually on the side of Stufz for a good time, and we see Wizzy just trying to play it safe, playing the format, going so close to the poles on the inside, but it will be Stufz winning ahead of Otak by 0.2 and a 0.018. signed by Stubbs. Wizzy in third, 8-8 at the end of this round. Both teams on map point number 3.
New PB from Stuff, just emphasizing his great performance here on this map. Little overtime it is, because every result that is a victory or an ace would result into a map winner, or every outcome in that way. So whoever wins will win this map here for now and else. So we're just gonna go into another round if it's a draw in this case. But Stuff just seems hard to beat here, taking a lot of momentum into the next round. But Wizzy, his teammate, now already needs to rely on Stuffs, because he's already half a second behind. But Stuffs still with a great start. Bren and Oltak right now leading the round. They could win their last map pick.
All the hopes of Wild rest on the shoulders of the youngster from their own team. The 18-year-old from the Netherlands continuing to do battle with Bren right now for the lead, continuing to trail the Frenchman by barely 600ths of a second. Through the reactor boost we go now. They're going side by side at the start of Sector 3 right now. Otak continuing to keep a close eye on the proceedings there in third place, maybe trying to wait for his opportunity to strike to make it an ace for the Garmin Court to finish in really convincing fashion. Moving on to the final Scandi flick before the identity. Bren still in the lead, but now Otak challenging Stoff for second place. Stoff's trying to go for the full inside line through the left hand. There we go. Now back over to the right. Stoff's, Otak, Bren still side by side. Stoff's manages to go through into the lead of the race. Otak so close to disaster, and it is another draw, 9-9 at the end of this round.
I want to see this particular replay in the normal camera. I think Stufts was so close there of making a mistake. This was insane. Stufts just surviving that and forcing a draw. This was so important. Oltak and Bren on second and third in this round. What a great ending there from Stufts, performing under pressure, and you can see it, pressure makes diamonds. What an important map win this will be. I was already, we're gonna go to Valley now, but now it is Stufts with a mistake. Wizzy has to do the same that Stufts has done last round.
Yeah, he needs to really deliver the goods when he needs it the most. Right now we see a bit of a slow exit from Bren, allowing Wizzy to catch back up, but he had a little bit of a break tap actually at the exit from that particular top-down view. So Otak, Bren still hold on to first and second, and they are looking to try and prevent that scenario from happening again. That happened in the previous round as we go through the reactor boost, now through the 90 right, back uphill onto flat at the start of Sector 3. It's still Otak, Bren leading the race.
Yeah, they are leading the race, and this is looking very promising for them. Bren and Otak just have to sort out the identity. We have seen, however, Bren crashing already beforehand. So let's see, will he survive? It is Bren, not with the best amount of speed compared to Wizzy here. Wizzy can come closer. They have to survive this turn here. Bren will do so, and KC wins their last pick. And we go to Valley now, but it is KC regaining control. 12-9, good performance, but also Wizzy and Stufts came so close there, and we're also able to win this map.
The going was all but tough for KC though, because Wild still clung on really well. They really gave Carmine Corp a solid run for their money with those back-to-back victories, enabling them to close the gap back down to basically nullify it at the very start of the last round, and thus it all came down to one final round where they needed to deliver. Unfortunately, it did not pass this time. They will have to absolutely deliver on Valley though, if they want to keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, their last pick here it is, and we have seen a thrilling match here against Split yesterday, where Split were 9-7 ahead, and Wizzy and Stufts were magically able to find an ace and forcing the last map there. So good luck and have fun to Wild, who have to win this map to force a final map, which would be
Tubes as a decider. Would be quite the spectacle to behold between these two teams as round one is underway right here, right now. And we see all four members continuing to run in a packed group. No real discrepancy of pace to be denoted for now, as we see from the perspective of Otak. Through the first sector we go, going toe-to-toe with Stufts for third place. Stufts having a very slow exit at the corner, thus promoting the Frenchman up into third.
Oh, but Stufts already with a respawn here. He's quite far behind. Bren and Otak with a very good start. Wizzy is a bit further behind, and also his PB 108.31. It's a good time, but maybe he cannot really then push so much. But just when I think about that, it is Wizzy absolutely proving me wrong here, promoting up to first position. But Bren also has a very good bug slide there. Is in the lead, but Wizzy with so much more speed.
Took a little bit of penalty sand actually, Bren, allowing Wizzy to move up into the lead just before the first jump into the identity. Thus Wizzy will be in the net lead. Can Bren retaliate to try and salvage something? Quarter of a second of a gap, that's quite a bit to make up. It's not impossible though, and that is the job made a lot easier by Wizzy, unfortunately missing the gate, going for two times over the line and hitting a pillar head on, and thus Bren will take first place, Otak second, and just like that, an ace being given on the silver plate by Wild to KC.
Yeah, that was an important ace there for them to get, but this could have been a draw here if Wizzy had survived this last jump. And, well, it is quite unfortunate, but you should just reset your mental. The question is, can Wild, Stufz and Wizzy, who are playing this game for 3 years only, can they do that? Can they fight their way back and just be in the zone in the next round here? Because this is already very important. They should just not get ace in this one, because Oltag and Bren are trying to do that right now.
But Wizzy looking to try and keep up the pace with the two Carmine Corp members. Bren going for a bit of a late entry. Too much airtime maybe on the side of the Frenchman. Stufz giving a little bit of a nibble on the inside ring there through the reactor glider. And now through the ring CP we go. Going very far to the right-hand side before setting yourself up for the long left-hander in the dirt. It will be Wizzy currently with the net lead at the start of Sector 3. Marked with this very, very tight buck slide there. A little bit of a wall touch on the side of Brendan. He manages to catch up still with his teammate, but what a round from the Wild guys through the identity we go.
Yeah, this was a wild round indeed. Oltag with a very aggressive approach, going super wide there. So it is Stufz and Wizzy now in the lead, and they can get the counter ace if both of them survive. Wizzy so far to the left again, and he has to respawn. And also Stufz not with the best line there. Bren has more speed, and it will actually be a tie as you have seen it. Stufz finishing more on the left, so that was hard to spot. And it is Stufz taking it because he was ahead on the last checkpoint.
He was indeed ahead at the last split, but yeah, very unfortunate from Wizzy to have that second issue happen. Well, that issue, that misalignment happened twice on the trot at the very same jump. It is always the last jump that seems to be causing a few issues there for Wizzy so far on these opening few rounds as we go on to round number 3 from the perspective of the Wheelman from the United Kingdom, currently at the tail end of the field, jumping through this double right-hander before heading into the reactor boost, and then the jump on the banking. Very, very close to the barrier we go. A bit too close for comfort for Stufz, who's going to be clipping with the back wheels and thus relegated to P4 as it's Oltag, Bren, and Wizzy toe-to-toe for the top 3.
It was their round to win there. The round number 2 it was, but now it is Oltag and Bren leading the round, and they could go into the lead by 6 points, and then Wild have to pull out something amazing. They have done it already against Split, but it's their round that they have to get at least 1 point in. But Bren and Oltag with a very good section here, again tight to the 1000, and it's their round to lose. Oltag with another different approach there again, and also Wizzy fighting back. Let's follow Wizzy's POV here and check what he can do. Bren and Oltag with a good amount of speed here, and Wizzy now surviving their identity. Bren so close there with his right back wheel, but it will be another ace for KC at 7-1, and now Wild, they have to act, else the match is over.
The writings on the wall, they have their backs against the wall, I should say, rather, on the Wild side. But Bren's approach, from our perspective, we were thinking he was going to be headed for the inside pillar of the gate and that he would not make it through, but he makes it through, and the way he goes out wide allows him to roll through the corner with so much more speed compared to the rest of the field, and thus secure that individual win for himself as we go on to match point for KC. They do need an ace to pull it off, but we've seen it happen, and also Wild not really in a really good position to fight back for the time being.
Yeah, not a good position here as Stufz doesn't get the best start. It's really a game of momentum right now that we are facing at the moment, or Wizzy and Stufz are facing against themselves, because Oltag and Bren after 2 aces just looking so strong. And also here Oltag is getting a good start. Bren on last place, but gets a lot of speed out of that corner, and it is another close fight here. KC can take it home with an ace. It is match point for them, and Bren can also promote to 2nd place, but look at that turn here from Wizzy.
That is also a great turn from Stufz to keep him in contention for 2nd place even versus Oltag. Through the buck slide they go, and it is going to be advantage Wild for Wizzy, but Stufz is still under threat from both Oltag and Bren for 2nd position. Heading to the first,
Bren
jump through the
respawn.
gate. Bren might be respawning indeed. He went way too tight. Well spotted there, and Stufz versus Oltag for 2nd place. This is very important right now for Wild to try and slash the gap back down to 3 points. Can they make it stick all the way through to the finish line? Oltag trying to go for the snipe versus Stufz. It will not work out this time around. Wizzy wins with a .321, a quarter of a second ahead of his teammate, and Wild, when they needed it the most, they get those 3 points and reduce the gap to 3 points, 7-4.
Yeah, it could have been 6-6 at this point, if you remember round number 2, where they have binned that ace away. So Wild certainly on pace, and this shows why they have picked this certain map, a map that was heavily loved by Berlin International Gaming, who went out in the round beforehand. But they kind of swapped their game plan there a little bit and went with the with the dive pick, which was really cool. I really liked it. But let's focus on this round because Stufz and Wizzy still have some work to do before they can win this map. They are 3 points behind KC, who are getting a very promising start here in this round.
Stufz and Wizzy can still realistically have a say, especially in this round, as Otak had a little bit of a slow exit from the reactor boost bug slide section, so he will be still at the tail end of the field in P4. Oh, Stufz, that was very, very close, forced to overcorrect, and this allows Otak to move up into P3. Through the bug slide, we go from the perspective of the Frenchman. It's still third place for now. Wizzy still in the lead, a little bit of penalty sand on the way into the identity right now on the side of the Englishman. Can he still make it stick into the lead? Brent trying to carry a bit more speed, going for a more outside approach, trying to roll the car through the corner. Still Wizzy into the lead of the race. Brent having messed up the entry into the chicane. Can he try to salvage this through the second gate? Otak versus Wizzy. Otak trying to go for a last-ditch effort, and Stufz potentially trying to snipe for second place.
He will.
It's not enough for Stufz to make it into P2. At the very least, P3 will be going for him. It is a victory for Wild that continues this trend of bridging the gap back down. Still KC on match points, and they only need 2 points to make it happen.
0.003 of a second, another insanely close round there, and you can see how close those rounds are in the end. Sometimes a bit hard to spectate if it's left and right side, but there you go. KC are still getting 1 point out of that round, and with that finding themselves up to 8 points. A victory is needed. Oh, and Wizzy and Stufz both with individual mistakes in this round. Oh, and we see Otak and Bren now with a very, very good lead here. They only have to survive this map, and then this match is over. But Wild, with a very good performance, they have evolved over in this series of events and just played a very good match. And let's see if it will happen or not. Let's go into the last identity by the looks of it in this match here, as Wizzy has to get a magical first position to force a last round here on this map.
Here we go then from the perspective of Wizzy, trying to go out of the blaze of glory, trying to snatch second place away from Brand, but he goes a little bit too tight at the chicane, thus allowing the Frenchman to move back up into second place just before the second gate.
That's it.
Otak and Brand first and second as Wizzy respawns. Ladies and gentlemen, it is GG to KC, who win this last map on a score of 11-6 and win the series overall 4-2. Kind of confirmed to what I was maybe predicting a little bit more backstage, where I was kind of predicting a 4-2 scoreline, and in the end we got it.
Yeah, in the end we got it, but what a close match that was, especially on Cosmos there. This could have gone either way, and kind of similar match compared to the one that we've had beforehand.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, the players still doing a little bit of debrief and still handshaking each other, fist bumping each other, because camaraderie is still very much the name of the game on the Trackmania scene. For those of you who just came in, a 4-2 win for the Karmine Corp. Wild gave it all they could and still performed admirably for their first ever World Championship appearance, finishing in the top 5-6 as a result of this match. And yeah, I bet we will be seeing more of Stufz and Wizzy in the upcoming future in Trackmania and competitive Trackmania more especially. Just as we wait for the Karmine Corp to go onto the interview desk and join Kai for a little bit of a word post-game, it is a perfect time to thank once again our partners for this Trackmania World Championship 2023, those being AMD, Alienware, and Caporal, without whose contribution this event on this particular scale would not have been made possible. So a big thanks again for their unwavering support for the 2023 Trackmania World Championship. And yeah, we're already done with the quarterfinals, so I suggest we should take a little bit of a look at the playoff bracket just before we go into the interviews to get a little bit of a summary of the matches that will be upcoming. So there you go. Semi-final one will be the next matchup with Alliance versus Solary, and then Into the Breach will be playing versus the Karmine Corp just after that match. And in the meantime, Kai is ready along with the Karmine Corp for a little post-game interview.
Hello, Brennan Otak. Congratulations to your victory. This was a nice match. I mean, it started off with a clear victory on your first pick, and then it kind of went a little bit around. I mean, you were a bit behind. What did it do to you? Like, were you feeling the pressure?
Yeah, we kind of scared ourselves on the second map. Like, I don't know what happened, honestly. Because we were feeling confident on warm-up, and then on match we were a bit scared, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Tempest, you made a lot of individual mistakes. You clipping the corner as well, magically still being alive there, but still a great performance. And then also Cosmos. Man, Stufz had some great endings there. This could have also gone like into their favor. And I mean, this match is kind of similar to the one that we're seeing today at the start, I would say.
Yeah, you're right. On Cosmos, honestly, we were feeling as confident as well, like on the other maps. But yeah, Stufz had crazy end. And yeah, he kind of put pressure on us. we feel that pressure honestly, and yeah, we managed to win the map, so it's fine.
Yeah, but at the end, I think just small individual mistakes have decided it. So congratulations on that victory. Now going to the next match. Of course, you have top 4 secured, so congratulations on that. You play against maybe a bit more stronger team. The Vice Champion is coming up. Also for you, it's a rematch against Mime. It will be ITB. Like, how will you prepare for this match? You have a little bit of a break. What will this do to you?
I need a break right now. I don't want to play straight away, but yeah, I think we need to step it up. Like, we played quite good on some rounds. They put some pressure on us. Like, they played good, honestly. Like, it's not only our mistakes, you know. But yeah, I feel like we need to step it up if we want to have a chance against ITB. So it will be tough, but I guess we can make it if we just feel more confident during the rounds.
It's a heavily momentum-based game, and you could have seen that especially on GeForce for you guys, where you just were able to get those rounds through. And I think Wild had a chance on Valley to take it home, but they were just throwing away this one ace in round 2 where you got 1 point out of it.
Yeah, I mean, we knew for a fact that Wild was so good on GeForce, so it's kind of a miracle that we won it. Like, luckily they did some mistakes and we were able to catch the rounds, but I mean, they're a good team and I think they did a good World Cup.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the interview, and also huge credos to Wild, playing a very, very good World Championship, 5th, 6th position, tied with Berlin International Gaming. And thank you very much, and good luck in your match as well. And guys, we're gonna see you after a 15-minute break for a bang of a match that is coming up, Solary versus Alliance.
Do it like
Run it up. Run it up.
Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Hello guys and welcome back to the Trackmania World Championship of 2023. I'm Lucas Turbo and I'm really hyped to bring you the semifinals alongside with Geek. But before that, let's take a look what actually happened yesterday for the people who have just joined in, because we have seen already quite of an upset, I would say, where Solary lost against ITB and went down into another match that they have played against Berlin International Gaming. And now they are in the semi-final against Alliance, who are playing their first match of the day today. They have won 4-2 against KC, against Kamin Corp, and they can see it as well. Alliance versus Solary it is. It will be a best of 7, so 7 maps will be played. You need to win 4 maps in order to win the match and move into the grand final and have 6,000 euro guaranteed under your belt. All right, but enough of that. We have 2 teams that are ready and are there to fight as well. On the blue corner, it is Team Alliance with Moda and Soldier. So welcome Mother and Soldier. You have played a very good match yesterday against KC. Is there anything that you have prepared in particular to play against Solary that is of course hungry to reach the grand final?
Nothing in particular, but we're very well prepared. Yeah,
so you just feel confident on all the maps, I would suppose.
Yeah, we have some strategies coming in, but we don't want to leak anything before the pick and ban. We'll just have to wait and see.
Okay, so already a bit of an outlook that will happen. So maybe some new lines, some new strats that will come into play. I mean, we have seen also the dive pick coming in from Big, so I'm looking forward to that. So you haven't played a match. Do you think that is a disadvantage for this day or an advantage?
A match on what?
Yeah, on today. So you haven't played a match today,
yeah,
because Solary has played against Big already.
I mean, it gives us time to warm up and not lose any focus throughout the day. So we're like very hot to play right now, but we're not like tired after one match, so that's good.
Yeah, that is correct. So good luck and also have fun, Moda and Soldier. Thank you very much, and you can go to your seat. So. All right, so we have one more team, of course, the 6 times world champion combined. It is Team Solary with Pack and Carl Jr. They just won against Berlin International Gaming beforehand, and now they find themselves in the semi-finals. Hello, Pack.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Very good.
Yeah, that's nice. So you already won a match today. The momentum is rolling. What is the game plan for today?
Try and win again, and don't crash.
Yeah, and also edge, right? I mean, this is probably still in your head a little bit because you have almost threw it away there.
Yeah, I guess. Nearly again against Big, but typical Big, always fashion is just when they're so far behind on the final map, they will come back, and they do it time and time again, and it was a bit of a scary moment for us there, but yeah, we're here against Alliance. Hopefully we can win again.
Will we also see a surprise from you guys? A surprise pick, a surprise line, anything like that?
No, we've shown everything.
Okay, you went all in already. Okay,
yeah, exactly. We've shown everything, and we just need to do what we know.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck in the match as well. And
thank you.
Yeah, there you go. So let's head over to Geek as well, who's already ready at the casting booth, and I'll be joining him in a second.
Yeah, I am more than ready for a very, very thrilling match that will be awaiting us, because this is pretty much grand final level lineups that we're already seeing here in the semi-final. But before we get stuck into presenting this game very much in depth, a quick shout out and a huge thank you to our partners AMD, Alienware and Caporal, without whose contribution the event like this Trackmania World Championship of 2023 wouldn't have been possible in the way that it occurred. And just as a quick reminder, there is still the giveaway running for amazing prizes, and it is the last day for you to be able to enter, so make sure to go check that out whenever you can. And Kai, Solary versus Alliance, this is going to be quite the spectacle to behold.
Yeah, that will be an awesome match to follow. I think both teams are ready, they are prepared. But I mean, I was talking about the momentum aspect as well. Of course, Solary had a break of 1 match now that maybe got them a bit cooled down, and Alliance is fresh in the day. Is it an advantage, a disadvantage? We have seen insane rundowns out of loser bracket, consolidation final, grand final, and players winning that. And I mean, that is just very important to consider.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the factors that can depend on which side of the fence you're on. you might be preferring maybe to have a little bit more of a later start to your bracket run to make sure that you can actually get the proper time to psych yourself into it, whereas there are other people who thrive more with longer bracket runs as they can actually just get down the business and just continue the momentum, keep going as the matches plow through.
I do think that this will be a close match regardless. We were already calling it beforehand, where Wild played against KC. Was also on the edge, but kind of similar to the match that we've seen beforehand. But now, of course, it's the semifinals. It's top 4 locked in for the teams already. So 2.3k accumulated already. And let's jump into the player presentation. We have already seen Solary today. Carl Jr. and Pack are playing in a team that is just, it's pretty unfair to have that kind of team, no?
Yep. Yeah, it feels a little bit overpowered. The two steamrollers of the Solary duo with basically pedigrees that are basically the length of my arm in terms of resume. In terms of competition wins. Pack, we didn't mention it enough, but a great tech player, of course, 2016 World Champion, 3-time Gamers Assembly winner, actually, as well, in the tech style. And, of course, Carl Jr., we don't really need any introduction anymore as the results speak for themselves.
The GOAT here, Carl Jr., also a very good performance just a couple of weeks ago in the Ascension tournament. Of course, he could have won it there, but a good Gwen outclassed him there eventually. So let's see if he can redeem himself and also reach the grand final here. We have the first match, the first semifinal that comes into play, and after that we have another match between KC and ITB.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the set of matches that we'll be witnessing over the course of the day, over the rest of the day here, as we get a little bit of a gander for the first time today at the Alliance lineup. Mada, Patrick Radicic of his real name, and Solja, Alistair Adodwum, both Cameron 1 players, gamepad for Mada, keyboard for Solja. Solja, TMCL 2022 champion, having managed to make his way through in the dominant season, and of course Mada, Spring 2022 TMGL champion, a podium finisher in the 2022 World Cup, having made such an amazing progression since the beginning of the competitive aspect of the Trackmania 2020 game, having made a really solid progression, and now competing for his first world crown.
Yeah, Moda with such a deep game knowledge in this game, and already only with 1 season behind him, he has qualified to the TMGL circuit. So what a great performance. Also Solja, after trying it in 2021, he has qualified to TMGL in 2022 and then also found a teammate that he kind of got with him, so he grew alongside with his teammate and just played a very good role with him as well.
Yeah, indeed, and the Alliance kind of took a little bit of time to have those the results bear fruit of their collaboration. Stage 1 didn't really go according to plan, but in Stage 2, the switch just flicked on, and they were just absolutely unbeatable, be it in the regular season or even in the playoffs, where they defeated a very nicely resurgent Big as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a good match. That was the rematch here. Maybe you guys remember the lower bracket that took into play. I mean, of course, here you can see the bracket again, but Solary played against Big already, and that was an insane comeback that Big was able to make into the final against Alliance. So there you go, Alliance versus Solary it is, and then ITB versus KC after that, and then the grand finale after that, where players will fight it out for the World Championship title. The thing is, will we see a new World Champion today? Because Carl Jr. and Pack have already won the World Championship title once, and also 5 times for Carl Jr., obviously.
Yeah, and I think those are the only 2 reigning World Champions still standing in competition in this 2023 World Championship. So it will be very interesting to see whether or not Alliance can defeat the long-standing figures in the World Championship history to try and seize the opportunity for themselves to get that title. And yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. Now, in terms of prediction, this is going to be one of those things where I feel like we're going to be seeing a Game 7, and judging by the form from today, I have yet to see. Alliance is a little bit of the unknown variable there. I'm thinking Solary might have the edge, but it will be a Game 7 situation and also a very close scoreline.
Speaking of edge, though, edge against Big showed us what the winning condition for Alliance can be. They can close it out there, and I do think that they can snatch 1 or 2 picks even away from them. But also, I want to talk about what Alliance has said in the interview beforehand, because they said they have something prepared. What will it be? Will it be a new line? Will it be just a new pick? Maybe something like Dive, or Dive is the band. Who knows? I have no idea. I'm as surprised as you guys, because they were not leaking anything. Also not backstage.
Yeah, they managed to keep everything airtight and locked up, everything zipped up not any trace of leaks to be noted over the course of the weekend to see whether or not they could pull off something special whenever it counts the most. And already this is a very, very important match because yes, top 4 locked in, and yeah, the winner goes through to the grand final. There is no rematch, no second chances, as we are in a single elimination bracket situation.
Yeah, but you had to also qualify for that at the beginning. So this is not an easy task to do. But I do think, I mean, Spam, who's also streaming his Alliance POV, is also streaming it. I mean, obviously he thinks that he believes in his teammates or in his team, and in this case, I do think that he has. I mean, obviously he has his prediction.
He has a valid reason to believe so because yeah, Alliance have had some very, very strong showing since the beginning of the weekend, starting from Friday on with that 4-1 victory that they managed to get in the group stage. If we can get back the group stage bracket just to get a little bit of a gander at the journey that Alliance had over the course of this competition. But yeah, Alliance pretty much undefeated. Yeah, 4-1 versus Big, and then that 4-2 win that came very, very close to so closely fought maps, but ultimately the Alliance managing to prevail in that situation. So yeah, having the upper hand and having a really, really good boost in confidence and morale as a result of this.
Yeah, so Alliance played really well against both teams. If you take a look into the direct comparison, both teams went 4-1 against Big.
Yeah.
So that is something to consider. And guys, we will be starting with a pick and ban here very soon. And again, a quick shout out to our sponsors. We have already mentioned it, but I think we cannot stress it enough. AMD, Caporal, and Alienware. Thank you very much for contributing tremendously to this event. Without that, the event would have not been possible in this way. But the pick and ban has started. Let's see what will happen and what surprises we are going to see. Backflip is the first ban, obvious after seeing the line from Muda.
Obvious counter ban rather on the side of Solary with Edge being banned. Okay, already playing a little bit of a thorn on the side of Solary there. And first pick will be Tubes as the opener. We'll get to see Tubes for the first time today. Okay, this is interesting. And then immediately followed up by Cosmos, picked by Pack for Solary.
Okay, that is interesting to see. So Tubes, is that the surprise? What will we see there? And then we can also see Tempest being picked by the top seed, by Alliance, who are blue team, so they are the top seed in this match. So Tempest and also Twisted, so Cosmos and also Twisted are pretty similar in the style. So there you go.
Cosmos and Twisted, pretty similar in style indeed. Tempest in third map. Dive will be the final pick from the Alliance, as map 5, map 6 will be Valley, picked by Pack, and then Surf will be the decider for Game 7.
Yeah, there you go. So pick and ban locked in. And let's jump into a very good map, Tubes. I did not expect Tubes being picked. Might be one of the maps that has hardly been picked. I mean, there was a lot of shenanigans going on.
We did see it as a decider over the course of the weekend, and we did see it as the opener once over the course of the weekend. So it is definitely not an uncommon occurrence to see that over the course of this particular final stage. Although, yeah, as an opener, it's not that popular of a pick.
Yeah, I agree with that. So good luck and have fun to the teams. You have to win 4 maps in order to move on into the grand final. The loser takes 3rd, 4th position. Solary versus Alliance. Here we go. Carl Jr. and Pack versus Muda and Soja.
And thus we go on Tubes for our opening map here in this best of 7 series. Tubes, where the core of this map is going to be, of course, the tube flips, especially the ones at the ending. 2 tube flips back to back, where you have to be very, very precise at the landing. Of course, the staircase as well can have a very important role to play towards Sector 1. Sector 2, where you have a very, very sandy section through the right, then left, with a little bit of a dip in the water, then regain the grip in the dirt. And then, of course, the identity, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on, with those pipe flips. And the final pipe flip before the finish line, where you have to have a 3/4 rotation before having the proper bounce. As we make our way through to round 1, we are underway for the first semi-final of the day. Alliance versus Solary for 1 place in the grand final.
Quickly had to search where my mouse was, but there you go. We figured it out. It is Pack and Carl Jr. batting it out against Muda and Soja. Nothing has been decided here just yet, as we also are seeing Pack and Muda with a great start. Muda flipping so far up there, having a lot of speed there, and it is Pack in the lead. Carl Jr. a bit further behind. The 5-time world champion currently is behind, and Muda and Soja with a good start here. But look at that, it is still a very open round.
Carl Jr. being set back down to P4 because of the very, very high line that he had at the very first pipe flip. So he will be consigned to P4 for now through the second and third sector, but he's still trying to find an opportunity to catch back up to Muda and Solja in second and third. Right now it's still Pack holding the lead steadily for Team Solar to try and salvage a draw from this, but what a landing from Muda as Pack is looking to have a lot lower speed, but they're going to be side by side through the final tube, and it's going to be a fall off the pipe for Pack, forcing him to respawn and thus giving the ace for the Alliance at the end of this first round with a 104.432. Damage control mode has not been properly switched on, and it showed on the final tube.
I think this pick caught Solary off guard a little bit, and it is the ace for Alliance here. So great performance, not the fastest times, but just a consistent performance seals the deal, and with that they get themselves that first 3 points, and we can already see the first mistake by the 2016 world champion from the United Kingdom. It is Pack with the respawn. Carl Jr. left alone, and Muda and Soja can just play the format here and just go for that 1 point.
Yeah, but even though they can play the format, Muda decides to show a little bit more than we could potentially bargain for here with those kind of situations that are heavily favorable for the Alliance. Carl Jr. in the meantime still holding on to the lead, trying to bring at the very least 1 point on the scoreboard for Team Solary as Muda slows down dramatically just before the Beef-Paf section, dipping the tire into the waters at this point through the left-hander. Now through the final sector, the identity to start the first pipe flip there.
Okay.
Carl, Muda, and Solja. Carl still holding a pretty good lead of about half a second there before the final pipe. Huge slowdown from Muda, allowing Solja to move up into second place. Doesn't get the proper bounce and will be consigned into the pool. Carl Muda, first and second pass, forced to respawn.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It will still be Solja third, so it will be the draw that will keep the Alliance 3 points ahead, and Solary still managed to get 1 point for their efforts.
Yeah, so Pack not able to finish there, and it is a DNF, and it is 4-1. So only Carl Jr. able to survive there, but 1.2 seconds away from the world record from Mime. So that is not the fastest time that we have seen on this map thus far, but it is enough to win rounds, especially if it's so hectic at the start. So there you go. Let's go into round number 3 and see what Solja and Muda have prepared here. It looks they're just very consistent on this map and just try to force mistakes from their opponents.
Yeah, indeed, and looks like they're going to be trying to right the wrongs on the Solary side to try and make themselves a bit of a better showing into round 3. Through the first sector we go, and the first pipe flip is nice and clean. Everybody regrouped within half a tenth of a second, 52 milliseconds between first and last at the start of sector 2. Heading through this platform part, make sure to avoid dipping your wheel in the water to avoid losing too much grip.
Wow,
now Muda having
start.
to be forced to slow down. That's a great stuff being displayed by the Solary camp. Sector 3 underway, and it will be Carl and Pack having put 2/10 of a gap between themselves and the Alliance.
So Carl Jr. and Pack here with a prime position to get that ace in this round. Oh, but Pack now with a good line, slowing down a lot, allowing both Alliance players to overtake here. And let's see what Muda can do in the ending. Oh my god, holding so much speed, but it will not be enough to overtake. But look how much he gained there in terms of speed. So this, I think, has a lot of potential, and it is another draw. Carl Jr. with an okay time, winning the round with a 104.62, and it's another draw. So Pack doesn't really find himself into the match thus far.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to find himself dialed in quite fast enough to be able to kind of get a proper landing, because that was really the landing at the first pipe flip that cost Pack dearly on this particular run, and that has cost ultimately Solary the potential to actually catch back up and level the playing field as early as round number 3. But now to round 4 we go. They are going to give it another crack, that's for sure. As we're moving through sector 1 pretty briskly here will be Carl, Muda, Pack, Solja through the splits, 32,000 apart.
Yeah, very close round here. 32,000 different approaches being utilized there as well. Pack and Muda with that left flip tied to the checkpoint, now 100 apart. And Carl Jr. and Solja are also fighting it out. Good round coming into play. Very important for Solary to stay alive on this map, on the surprise pick by Alliance. And it is Muda currently leading the round here. This is looking really good for Muda as he is fighting it out with Pack. Let's take a look into the identity.
Onto the third and final sector we go with the first pipe flip. This is where Pack had a little bit of his wild moment there, and this time it is Solja and Pack both left by the wayside, leaving it to Muda and Carl Jr. to decide. Carl going solo onto the final pipe, but it will not be enough to catch up to the Australian player from the Alliance, signing a 104.072. Solja Soldier coming up the better for wear from the strugglers at the first pipe flip, and thus will be finishing in third place, allowing the Alliance to extend their lead and reach map point number 1. 7-3 for the blue side.
Such a messy map or ending in this sector here, and Alliance extends their lead to 4 points here. So track point for them if they can find an ace that they've already done in round number 1. So good performance so far, and everything looks controlled here for Soldier and Moda. However, Moda not getting the best start, just making a mistake before the freewheel section. Pack and Carl Jr. are also in the mix, and now Soldier has to deny the ace.
Here we go then, start of Sector 2 with the pipe flip, with Soldier currently sitting pretty in second position. Pack still sitting in the lead with a pretty comfortable 2/10 advantage at the start of Sector 2. Now Carl Jr. catching back up to Soldier, moving up into second position, just ahead of the Belgian, who continues to go wheel to wheel with the Canadian. Unfortunately for Mudda, he's been forced to respawn, so it's all down to Soldier now to hold it onto Sector 3.
Let's go into the identity of Soldier with a beautiful uphill here, having a lot of speed, and is neck and neck with Carl Jr. releasing a bit beforehand, gets a good entry there, has a bit more speed than Carl. Carl will be able to hold the gear, but it is Soldier with more speed. Soldier can make it happen. Pack with a good line. Soldier with a good flip here, but Pack along with a mistake. Soldier with a snipe! Are you kidding me? What an ending was that, and the momentum swings back to Alliance.
And you can already see the agitation on Mudda's face just witnessing what just happened there. And yeah, what an ending from Soldier, committing for the super low line at the final flip and getting the proper bounce as well, because he was carrying so much forward speed as well, so much longitudinal speed. It could have been oh so wrong if he got a little bit too far into the splash.
Yeah, wow, what an ending there from Soldier. Also utilizing this low line there, or like high into low approach in that staircase. So Soldier just doing it so well there, but also Carl Jr. with a good flip will have a lot of speed in exchange, but right now falls down to P number 4 temporarily. And look at that, the blue team is swarming out. They need a victory, and then this map is over, Geek. So let's see, Pack has to get first, Carl Jr. also on second preferably, but it's such a close round right now.
It is indeed a close round. That Mudda moving back up to third place. It's Pack being shuffled to the back of the field at the start of Sector 3 with a very, very wonky exit from the PFAF section. Now onto the identity, the first pipe flip. It's CJR in the lead of fight of Soldier and Mudda. And we do have a little bit of a pipe flip incident on the side of Soldier, not having the proper landing. And now Pack overtaking Mudda for second place, but forced to overcorrect. Can he try to retaliate? Carl Jr. on the third for Mudda. It's not enough this time for 16 milliseconds. 0.028 versus 8.4, courtesy of Mudda. It is still map point for the Alliance. 3 points of a lead still. One ace that they can see coming, but they only need an individual second place to get that first map in the books.
It seems like Solary woke up there on that last round, finding that victory, but still they need an ace now, or it will be over for them on the first pick from Alliance. Let's see, Alliance only need of a second position, then this map is over, and we're gonna go to Cosmos, the first pick from Team Solary. Let's see, let's follow Pack here for his very low flip compared to Soldier as well, and it is also Mudda in the mix. It's such a close round here again, Geek.
It is indeed a really, really close round. Less than a tenth of the split between first and last. Maybe Soldier being left by the wayside after the 180 left-hander with the water in the middle. Now the P5 section in Mudda going full send, moving up into the lead ahead of Pack for the lead of the race. Currently Pack trying to retaliate through the long left-hander and right-hander in the dirt through the first pipe flip, but the identity Pack versus Mudda. Carl Jr. forced to concede, forced to yield. Pack versus Mudda. It's going to be down to the wire once again through the final pipe flip. Pack carrying so much speed, managing to keep the two-wheel contact. Mudda cannot answer that back. 0.181, and Solary, unfortunately for them, it was not enough to continue through. It is the Alliance taking the first map on a 10-8 score. It was a wake-up that we witnessed from Solary a few rounds earlier, but it was too little too late in the end.
Yeah, it was too little too late, and this 1 point there was enough. But what a great performance then from all the players there in the ending. And we go to our second pick now from the red team, from Solary. It will be Cosmos, a map that we have seen a lot of close fights today on, and also an insane ending from Stufts.
Yeah, indeed, and that ending is really our main point of focus for us, because whenever we see the splits, that how close they are over the course of the entire map, and you see this section right there with so many opportunities to try and go for the absolute latest apex you can in those two sets of corners, the left-hander, then the right-hander. There is a lot of opportunities for overtaking there.
Yeah, and the question now is that what Alliance prepared? Is it just the pick? Will it be something else? what will it be? Tempest is their next pick, and then it will be Dive. Of course, that is something very unique. I mean, Dive being a pick where Pack and Calgenia did not look that good on. So I do think that we definitely have 6 maps to be played if they have prepared that. Keep in mind, this is Solari's pick, and Pack and Calgenia are doing their homework right now.
Yeah, they are getting down to business right now as early as round 1 through the top-down section, marking the start of Sector 2. And currently, it is Pack and Carl tandeming this together, trying to widen the gap a little bit, giving themselves a little bit of room to breathe, a little bit of room to manage the race from the front, as we currently witness Soldier trying to have a little bit of a naysay about this and continuing to try and pile on the pressure on the legendary duo. But this time it will be Soldier having the no slide before the start of Sector 3, and that blows the road wide open for Pack and Carl.
Yeah, Muda and Soja both are quite far behind, as you can see here. Muda, 0.5 of a second it is for him. For the Thunder from down under, we can just see Pack and Calgenia in the distance there. So they will just take that ace, and also with good times here, Pack in the lead, and look at that, a 112.98 to start off all things. Very good time, and Solary now with the ace in round number 1.
Already dipping below the 113 realm from round 1, and this is a very, very strong response from Solary compared to the rather rocky start that they had on Tubes a little bit earlier on. Following along with the perspective from the quintuple world champion Carl Jr. 2013, 14, 15, 21, 22. Of course, will he be looking to add 23 to his tally? There's only one way to find out. Currently his teammate Pack hanging around, battling for second position versus Soldier, trailing the Belgian by just a few hundredths of a second. And right now, top through bottom, it will be 2 tenths apart, and just a really, really high-speed train forming up.
Oh, I just checked. Solary has an average on this map of 113.6. That is the PB of some players that we have seen, like not on the Worlds, but just beforehand in the event. So that is insane to see, and Pack and Calgenia have never lost this map when they played it. So that is just a great display of skill, and right now they're leading again, first and second for them. Let's take a look on the Soldier, because he's not that far behind Muda, who's on 3rd position right now. Good line from them as well. Pack and Calgenia going very wide there to have a good exit there, and let's see, can they win this round here again? Muda with a good line as well. Let's jump into the identity. Calgenia with a good drift, Pack in the lead right now, but Calgenia not with the rest of on speed yet. It's Calgenia coming closer though. Pack will get overtaken by Muda as well as Carl Jr. And look at that, Muda with a new PB and also forcing a draw.
What a race, 0.045 and then a 0.066 followed by a 0.1 behind him. Less than a tenth between first and third. That is as close as it can be here on Trackmania. Great racing on the part of the top 3 as we're making our way through round 3 right here, right now. Making our way through to the hairpin. Let's see if there's going to be any clashes, any lost gears. And yes, indeed, on the side of Pack, we have lost a lot of speed because of that poor setup through the tight 180 hairpin, but also a lot of speed lost by Mara there at the exit of the plastic. So Pack will move back up to 3rd, but the rift has already been created between the top 2 and the bottom 2 at the end of Sector 1.
The door was open there for Alliance to capitalize from that small mistake from Pack, but Muda with a small clip there himself. And let's see what will happen as Carl is in the lead and Soldier is having to push it because his teammate dropped further down the line. Pack even overtook him, and it is now, could be Solary extending their lead here if Carl Jr. gets himself that first position.
Belgium versus Canada right now. Soldier versus Carl Jr. Currently it is advantage to Soldier at the split, heading into the 180, scanning flick to the right-hander, trying to drive the tires as quickly as you can. This time it's Carl Jr. retaliating and retaking the lead away from Soldier, but he's still in hot pursuit. Pack in 3rd, still having to be wary of Muda behind him. Can Soldier try to go for the very late apex? The answer is going to be a no for 6,000ths of a second. 0.245 versus a 0.251 for Soldier. It is a victory for Solary, who are getting on the verge of getting a match point, on map points even.
Yeah, match point not yet, but this could surely happen. But I think we have to play for a bit longer there, as it is 2-6. Alliance can still bounce back, preferably with an ace in this round, as Solary is having a comfortable lead of 4 points already accumulated to their belt. Anyways, let's jump into the next round. Oh, Soldier catching airtime, Pack also a little bit, so they are losing a bit of time compared to Muda and Carl, who are now in the lead. So there you go, Muda with a good line. They're going so close there to the inside, so he still finds himself in the lead. Soldier, however, nowhere to be seen, very far behind, and it's again looking good for Solary.
Pack still quite a ways away from the top 2 fight where he would most likely like to be competing at. Currently it is Muda, currently ahead of Carl Jr. by less than a tenth of a second. Let's say 6 to 7 hundredths of a second at the split. You can see the gap has been slightly shrunk down to about half a tenth as we make our way into Sector 3 right here, right now. And it will be the Australian taking a firm lead. What an insane entry into Sector 3 signed by Mota. Let's see what the split says before the identity. It's a 0.135. This is looking really, really good here for the Alliance player. And then Carl and Pack regrouping together, tandeming this for second and third to ensure the draw stands and thus not allowing the Alliance to get any kind of advantage. And yes, a 112.961, a great time, less than a tenth away from the best time from Gwen that you can see on the top left, or 0.886.
3 to 7 it is, so it is track point for Solary. And I mean, after, it has been quite close for Solary on tubes. They could have taken it eventually, but they did not really find themselves into the match. Let's see if Alliance can also find themselves in a way to win, maybe win on Cosmos. So let's see. Carl Jr. with a great start. Again, Soldier a bit further behind. Also Muda now losing the speed, and that is exactly what Pack and Carl Jr. are in need of. They need an ace to win this map.
And this time it will be Mota and Soldier having a few issues of their own, a few hiccups through the start and through the entirety of Sector 1, which is going to be giving the greatest opportunity there for Solary to capitalize on that. The door has been blown wide open, except at this point for Carl Jr., where he had a very, very slow exit from the plastic hit. This is now the opportunity to strike for Soldier and Mota, and already they're getting down to work to howl on the car from the Solary camp. Right now it's still Belgium versus Canada. Australia's Mota is still looking to be a little bit further behind.
It is Pack leading. He's long gone. He has first locked in. The question is, can Carl Jr. defend Soldier's attack in the ending? Good line from Soldier coming closer, but it seems that Carl Jr. will have it a bit more speed. It's so close. It is only 100th of a second, and this is map 2 being secured. Solary 1, Alliance 1.
Yeah, and this time winning in a very, very strong fashion, winning their map pick the right way after giving Alliance a lot more trouble than they would have ever asked for on their opening map pick. That was, of course, Tubes. And now we're going to be moving on to our third map, Tempest. We're back on an Alliance pick.
Yeah, back on an Alliance pick. And I mean, Carl Jr. made some mistakes here yesterday, and it looks like that they are just utilizing that one. So in-depth analysis was coming in there from Alliance, and I do like their pick and ban phase also then. As map number 5, we're gonna see Dive. So they have the pick and ban advantage that they are the upper seed, so they can pick map 1, 5, and 1, 3, and 5.
1, 3, and 5. Yeah, the first maps in the sequence, whereas the second maps in the sequence are courtesy of the lower seeded team, of course, as they are trying to give themselves maybe a little bit of a lifeline versus a very, very racy Alliance team. As we're underway with round 1 on map 3, it will be the whole shot for Pack with a 0.119 just before the first ice slide here of this map, going very close to the apex here on the side of Soldier. Good setup for the wall ride. Pack already moving ahead by about a tenth. Just before the wall ride rang the bell, onto the first sector we go. Pack, Carl, Soldier, top 3.
Muda not with a great start. They're losing half a second. Good POV to follow right now to see how good the players are, because Muda's actually catching up a little bit, but still it's so hard to just catch up half a second on this highly competitive match. As Pack finds himself the lead, he's on a great time. Carl Jr. on third position, and he clipped this corner here, and he went so close to it yet again. So he has not made a mistake this time around. Pack on a great time, but maybe eats the penalty surface a bit too much, so he lost a bit there. But still, it is Soldier not safe just yet in that second place. But now it is Pack with a very unusual mistake, so all of a sudden it could be the ace for Alliance. Let's see what Muda can do, as Muda gets a good identity as well. He can overtake Carl Jr., who didn't get the best landing. He wobbles a bit, but he will still stay ahead by 14 thousandths of a second.
That is such a shame for Pack, looking very, very good from the beginning of that round. And Carl Jr. also within striking distance of actually catching up to Soldier and demoting him down to third, and thus allowing Solary to take a very surprising and very needed ace to actually really try to punch the table a little bit and say, hey, we can also take your picks.
Yeah, we can also take your picks there. But, I mean, so far it is Alliance leading. So 2-1 it is, but also capitalizing from Pack's mistake. Unusual mistake in the identity, because Cosmos, I've talked about the average, they hardly made mistakes on that map. And now it is Pack who has made a mistake on the first round here on the second pick from Alliance, which is Tempest. So let's jump into the round. Muda not so far behind, actually in the lead right now with Carl Jr. Pack and himself, of course, and it is Soja on 4th position right now, so he needs to catch up a bit, but Muda with a slide out.
Unfortunately, yeah, he lost the grip at the very, very tipping point of this corner where he was running very close to the flag mast, so we are one man down on the side of the Alliance as Carl Impact will take full advantage and then some of that opportunity given by the Alliance. Soulja trying to compensate with a good acceleration point, but so far still trailing by a few hundredths of a second. The Solary duo, Pack and Carl, continuing to hold 1st and 2nd in that particular order. The final jump spin section, Soulja is way too far back to pose a threat, and thus it will be the ace that they were looking to get through in round 1. Coming in round 2, and what a time from CJR. A .392, followed by a .494 for Pack.
Yeah, good times there. Very hard to beat that, and it is Solary gaining control here. It is 4-2 in favor for them, and they look that they can snatch this one away from Alliance, but it's too early to call. We're not even halfway through here. It is now going into round number 3. A victory for Alliance is what they're in need of. And let's see if this happens. Carl Jr. not really getting too much of the booster there, so he sacrificed a lot of speed, but then getting a good jump into that section. So he still finds himself in there. Look at that, 24,000 of a second between 1st and last.
Also, Muda going very aggressive to the edge of the ring there at the second part of the long banked right-hander just before the end of Sector 1. Very nice to see there. In the meantime, going through the ice slide from the perspective of Pack, very close to the flag mast. Everybody makes it through nice and clean, no loss of grip whatsoever, and it's still as close as ever. A 10th between 1st and last at the start of Sector 3 now.
It is so close between them. Carl Jr. and Pack having the upper hand. Muda with a good approach there. Soulja also has it around here. Oh, but Soulja misses the checkpoint, and this is disaster happening because Muda is being left alone. He needs to win that round, else they're falling more and more behind. But Muda's in the lead. Such a close round. Carl Jr. with a great jump there. Coming closer. Muda too far out. Pack with a bit more speed by the looks of it. Who's going to get that second position? It is Pack staying ahead, and Muda demotes to P number 3.
And again, those times, .336 for Carl Jr., 800ths ahead of Pack, who scores in, as a matter of fact, a low .4. What a round from the Solary duo. Mana gave it a red hot go to keep up the pace and scores a really, really nice .4 still, but ultimately, it's not enough to even dislodge Mr. Thomas Cole.
Yeah, Thomas Cole on a roll there, but also Muda not with the most perfect identity. He lost a bit of time, and it was Solary just punishing them for just that small mistake. And of course, Soulja not getting that checkpoint, being too greedy on the accelerator there, and well, accelerating too early. But let's jump into the next round. A new round, new chances for Alliance. So let's see, they have to deny the ace towards them.
They have indeed to go for the full denial right now. They have their backs against the wall. 3 aces back to back. There is no possible other outcome to snatch the victory away from the Johnson defeat. But right now, Soulja unfortunately missing the grip and losing the grip and sliding out of that particular corner. So midway through Sector 2, we'll see his run, and it will be all down to Muda to keep the Dreamer alive at the very least for one more round heading into Sector 3. Great reacceleration point on the part of the Australian.
Yeah, it is between Muda and Carl Jr. They have been playing so often against each other in the Trackmania Grand League last year, and now it is Muda in the lead. Can he do it this time? As Carl Jr. has a good entry there, and Muda will not deny the... Oh my god, the draw there, and you could have also heard that scream there. I think that was Pack again. What a great landing there from Carl Jr., just getting a bit more speed, magically.
Perfect ending from Carl Jr. And yeah, we heard that scream from our perspective, and also fist bumps all around in the Solary camp as they managed to salvage a victory from that whole situation with Pack. Maybe a little bit on the back foot this time around, but now they're in a much more palatable situation here as they find themselves with just one single point needed. And again, Alliance with it all to do to, at the very least, level the gap back out.
They need 2 aces in a row now to force like the little overtime already. Solary in need of a second place in the next 2 rounds, and right now they just want to get first and second to assert dominance and bring the momentum back into their way on Twisted then after that, which is their second pick.
And unfortunately, it looks as though the writing is on the wall with that unfortunate notification you see up there on the right-hand side. Soulja forced to respawn. He's 4.5 seconds down almost. It's all down to Muda to finish and uphold the honor individually, speaking of the Alliance. But Solary have got this round under lock and key. They are looking to get the lead in the proceedings. It doesn't matter if Pack goes for a bit of a deeper run through the reverse booster section. As long as someone finishes second individually, it is completely gone. And we are going through the final jump spin. Mudda clearly ahead by 3/10 ahead of Pack and Carl. I'm kind of curious to see what the time will be, but ultimately the results will go the way of Solary. But what a time! A .091 for the Australian from the Alliance. Talk about finishing this map with a bang, upholding the individual honor, but that mistake from Soldier very early on at the very first jump spin, as a matter of fact, has cost them dearly, and thus they end 10-4 for Solary, who take the lead.
Wow, what a great time there. I did not expect that. I thought that Carl Jr. and Pack were just saving it, but no, it was Mudda actually just being on a good time, setting a new world record on this map. So that is a nice time from him. And now we're going to go to a map, but it seems like we have a small pause there coming into play. And we are seeing the next map, which is Twisted.
Twisted indeed. The more tech-focused, the more classical focused map in this entire map pack that we've seen over the course of the Trackmania World Championship. Really, really flowy by nature, but then having a few stop-and-go sections, those two snake runs with the Identity one being capped off by an especially deceptive final left-hander. That is a bit off camber, so you risk running a little bit of airtime, having to go fall all the way to the outside, hit the wall, and completely compromise your run.
Yeah, so this is a nice map also for Pack and Carl Jr., as they're just really good on tech. I mean, they're tech world champions, and they have also just, I mean, they're the GOATs, so it will be hard to beat them on this map for Alliance, and I mean, they just lost their second pick. So they have to pull the trigger on one of the next two maps. The map after that will be Dive. So Carl Jr. and Pack didn't look that good on this, and let's see what they can do on Twisted for now. The map of 1,000 corners. Here we go, Pack and Carl Jr. in the lead, and let's go into the first round.
It's time to turn up the wick right now for Alliance as they seek to try and claw that gap back and try to trade the map that they lost for the map pick from Solary. Currently at the end of the first sector through this long wall ride, it's Carl Soldier going wheel to wheel with Pack in third place. Mudda MP4 hard on the brakes for the first hairpin there, marking the start of the first snake run. Through that second sector we go. We see Pack losing a lot of time there at the start of that snake run, and now we see Soldier actually getting a little bit closer to the inside. Everybody regroup within about 1.5 car lengths there or thereabouts wider as we go through this second sector with that triple right-hander. Nice setup by Carl Jr. Mudda still holding onto the lead barely as we start sector 3 with a 45.188 at the splits.
Yeah, very good round here between Carl Jr. and Mudda. Let's jump into the fight here as we can see Carl Jr. with a great dive overtakes Mudda here. Soldier also the next Pack magically also in there, finally in contention for that second place. Pack, where are you coming from? Pack, what are you doing to your opponents? Pack will not get that second place. He will get third due to a touch, but Soldier denying the ace there. And also Carl Jr. with a great time, even though he only quote-unquote got a 0.2 checkpoint.
Back with the most subtle of grazes of the inside wall, just past the final corner. That could have been such a great snipe, but ultimately I think he might not have panned out that much because Soldier seemed to have had a much better run out of the corner, just carrying it a little bit extra speed compared to the Englishman, thus would have been allowing him to retain that second place no matter what. In the meantime, through the first sector of the second round we go, it will be Pack, Carl, and Mudda catching up big time through the wall ride.
Yeah, that is looking really good for them. Another highly competitive round is developing here. Look at that, only a couple of hundreds between the players, make it 1800s, but Soldier also not with the worst amount of speed as Carl Jr. finds himself in the mix as well, but Pack and Mudda again are unstoppable. Mudda is in there again and has a good entry there as well, but Carl Jr. with a good line as well, but I think he lost it a bit there. It is a .00 checkpoint. Pack on a monster time here. Let's take a look into the ending. Mudda and Pack are fighting it out, and also Carl Jr. in the mix. This is so close. Soldier also in there. Let's take a look. Will this be the ace for Solary? No, it seems like Mudda will deny it, but they're all on monstrous times. Where's everybody going? It's so close. It is Carl Jr. for the ace for Team Solary.
What a race to call. 1/10 between first and last. Pack making solid amends from his unfortunate setback midway through the first round, and what a way to do so with a .7 being clocked in and .8. Imagine that, you drive sub 104 and you still end up in last place.
Wow, what a round that was. And now of course the momentum swings tremendously towards Solary here Carl Jr. with a great start. Pack is slowing down a bit, but what were those times, Tom? This was insane. This is Trackmania Esports, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see what will happen in this round as Carl Jr. and Soldier are fighting it out. Pack with a mistake, and it is Muda on third. Let's see what this battle will bring.
That was unfortunate for Pack, trying to hug it a little bit too far on the inside of the start of the snake run, and thus compromising his line through the negative camber, 180 left-hander, and thus it will be down to Carl Jr. to try and hold the fort. But we have a really wide setup on the side of Soldier, which is not really going to pay him any kind of dividends. 0.125, still a very stout sector from Carl Jr. here at the start of Sector 3. Heading into the identity now with Carl, Soldier, and Pack quite evenly spaced apart as Mada tries to make a challenge for third place, and now the challenge for second with Pack trying to come back with the final corner. Can he try to go for another ace for Team Solary, or will Soldier hold on? Soldier has the gap in the lead up to maintain that second place and prevent Solary from streaking away far too wide, and thus it will be Solary coming away with a victory. And on map point number 3, Alliance need really to flip the switch.
Yeah, they need to flip the switch, but what is going on here with Solary on this map? They're playing out of their mind, and they also have the best average on this map. 104.17 is the average on this map per round. This is just incredible. And Solary with track point, a very important one as we would go to dive after that. I do think that Soldier and Muda have the upper hand, but let's focus on this round because Pack is in the lead together with Soldier and Carl Jr., but falls a bit behind there.
Yeah, already a rift between top 2 and bottom 2, and so far it is CJR holding onto the lead about a 10th ahead of Soldier, and already 3 tenths down. You can see Pack sitting in third place, doing battle with Muda to hold that third position at the very least to guarantee a victory for the Solary camp. Let's see what the split will be. It whoops a 44.885. What
Fasten
on
your
earth is he doing? Qu'est-ce qui se passe, Carl Jr.? Ce secteur incroyable. Through the final turns we go. The final identity, CJR, an absolute monster of a time. A Soldier also trying to have a little bit of a word in edgewise for that first place. He tries to go for broke. Doesn't make it happen. What does the stopwatch say? A .515. It's a new world record. The time from Paco is beaten.
This guy is a monster. Carl Jr. with a new world record, beating the time from Pussy to Paco, which was just insane. But there you go, the crowd could also not believe it. What a time, but also Soldier with a .60 on second place. Guys, there you go. Solary 9-3, completely destroying Alliance on this map, giving them no chance here, but it's not over just yet. Soldier also with a great time there, and let's see what will happen in this round because it's another great round happening. It is Muda, Pack, and Carl Jr. fighting it out. Soldier not too far behind either.
Soldier not too far behind, but right now they need to go for first and second. Nothing else will suffice if they want to keep their hopes alive just for one more round. Mada trying to go on the attack, going on the prowl versus Carl Jr., continuing to hold the fort nicely. Pack moving up into third place. What's the split going to be? 45.0 still. Insane times. What on earth is this game of Twisted?
Going on?
It is so close. Way too close to call. A huge stop pick from Mada. A good round going to waste. Pack, Carl, first, second. Can Soldier try to go for at least one snipe at the end? The answer is a no. Pack will be clocking it.
Yeah, just a
.60.
Yeah, of
still.
course.
A 10th ahead of his teammate, clocking it at .712. And with a score of 312, after probably one of the most insane displays of pace so far in this weekend, Solary are 2 maps up on the Alliance.
Oh, what was that map? It was just crazy. Like, what is that pace? Where is that coming from on Twisted? Oh my god, Solary with a great performance, but now we're gonna go to dive, which also Big has picked against Solary, and they have won this in a quite dominant fashion.
Yeah, this is a map where Solary were kind of caught off guard during the first match of the day versus Big. Let's see if they were able to kind of find maybe some last-minute solutions to try and mitigate the damage, because I feel like this pick from Alliance can give them just the amount of hope that they need to keep the series going. We're in game 5, and the Alliance, even though they're 2 maps down with that pick, I can kind of see them gradually the gap back down to just 1 map between these two.
Yeah, I do think so as well. After that, we would have Valley. So let's see. Oh my god. Ooh, let's calm down, but this is why this is our favorite map, Tom, and we can already see 10 mistakes happening here kind of at the start compared to Twisted, where small things have decided the victory. Soldier, Carl Jr. and Pack already out, more than 1 second behind Muda, who leads the round right now. So this is a start where we can just take our breath or take a breath and calm down a bit.
Yeah, Mudda not having put a foot wrong. The only driver not to have put a foot wrong. And it's always that very first deep dive that seems to catch so many people off guard, including, we've seen it yesterday, Otak from the Carmine Corp, where it was a little bit fits and starts. And the Solary guys are also getting caught out. Both actually, Pack and Carl Jr. Pack having a little bit more trouble, of course, over the course of the first game. And now Mudda having a clear road ahead, about a second of an advantage compared to the Solary duo. And it will be a draw to kick things off as Solja is down in last place. It will be a 1-0-0.417, starting in a pretty sedate stride, let's say that.
I mean, compared to Twisted, we see a more calm way of starting this map, and let's see. I do not think that we're gonna see a new world record on this map, because the time from Stufs has just been crazy. Have you actually seen a sub 1 minute time in the last 3 days?
I don't think so, no.
I
genuinely don't think so. The only sub 1 minute time was, of course, when the Airwalkers played that map in the middle state, but that was all the way back in October, and it's still looking to have some pretty solid days ahead of it, as unfortunately we seem to have lost Carl Jr. at the very exit of the first deep dive.
Yeah, so it's Pack, Mudda, and Solja fighting it out, and Pack, with a good line, Solja sliding out there, and Mudda and Pack are now fighting it out for that first position. Luckily for Solja is that Carl was able, or had to respawn, so he's multiple seconds behind, and it can be a victory for Alliance.
It can be a victory for Alliance. Currently, Mudda trying to make that scenario happen. Pack trying to play the team game, trying to enforce a draw to prevent any kind of gap going the way of the blue side. As we go through the identity right now, Solja quite a ways behind at about 2.2 seconds compared to the leading duo. Pack very, very close to hiding the wall. Is going to be safing it a little bit there, and Mudda will be winning with a .177.
Okay,
still a very,
faster.
very solid time, almost up 66 seconds. But with a 1-3 for the blue side, it will be the lead for the Alliance, 3-2.
Yeah, 3-2, and I think that's what the map score could be as well after that one, because Alliance looking more solid than their opponents here on this map. And I really like to just go back to the pick and ban. I like that, like, just logical going through, because backflip is of course the ban, because Mudda is strong on that newly found line. And then just utilizing what they have, banning an edge away from their opponents that they maybe didn't look that strong on. So very, very good analysis there from Alliance, I would say. And it is Mudda now in the lead. Pack and Carl Jr. fighting it out. No mistake has happened so far.
Yeah.
So that is a more competitive round now here on Dive.
I think that's the first time so far on this map in this particular series that we have seen all 4 drivers managing to make it through Sector 1 unscathed, which is really the main pain point here on Dive. As we go through Sector 3, the really, really high speed section, and Carl Jr. getting a much better speed slide compared to Solja to move up into 3rd place. Right now, yet another draw would be enforced up until this point.
Ooh,
And
two
both Pack and
mistakes.
Carl, Pack on the inside, Carl on the outside, promoting Solja from 4th to 2nd place, and thus the Alliance are headed to the ace there through this final slalom with quite the margin to hold, and Mudda decides to go for a little bit of a safer approach. .426, still respectable times being driven, 1/10 behind we find his teammate Solja, and thus the Alliance move on a 6-2 scoreline, 4-point lead ahead of Solary.
Yeah, 4-point lead, looking very good here for Alliance. Tubes and also Dive seem to work out for Alliance. Then after that there will be Valley, and I think this will be another very hectic map that comes into play, but it's too early to say that, as Alliance still has to get 4 more points. Pack and Carl Jr. not with a mistake. Carl Jr. so close there to the wall, almost come into contact with that, but no one made a mistake in this round, as Carl Jr. had to respawn, and it is Pack, Mudda, and Solja left alive.
Took the words right out of your mouth, but I think we really do need at some point a graphic just to show how close to the wall Carl Jr. was at that point, because it was so close to disaster, but ultimately it was disaster at the chicane just at the start of Sector 2. In the meantime, it will be Pack holding the lead for Solary, trying to bring at the very least a point home for 2nd position individually, but right now Mudda looking a lot faster through the speed slide section, taking over the lead ahead of Pack by 0.04 of a second. Solja in hot pursuit in P3, going through the identity right here, right now, and it looks as though Solja could try to snatch an opportunity to go for the ace, and Pack looks a little bit slower. He did it not, and that's a huge crash for both of them, actually. Both forced to respawn. Who is going to be coming out ahead of the other? It will be Pack, but barely ahead by 0.3 of a second, as it was a lot of damage here through that final slalom, and another 0.1 being driven by Mudda. 0.107, the Alliance with another victory, move themselves onto map point number 2 of their own making.
8-3 it is, so map point it is for them, and they can get it with another 1st and 3rd finish here. But I mean, also Pack just barely able to stay alive there, because in this identity it's very easy to slide out and then not make the last turn. Also have a messed up respawn, so this didn't occur for Pack, as we see Carl Jr. with a more conservative start, going so close there to every corner just to maximize the speed outcome. And it is Muda leading again. Very good performance, a point 10 and a point 17, and there's the crash from Pack. And I do think that it is over. It is Soja and Muda who can save it. Carl Jr. also 0.4 behind.
Pack going way too far inside in this third deep dive right there before the corner, and thus will be hitting on the inside, and immediately the pinball machine impression to actually, unfortunately, force himself out of contention. And thus it's down to Carl Jr. to try and snatch at the very least some point away for Solace, but it will be all that it can do as Muda and Soja still hold firmly onto the lead, and there will be nothing left pretty much for the Solary duo. And another 0.1, again, very, very consistent times and very fast times as well, driven by the Australian Soja, a further 4 to 5 tenths behind, and on a score of 11-3. It will be the Alliance picking the map and thus bridging the gap back down to that one map difference.
Yeah, and also good performance from Muda on this map, just playing the safe anchor. 2.70s and 1.10 there from Muda, from the Penguin, so the Australian Penguin coming all the way from there. And there you go, we're gonna go to Valley. This will be such a hectic map to watch again. So many back and forth we have seen already on this one, and good luck to the team Solary. If they win it, they are in the grand final.
Yes, but now this is of course the last Solary pick that we're gonna have. Can the Alliance go for the trade on this map? They couldn't go for the trade on their last map pick, which was Tempest, which went the way of Team Solary, if I recall correctly. Now they have an opportunity that is golden to force this onto map number 7 as we go now underway for round 1, following the perspective of Carl Jr. right now for the start of this opening round.
Tempest went indeed towards Solary, but Muda did a world record in the last round, if you remember that, the .09. Great time, but of course we also got a treat in there with Twisted after that. But let's focus on this round here, because it's already a highly competitive round. We see a good start here from all the players. Oh, Carl Jr. slowing down a bit too much there just before the reset, and it's Soja and Muda on first and second. That is what they're in need of. They have a beautiful start into this round.
Great start from Muda and Soja. Unfortunately for Carl Jr., a little bit too much of a love bite on the inside for the Buckslide Reactor Boost section. It's all down the pack to try and get at least 1 point in the back for Solary, but he touches on the outside wall at the exit of the very, very tight Buckslide, and so that will be giving the firm upper hand to the Alliance as Muda leads by 4 tenths ahead of his teammate, who himself is 2 tenths clear of the nearest Solary member, as we'll be making our way through the final gate jump. This is looking very, very close actually on our side, but everything is all under control for the Alliance. And the time, it is a low 108, .069 for Muda, 4 tenths clear of his teammate, and that is a strong statement of intent for the blue side.
What a great start here on the Valley here from Team Alliance. They can do it. They can force a last final map, which would be Serve. Let's focus on the round, because it's 3-0. Beautiful start. How well can they catch, or can they answer to that? Pack and Carl Jr., they need to get at least 2 points in this round to not fall further behind.
Yeah, they need to get at the very least a victory right now through the first sector. It is looking very, very promising as Pack and Carl lead at the split, but they also got Muda to be wary of, currently trying to split the duo apart in first through third right now through the reactor boost. This is where Carl Jr. had a little bit too much of an inside impact through that little ring that you see at the bottom there, and now through the sector 3 we go. That's offset jump to the right-hand side, setting yourself up for the long left-hander in the dirt. Good setup for Muda, but I was actually a little bit too close to the middle of the corner. Sector 3 rings the bell. Carl Jr. still locked in battle for Muda for second place, and Pack having a similar lead.
Pack also on a really good time, almost had a sub 40-second checkpoint there, 48.22 here from Pack, but almost he crashes almost in there, but also a great apex has been chosen there from both Muda and Pack. This could be another new world record if Pack sticks the identity in the ending again, going so close there. Muda has more speed, so I do not think that this will be a .8 here. Okay, never mind, it's a .79 here from Pack. All right, good time, and let's move on to the next one. It's 4-1. Insane.
And if my math is right, I think that's the 3rd world record to have been beaten in a single series. Both teams just giving it their all to actually just obliterate the timesheets overall and just try to set the bar that much higher. Solary do end up with 1 point on the board, but there's still a lot to climb up.
Yeah, what a time, a .22 checkpoint there from him before the identity. And Pack, the Giga Chat is back as he drives another world record. Oh man, but now it is Muda and Soja completely falling apart in this round. It is Carl Jr. and Pack being ahead after 2 small mistakes from both Alliance members.
Yeah, and this is the very corner of the window of opportunity that the Solary duo are looking to actually shoot for. So far it is Pack and Carl leading about first and second position, about 3/10 ahead of the Alliance duo. Going through Sector 3, the very, very tight buck slide with CJR in front of PAC. And right now it's looking very, very good. Through the identity we go. And now the first jump through the gates. Let's see how tight it is. It is looking very tight, but really nicely controlled on the side of the Englishman. It is a very, very slow landing though, allowing Soldier to come back up for a fight for second position. Can the Belgian try to make the move stick? He goes very, very close to the side of the gate, avoids it completely, sticks it all the way around the inside, and will be able to deny the ace for Solary to prevent the gap from being evened out. And a 108.091 for CJR, still showing a good effort, but ultimately Soldier proving to have done a really, really good end.
Okay, and Pack is just standing still. Okay, we have a round skip, so allowing us to have a small pause there, a small technical pause. So, wow, what a match so far. Also on Twisted, this was a treat. We had seen 3 world records, and also it were Carl Jr. and Pack both had the world record on Valley with that in their belt, under the belt already.
And yeah, just I just can't stop thinking about Twisted. Just that .515 from Pack, and we thought that Paco's record would take some beating. In the end, it did take some beating because it was up until day 3 today that this record was beaten. But what a run to do it from the side of Pack, as he made it that much worth it to actually follow his run all the way through from beginning to end. A very, very stout middle sector that allowed for that opportunity to completely obliterate the timesheets.
Yeah, that was just great to see, but a small pause. What will that do to the players? Alliance in the lead on this map. I mean, Pack having some problems at the moment by the looks of it, because he didn't start the round, but we can only assume that, of course. But Alliance has to win this map. They need 5 points. What is their game plan?
What is their game plan? Well, I think they should just not let that pause the time for them to actually get unsettled. This is the main thing. Just keep yourself in your frame of mind. Maybe have a little bit of a talk with the other player to try and do some adjustments. But most importantly, try to maintain yourself in that right mental butter zone. Stick to the plans. Retain yourself in your zen position. And that will probably be the key for the Alliance to force this onto map 7.
Yeah, so before we jump then into the match, that gives us a good opportunity to talk about our sponsors. Caparel, AMD, and also Alienware, thank you very much for contributing tremendously towards this World Championship and making this event possible. So there's also a giveaway that is still ongoing today.
Yep, it's the final day.
The final day, so make sure to check out the Twitter from Alienware.
Indeed, and just to give you a little bit of a rundown from the schedule for later on today, as we currently wait for these issues to be figured out on Pack's side. Here is, of course, a quick rundown of the bracket. As you can see, 4-1 for Solary versus Big at the beginning of the day, then Carmine Corp winning 4-2 versus Wild, and then, of course, we are right in the middle of that first semifinal between Alliance and Solary. Then, after that, we'll be into the Breach versus the Carmine Corp, which will be a very, very interesting match to follow, as whoever wins this match will also book a spot in the grand final, which will be a best-of-9 series at 8 p.m. CET.
Yeah, or even a bit earlier or later, depending on how long those matches will still be ongoing. But we could see a rematch between ITB and also Solary, who have already met in a very thrilling match yesterday. Well,
in Group A.
All going down to one last round. The score was 9-7.
Yeah, score was 9-7, and yeah, it would be very interesting to see whether we get a rematch of ITB Solary, the rematch from the winner bracket final of Group A, or if we end up with the French eSport Classical, that is Solary versus the Carmine Corp. These two have had a long rivalry and long history of rivalries together on various other games, including Trackmania, and with a little bit of luck, if the cards fall in the right place, we could witness that for a World Championship title in Trackmania, which would be absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, it would be bonkers indeed, but I think KC has to step up a bit. I mean, that's what also Bren and Otak said in the interview, but I think they also have their picks prepared. But, I mean, that is the match after that. Oh man, so many new world records on this match here, and you can also see Pack now getting back into the zone. So we're gonna start back again and resuming the match. So let's go. It is Alliance still in the lead, and it is 5-3. The issues have been resolved. We go into the next round.
All right, Alliance past the halfway point now. Can they take it all the way home and try to get the map from themselves to force this onto the last map of the series? Currently following along with Pack from Team Solary, and already a huge slowdown on the side of Soldier. And yeah, that was a very, very slight clip, but that was enough to slow him down dramatically through that first sector.
Yeah, he is already further behind, so the break did not do him any good in this way. And Carl Jr. and Pack can go back into the lead, could set themselves up for a nice 6 points there after this round if they get an ace. But right now it is 400ths of a second between them. Muda with a very good line though, and Pack going a bit more inside, has a good amount of speed to work with. And look at that, 500 is tearing those players apart. Muda still in there, went a bit wide there, and it's Carl Jr. who magically did not touch the wall.
But watch out, Muda is still in it to win it. He's still in it to try and split it Solary duo apart to prevent them from getting too far gone in the advantage and trying to flip that gap into a 1-point lead. Currently slotting himself into second position just ahead of Carl Jr. Pack going very, very low. Muda going a little bit out wide, and Pack is indeed out. Carl Jr. versus Muda. It's not enough for the Australian to snipe the Canadian by 22 thousandths of a second, but top and bottom for Solary means it will be a draw and allows Alliance to keep their 2-point lead alive.
Yeah, it keeps them in the lead by just 2 points, coming ever so slightly closer to that 10-point threshold. And let's go into round number 5 or 4 or 5, I think it is, if I recall that correctly.
5, yeah.
And well, I mean, Pack and Carl Jr. had the pace, but also Muda with a great identity, and of course Pack with that mistake. So he should avoid that at all costs next time, because you just have to go for a respawn there, obviously, because you're freewheeled. Pack with a very wide approach there, having a lot of speed to work with, also holding the gear there accordingly, and setting himself up very nicely for that bug slide.
A great left-hander to mark the end of the first sector on courtesy of the Englishman right there to move ahead of the field. But currently he's being caught up to by Muda for the lead of the race, and they're going to go wheel to wheel pretty much all the way through this second sector, through the dirt left-hander. Muda going a little bit wide on the exit will allow him to recoup a little bit more speed on the way out. Soldier forced to respawn, and already we're one man down compared to the Alliance. Carl Jr. a little bit too slow on the exit of the box slide there before sector 3.
This looks like a very promising round for Solary again, but the question is, can Muda do it again? Can he deny the ace or victory towards Solary? Good approach from Muda, jumping so far there to the right, having a lot of speed accumulated. Good apex here as well, but I think it is not enough. No, it is not. And another sub 108 from Pack. Slowly but surely, Solary is also coming close, and it's only 1 point between the teams. It is 7-6. Alliance with track point though, but Solary also with 6 points under their belt.
Now with the gap winding back down to that solitary point, allowing the Alliance to keep their lead, will they decide to retaliate with full force and try to leave nothing for Solary and try to get the ace for themselves? We're going to have to find out at the very end of this round right here, following along with Carl Jr. going very tight and unfortunately almost grazing the wall on the inside of the first corner there.
Yeah, and also Soldier jumping so far into the drift. It works out very well for them. We have seen a lot of different lines in the start though in general. Just important to hold that gear, and also look at that. What is that mistake that we were talking about at the start? It's non-existent now anymore, and Pack is also so far ahead here. It is 0.25 of a second. Pack on another monster time here, and he leads the round. Look at that checkpoint, 40.12. This could be another monster.
This could be another monstrous round indeed, but it all matters when he makes it to the finish line. And of course, we still have to wait for Carl Jr. to try and find a way for Solary to try and salvage an ace. But right now, it's Muda sitting in second position, going very close to the inside gate of the first gate jump, manages to make it through clean. Carl Jr. relegated to P4 right now as we make our way through the final jump, through the final gate. It's Pack leading by 2/10 with Muda and Soldier going hand in hand to get a toe and get the draw secured. Pack with a 108.099. That was looking a little bit too close for comfort there at the ending, but it's still Solary moving on to match point, whereas Alliance still on map point number 3, but they do need a victory to pull that off.
Yeah, hardly any speed there for Pack to work with in the ending, but he still stayed ahead, and it is 8-7 track versus match point. 8-7. What a great match from both teams here. We have seen a treat of Trackmania here, and it is Pack and Carl Jr. in first and second. So that is what they are in need of. Muda and Soldier have to act. They have to get that first and third place to force a last final map, Geek.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, this is looking insanely close, too close to call for now through this particular reactor boost bug slide section. It will be Mata through the ring CP jump to take the lead, but Pac with a much better setup through this long left-hander recoups all that time lost, and thus will be going onto the rear bumper of Mata. Scar goes a little bit too wide through the bug slide, and that is the perfect opportunity to strike for Soldier to move up into P2 just before the jump through the gates as we go through set first gate with Pac right now. CJR trying to snipe second place away from Soldier to try and retain some sort of individual honor, but it looks to be a lost cause almost unless we see a desperate move in the final corner. Calculator hold on, the answer is a yes, but ultimately in the grand scheme of things, Alliance forced this into the 7th and final map of the series on a score of 10-8 here on Valley.
Oh my god, what a great round there from Alliance, just playing so consistent there, winning back-to-back on Dive and Valley. And we have a last map coming into play. It will be Surf as the decider, guys. This is it. Alliance or Solary, who will move into the grand final and will play against either KC or ITB. We're gonna figure that out after. Whew. Wow.
Yeah, this is quite the Titanic showdown that we have been treated to since the start of this series. We've witnessed 3 new world records being beaten over the course of this series alone, which is insane to think about. And now it is all down to this map, Surf. World record being held, as you can see, by the Englishman from Solary, Mr. Thomas Cole. Pac with a 100.532 as we make our way through Sector 1 right now, through the first tiny footbath 90 right-hander before the plastic loop, heading through on-board perspective, along with Soldier, heading through the footbath, marking this end of the loop, 90 left, where we saw plenty of people actually touch on the inside and get sent into the hole as a result of that, and a Sector 1 through the slalom, through the gates, right then left, and it will be Soldier Mata into the lead with Pac in hot pursuit.
We could see a new world champion today. Soldier and Muda are on first and third. They could go back into the lead here after a very, very enduring series. Soldier off to a very good start, but look at that, just everyone driving so close to each other, and Carl Jr. so close to the wall there as well. How can you even see that in camera? 3, Pac and Soldier are still in the lead. Moda with a good line as well. Carl Jr. with a great round as well. Let's take a look who's going to win the round here. It's so close between them. A couple of thousand between them. Pac and Carl Jr. in the lead. Pac with a good line there as well. Carl Jr. will win the round. It is the ace and the tie for Team Solary going into the lead.
How on earth did Pac come away without touching the wall at the start of Sector 3? It was not just CGR, it was the 2 players from Team Solary. And what a finish! What a thriller of a first round. Solary scraping away with the ace by 0.04 of a second. This is absolutely insane scenes that we witnessed in this opening round.
Yeah, it looked like Alliance had the upper hand just after that footbath section, but then Solary with insane identities there and just getting that ace. They want to get into the grand final, and they're showing this. They want to defend their title. Carl Jr. wants to win 3 times in a row again.
They do want to win 3 times in a row again, but this time it looks as though Pac might have made a slight touch on the inside of the second part of this glider chicane. It's all down to Carl Jr. to try and challenge up to Muda to challenge for the lead of the race right now. Heading into Sector 3, going through the long right-hander into third, and it will be Muda going a little bit closer to the wall compared to everybody else to still maintain that 3rd place. Pac still in hot pursuit. Carl Jr. doesn't get the proper jump. He gets the bounce, and thus will be promoting Muda up into 2nd position. The ultimate opportunity to counteract that ace has come forth, and it will be CJR.
No way!
No way! With an ace, 28,000. What a final hairpin from the Canadian Carl-Anthony Cloutier, keeping the lead alive for Solary 4-1.
Muda and Soldier taking it a bit too safe there. Carl Jr. with such an important snipe there, and there's still 3 points between the teams, but the heat is on, and right now Carl Jr. is delivering the goods for his team, just denying the ace to Muda and Soldier, which was so important for them in this moment. Here we go, round number 3 it is. Let's follow the perspective from Carl Jr. because he's a little bit further behind, but not too much. It's only a couple of thousands again, Geek.
Indeed, through Sector 1 we go, everybody separated top and tail by 1/10 of a second. First through last, Carl Jr. a little bit further behind, having a bit more of a shallow entry through the reactor glider, manages to make it stick and thus goes back on a 4th match with Soldier for 3rd place. Pac versus Muda, still battling for the lead. It's currently advantage to the man from the United Kingdom. Pac continuing to hold the lead, but Muda giving him a good run for his money. This is an insane run that we're witnessing here in the battle for the lead of the race. 21,000 just before the start of the identity there as we go from the perspective of Muda, moving into the lead of the the race. Just a few corners to go. Can Pack retaliate at the hairpin? The answer will be a no, and it will be the victory for the Alliance with a .595, dipping just 1/10 below or over the world record. What a run!
What a run that was, and so important for Alliance to get that victory, to come closer ever so slightly. And this series reminds me of the match against ITB that Solary played. Every round is so fought after, and right now it is Solary still leading, but only by 2 points. Let's follow Muda, who gets a good starting section. Carl Jr. and Pack also in there. It's again a couple of thousandths of a second.
Oh my goodness.
It's again the same.
I cannot believe the round that we're witnessing here on this final map on Surf. It's currently still all to play for, less than 2/10 between first and last, and Carl Jr. moving ahead of everybody else into the lead at the end of the reactor boost part, but also Pack trying to make it a tandem for Solary. This is looking really, really close, guy, for Sector 3.
Carl Jr. and Pack are in the lead. They can extend the lead there, but again, Carl Jr. with a mistake. Muda and Soldier with the opportunity to go back into the lead, but it is Soldier getting the Zoop and his teammate Muda a little bit further behind. So it is Pack on a great time, though. He can win the round here. He will finish. Soldier will not be able to snipe, and there you go. It is another draw and giving us a bit of room to breathe, because...
Are you sure about that, sir? Are you sure about that statement?
Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, because, since the beginning of that last game, it is just those teams pulling out all the stops, going 10/10 from the word go. We are witnessing what this results in. It is basically what Trackmania is all about. Close races, a tiny game of margins where every millisecond counts, every kilometer per hour counts. Making our way through the first loop, through the footpath section we go. It will be Muda heading into the lead at the end of sector number 1, ahead of Carl Jr., Pack, and Soldier in that order.
Again. Whew. Okay, again, let's go into the rounds. My God, dude, I had a bit of a brain lag there, but I mean, this has been such an insane series so far. But let's jump into the ending of this map as Carl Jr. and Muda are fighting it out. Pack with a very good line as well. Soldier has to pull the trigger and overtake the Frenchman here, and also the Englishman ahead of him. Carl Jr. is in there, and let's see what they can do. Muda with a good line, and it seems like he can win the round, as it's looking very, very good. And also Soldier overtaking. Let's see who will take it. It will be Muda on first and Carl Jr. on second. Soldier will get that victory for his team.
Yeah, and that is very, very important for the Alliance, because it allows them again to wane the gap back down to that single point, keeping them in contention for that overall match win. Solary on match point themselves. They need to pull off the exact same strat as round 1. They need to get the ace no matter what. Will we witness another 0.5, Kai? I think we might be close.
Yeah, if here then in this round. So let's go and see what Solary can do. 1 ace away of going into the grand final, but also Alliance only 4 points away themselves. So 1 ace is all they're in need of, but currently Muda denies that to them. The pressure is high. Soldier with a great slide there as well. Muda going a bit too outside there, losing a lot of speed, and this could be the ticket being booked into the grand final for Team Solary.
The heat has been cranked up to 11, and right now this is where Solary really truly shines. Through sector 3 we go. Pack going a little bit closer to the wall compared to his fellow teammate TZAR, but watch out for Soldier and Muda. We're still waiting to mount. Soldier got the flush, and thus he will be out of the running for now. Still in P4, Muda in P3, tries to retaliate. Can he try to make a desperate move at the final hairpin? The answer is a no, and thus Pack and Carl Jr. book your tickets into the grand final of those 2023 Trackmania World Championship.
What a match that was. Congratulations to Pack and Carl Jr. after a great performance. And oh, maybe you could have realized that I was a bit out of breath in the last couple of rounds.
I think we both were.
Oh my God.
I think we all were.
So you need to, we just need to take a breather, but also a great performance from Soldier and Muda, coming so close there towards victory, but it wasn't meant to be. They were 1 or 2 rounds away of making it to the grand final themselves.
Yeah, close but no cigar, and you can see the Solary crew already going over to the adversarial camp just to give a little bit of debrief and also encouraging words. You can see already shaking hands between Soldier and Pack, a little bit of a pat on the shoulder as well, and also Muda looking to get a little bit of a pat on the shoulder for Pack. There he is. Yeah, it was a close call, and it was probably arguably one of the favorite teams to get into the grand final in this Trackmania World Championship. Unfortunately, it is a tiny game of margins, and it all came down to that final showdown on Surf, where Solary pulled out all the stops with that 0.5 from Pack on round number 1, proving just what they were wanting to actually achieve. And now that this insanity of a match is over, I guess it is as good a time as ever to thank once again our partners AMD, Alienware, and Caporal, without whom's contribution and support, events like this Trackmania World Championship final stage would not have been possible in the way that it happened. And in case you're interested, there is still a giveaway running, and it is the final day to get that giveaway on your hands to get some amazing prizes. So make sure to check that out whenever you can. I think we should take a look as good a time as ever over the course of the bracket to see what this overall progression has looked like for this Sunday of action. So there it is, the final stage playoff bracket. Solary having won 4-1 in a very convincing fashion versus Big. Carmine Corp 4-2 versus Wild. And now 4-3 versus the Alliance for Team Solary in an absolutely fascinating and enthralling 7-game series. Next up, after this particular interview that will be coming up in a few moments' time, will be Into the Breach versus the Carmine Corp, with the victor coming into the grand final to play against Team Solary. And this could be very interesting, as we alluded to a little bit later on during the match. It could be a case of a rematch of the Group A upper bracket final between ITB and Solary, or we could end up with an all-out French Esport Classico in the form of Solary versus the Carmine Corp, Breno, Tak, Pack, and Gwen. This could be quite the lineup, as it seems as though Solary are back on the interview booth for another time, and Kai is there to get a word from them.
So I still feel a bit lightheaded after that match. Also, I'm sorry, Carl, I called you a Frenchman. So, I mean, also according to the Cupra Cup, maybe you are a little bit, so who knows about that. But, I mean, what a marathon that was, guys. Firstly, congratulations for your victory. And also, Peg, I want to ask you a question. What is wrong with you? What are those world records, man?
Did I do some?
Yeah, a couple of... Yeah.
I mean, one, I did Valley, didn't I?
2, also on Twisted.
Yeah,
Twisted, maybe?
Yeah. I was a bit... After he did that time, I really wanted to push him after that, because it was kind of annoying, because I really want the record on Twisted, but he's a good player.
Maybe can get into the grand final, right?
Hey, now I can try again. But yeah, no, it was a great match. They are incredible. Both Soldier and Mudder, so fast, and to push us like that was just crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, they came prepared. They actually picked some good maps against you, and I think you have to go back and maybe play Dive again.
I know the practice in between the match, I really thought I could do it, and I can't. So we just got to work on it again and just hope for the best, because it's bound to be picked in the final. So yeah, I mean, I'll do my best to not crash it again. We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. But also, Valley was so close there. It was such a nice map to watch. In general, this whole match was just... It was, again, 1 or 2 rounds that decided in the end. And what is your game plan now going to the final? I also asked you that question beforehand, but will you change anything?
No, we'll go with the same strategy. The what?
The secret line.
We'll have to play backflip, actually. We have a secret line. No, we don't. But yeah, we'll just try to do our best, and reaching the final is huge, because Alliance gave us such a sick fight. And the level on a map 7 like this, when the pressure is high, I don't know. It was one of the best matches I've ever played in terms of level in it. So,
yeah.
Like, massive respect to them. They were very a tough opponent.
Yeah, so thank you very much for that interview. I think we all need a bit of room for breathing, because there's another great match coming up. What is your prediction for that?
I don't want to say. I have too many friends that play.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Carl and Pack. And we're going to see you after a 15-minute break.
Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Hello guys and welcome back to the Trackmania 2023 World Championship. My god, what a match that was there between Solary and Alliance. And unfortunately we have to say bye-bye to Alliance, but what a great performance. 1 or 2 rounds away of also qualifying to the grand final and knocking out the 6 times world champions Carl Jr. and Pack. We have another match that is coming up now between ITB and KC. That will also be a very, very nice match. I will expect a lot of close matches or maps as well. And well, before that, let's take a look onto the schedule here again, because both teams went from a long way here into this match. We have seen, of course, ITB having sort of a break. I mean, they're playing quite late. They won that match yesterday against Solary. And now it's their first match that they're playing. And then we have KC, who lost against Alliance and then had to play today in the quarterfinals already against Wild, where they won 4-2. And now they're here in this match. All right, but without further ado, let's actually introduce the teams. On the blue corner, we have Into the Breach with Maim and Afi. So both of them were looking very strong. Both of them already reached the finals in the World Cup or World Championship. Welcome to them. Hello, Afi. Hello, Mime.
Hi. Finally here.
I hope you're doing great. I mean, you had a very long break today. How does it affect you now?
We had time to warm up. It was a long day. We had time to analyze the pace of the others as well, so it's pretty nice. And yeah, we'll try to play like we played yesterday, basically.
You played yesterday. I mean, you have only one match. KC, for example, has already played a match. Do you think it's an advantage for them today?
That depends. If the match was close, you can feel the pressure. If you haven't played yet, you know what to expect from the enemy, especially because KC already played. We already know how they played, so we know their pace something. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I think we will see. Do you have anything prepared as well? Any special picks? I mean, we have seen a good pick and ban phase from Alliance beforehand.
Yeah, the pick and ban is prepared. Hopefully, we'll win the pick and ban. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so good luck to you. Thank you, Mime and Afi, and well, good luck in the match. All right, and their opponents also getting a lot of fourth position in the regular season, the GMGL seasons. It is Otak and Bren playing for Team Carmine Corp. They have been also showing a great performance here in all of those matches and were able to beat Wild after a very thrilling match. So now they're here and play it out for a spot in the grand final. Hey Bren, hey Otak, how are you feeling? You had a break? Did you calm down a bit after that match?
To relax a bit, we took a few, maybe 30 minutes to relax, calm down a little from our previous match, and then we started warming up again. I feel a bit more confident on the tracks right now, so hopefully the same during the match, but I feel a bit more confident than before, and I don't know about Otak, but he seems good.
Yeah, I mean, you said that you had to work a little bit on your mental and also on the pace to be able to win this match because, I mean, Wild played really well, but ITB was able to beat the 6 times world champion combined, so you need to step it up a bit more. But, I mean, do you have anything prepared for that as well?
We know which map we ban, which is a good start. We have a rough idea of the good picks they could have against us and the good picks we could have against them, so I guess we came prepared for the match, but now it all comes to being good during the match, and we can't tell about that.
Yeah, all comes down to just both of you performing. But yeah, good luck and have fun. And let's jump to Geek, who's already at the casting booth. I will be joining him as well.
Thank you very much, Kai. And yeah, I think we are all very much looking forward to see this game happen in the flesh, to see who will be joining Solary in the grand final of this 2023 Trackmania World Championship. Mime and Afi versus Bren and Otak. This is, on paper, a match full of promise. And to be fair, I think the winner may not really be the one that we may be thinking of. So I think we all got to be very wary of how that particular matchup will be looking like as the players are, of course, setting themselves up and getting slowly but surely ready for that second semi-final of the day. And I don't know about you, Kai, but I don't know. I feel like we could see a bit of an upset there.
Yeah, I mean, KC has already played today, and I do think that this will be an advantage going into this match. But, I mean, ITB, you know, they could have just go in here like just a couple of minutes ago and then play this match. But they also know their tournament life is in danger. They do not have that bullet to work with anymore because when there's single elimination bracket, so if they lose, they are out.
Indeed, it is no longer the safety net that the double elimination bracket format of the group stage awarded for. So now it has to be full on their A game right from round 1 of map 1. And so far, yeah, we've seen some trials and tribulations from some of the other teams that we've seen. It will be interesting to see how ITB get into the groove after having that late of a start to the day of action.
Yeah, true that. I mean, it is now 6:10, so 18, and some teams have started as early as 14 in the morning, or like not morning, but you know, early in the day, let's say like that. We had a lot of Trackmania action already happening in the days beforehand, Friday, Saturday, and now the Sunday as well, as you've seen the schedule as well, where the teams are coming from. And there you go. Of course, ITB taking that top seed in their group, beating Solary, and now we can see them playing against KC, who won against Wild, who have gotten a 3rd seed in that first group.
Yeah, now in terms of predictions, I'm willing to be the one to go against the grain because I really do feel like we could definitely have a bit of a flip of the script at some point, and I would like to bet on the Carmine Corp win. Also, for the history of the World Championship, a grand final showdown between Solary and the Carmine Corp. Two historically legendary teams in the French esports scene would be absolutely insane to watch.
Yeah, and speaking of them, here we have the player profile for Bren and Otak. A very good team and good synergized team here, as Bren is just a monster and best in TMGL. I was already talking about that beforehand. I think they got 4th twice in this year in TMGL, so that is a good performance. Otak reaching the grand final of the World Cup in 2022 as well, so getting that 4th position there, and also Bren with a 7th place finished in that regard. So good performance from them, but they have to step it up a bit. The match looked good, but they also had clear picks that they were following and just performing on there. And I mean, at the end, ITB will be a hard team to beat because they have already beaten Solary, even though it was so close. But Carl Jr. and Pack are a tough nut to crack. And there they are, Afi and Mime. And I think they have a good shot of making to the grand final.
They have a very, very solid shot indeed. Do not underestimate the UK org being represented by Afi and Mime. And actually a little bit of a confidence at the start of the weekend. ITB come into this particular World Championship, especially Afi, without any kind of real weak link in the map pack. He feels ready on all 10 maps. So he's really become a jack of all trades over the course of this World Championship map pack. So it will be very interesting to see how that will be put onto display here in the semi-final.
And also Mime always with a good performance, just delivering the goods there. So I think this team is just so synergizing so well together, and that's why they have also been successful in both of the matches that they have played.
Yeah, this is absolutely right. What you've witnessed about this particular assessment there, as the game preparations are still ongoing. We will be going very, very soon into a pick and ban. But yeah, in terms of your prediction, what is your pick actually?
I mean, I have the script in front of me, and I think I was the only one saying ITB is going to win the World Championship, and it will be a rematch in the final between ITB and Solary.
Okay, you could see the picks briefly on the screen on our predictions, with Spam also betting for ITB winning here. Here we are with the picks and bans being started. It will be first ban courtesy of the Carmine Corp, followed by the ban from ITB. Then, of course, ITB, courtesy of having the higher seed, will be having that first pick. So, Surf will be the first ban coming from the Carmine Corp. Then Dive, following afterwards, Tempest will be your opening map.
Yeah, Tempest and Twisted are being picked. Dive and Surf, pretty default pick and ban that we've seen very early in the middle stage event. And Tempest and Twisted just confident picks here for the teams. And also KC performing really well on Twisted, just showing and delivering the goods. So a lot of maps still open. Backflip also still open that we have not seen today, if I recall it correctly. And I think it is a bit of more time to bring now on for Mime and Afi, but there you go, we have Valley also being in this map pool.
Yeah, they managed to kind of ponder their thoughts on what is the best course of action to actually pick as map 3 to avoid leaving yourself at a bit of a vulnerable window of opportunity for KC to try and snatch 2 back-to-back maps, which could potentially be putting a serious dent into their grand final aspirations, as now it is time for the Carmine Corp to try and take their time and basically try to weigh out their options. Cosmos, Tubes, GeForce, Edge, and Backflip left in the running to be picked by the teams, and Tubes will be picked as map number 4.
Yeah, you could have seen them discussing there on your screen, but also Otak and Bren, they have nothing to lose. It is Mime and Afi who come into this match as the top seed, and so I do think that this could play a role, especially Bren saying he's very confident, and Otak also really living up to the expectations. And there you go, we have Edge also being picked here by Afi and his teammate. So also a very solid map for them. And now we have one more pick, and it will be Cosmos for Bren and his teammate, and then GeForce as the decider.
GeForce as a decider. Now, this could be very, very interesting if we get to that point. But yeah, very, very eclectic, of course, map pick that we've process that we've actually went through there. Tempest and Twisted as the 2 opening maps. This is a bit of a wild one on my opinion side.
Yeah, that was indeed a wild pick phase. Also, GeForce as a decider. That is something interesting. It was usually picked a lot of times, so that is very cool. Also,
yeah, it's quite uncharacteristic. In there. It's quite uncharacteristic to see it as the last, as a decider map. Usually this is one of the most picked maps in the entirety of the map pack.
Yeah, and maybe we could not even see this map here, as we are starting here very soon with our first map. It is Tempest. That is the first pick from ITB, who are the top seed, and the top seed always starts to pick the first map.
Indeed, Twisted with the jump spin core feature of this particular map. Jump spins that you need to get down to a T, especially those two jump spins marking the identity of the map, where you have two very different approaches. One that is somewhat low speed, quote unquote, about 280 kilometers an hour, and a very shallow entry into that first jump spin. And then the second one, about 320 kilometers an hour due to the booster that comes before it. And then a lot more aggressive of a turning point and a lot more of a longitudinal approach to that second jump spin to go as low as possible. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting started right here, right now, with Carmine Corp versus Into the Breach. The second semifinal is underway.
The second semifinal is underway. The question is, who will join the 6 times world champions in the grand final? It is Bran and Otak, who are the underdogs in this match. I think that is just something that we can mention here. And Mime and Afi, they have to perform, Bran and Otak, with no pressure whatsoever.
Brendan Otak indeed having a little bit more of a relaxed mindset, a bit more of an open frame of mind to try and tackle this match the right way, as we already see Mime unfortunately sliding out midway through the ice slide, and thus will be relegating back down to 4th position, promoting Otak up into 3rd place. And yes, Mime will be definitely stuck in there, and that will be prompting an attack from Otak to try and slide himself into 2nd place ahead of Afi at the start of Sector 3.
Yeah, Afi is also quite far behind right now, 0.2 of a second, and Otak going for a different approach here, feels more comfortable with that, losing a bit of time with that, but only 600ths of a second, and Bran on a great time, but touches the wall there and doesn't make it. So Afi will get that victory, securing a draw for his team, because Mime was completely stuck there, as you could have seen it there on that ice section. So good start for ITB, that Afi was able to capitalize from the mistake from Bran there.
Yeah, this is great damage limitation there on the side of ITB, taking advantage of a little misalignment, a little discrepancy, the timings needed and the rotation needed for Brent to clear the second jump spin, seeing him barely clip the edge of the plastic block that covers the bottom of the second hole. So indeed, ITB had a bit of a rocky start with Mime's unfortunate exit from the ice slide, but ultimately they managed to make lemonade out of lemons.
Yeah, they have made it here eventually, and now off to a very good start on this map. I mean, it's their first pick, but look how far ahead they are already. Bran and Otak not really matching the pace here at the start, as they are 0.28 behind. That is quite a considerable gap, but also the world record for Muda here on this map in the previous match was just so good.
I couldn't believe it myself. Over a 1/10 of a second faster than the time from Stubbs that has been standing since the middle stage. Right now, Otak having a really solid round, with Brent just falling a little bit on the back seat, about 6 to 7 tenths down. And look at this very aggressive inside line on the part of the man from Samalo to try and fight for the lead versus Mime. Barely got the trigger at the checkpoint there, but does not get the proper amount of speed through that section. He goes for that no spin jump that he's become famous for there, whereas everyone just goes for the full rotation. And then on the second jump spin, it will be going very low for Afi, but this time he does the same as Bren. Mime will be retaining the lead. Otak second, Bren promoted up to 3rd, and it will be another draw that ensues.
So now Afi pulling the Bren there, unfortunately making a mistake. It's another draw, so ITB cannot really utilize their map picks so far, but still, I mean, 2-2, nothing has been done. It's not like it has gone down south for ITB or KC in general. It's not a 5-1 or 6-0 scoreline, so it is not too bad here for either of those teams, as Afi gets a really good start here. Look at that, touching the booster as the first person, and then there's Mime also in there. So again, very good start from ITB.
Very strong start from Afi, with a great exit from that ice slide before the setup for the wall ride. Mime joining him to make it a tandem of ITB in 1st and 2nd at the end of the first sector and through the first jump spin. Now following along with Brent through the ice slide, trying to go for a late apex, trying to get as close to the flag mask as reasonably possible. And now the gap still stands around. It's still a 1/4 of a second between 1st and last. And now we see Mime getting really slow and having the clip of the right front, just like we witnessed a few matches ago with Solary. And now this is the window of opportunity to salvage another draw there for KC, as Afi looks to be completely untouchable.
Yeah, Afi is so far ahead here. Otak will not come closer with that line here, as he finds himself still a bit further behind Afi here, but also Brand not really going for the attack. I think they're just going to take that and just wait for more mistakes happening, and also a good time from Afi is setting a new PB. But I mean, Afi and Mime just kept it is good that both of them are just crashing one by one and not both of them making a mistake in this round. It could have been detrimental for them if both crashed in the same round.
Yeah, just take your time. This is only round 3 that was being played, so just no pressure. Take it as you go. Take it at your own rhythm. The opportunities will come eventually. It is all about avoiding that case of the red mist, where you just get too much adrenaline going, and then these guys just start boxing and completely throwing rounds into the bin. So far, it is Into the Breach that will be coming into the lead of the race, with Afi leading ahead of Otak and Bren, second and third, with Mime about a quarter of a second down, having troubles of his own at the first jump spin.
Yeah, the adrenaline that we were talking about was the lightheadedness from us on the last match. So if you guys haven't seen this match, it was insane. I mean, I stumbled across my words because this match was just so breathtaking. And I mean, this wording then also gets its meaning across there. But right now, it looks to be like another draw, but Afi demoting to P number 2, make it even P3, not really getting the best trajectory here. So Otak and Bren are really living up to the consistency that they were showing on the first day, and Afi here also with a mistake. So this will be an ace for KC, gaining momentum and going into the lead. Otak with a good time as well, a .40. So KC in the lead of ITB's pick.
Yeah, it is a really, really good time. I think we should put that into perspective, considering what we saw about an hour ago. But yeah, it is very, very strong performance from Otak. And yeah, that consistency pays off. And yeah, those opportunities, as I say, they will come over the course of the match. It has come here on round 4 on Tempest. And this allows Carmine Corp to build up a lead of 3 points.
Yeah, 3 points of a gap. So far in 4 rounds, ITB could have only gotten 3 points. So nothing really too good. And there you go. Now again, a good start. After maybe overheating a bit there, losing a bit of time, but still got it across quite well. Bren now .4 behind. The start from ITB is just superb.
Yeah,
it is so good.
That was a really, really great start from ITB, and unfortunately, KC left to try and find some solutions to cause some of that lost time. Mime going a little bit wide at the exit of the ice slide. That is going to be prompting Otak to move back up into contention for second place, and actually almost hitting the same clip that he did a few rounds ago there, Mime, on that little dirt road with the right front. But Otak is right within contention, .4 P2, but a little bit too far behind to make a move stick for now.
This could be the counter ace there for Mime and Afi. Otak will lose a lot of time, sacrifice a lot of momentum there, and Afi's also on a very solid time there. Oh my god, Afi's so close there to the identity, and there you go. That's the counter ace, and good times here. .4 and .5s from Afi and Mime. It is 6-6. Cool match so far.
Yeah, cool match. And yeah, they were really quick to pick up on that ITB and immediately retaliate to the 3-point gap that KC was able to inflict them in the previous round. And now, again, the scales have been evened out. And yeah, this is very much slim pickings here heading into our 6th round, I believe.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's round number 6. True that. 3 draws, 2 aces, and now it's round number 6. There you go. The scoreline 6-6 here. And there you go. So Mime and Afi again with a good start, but Afi falling a bit behind, and also now Bren and Otak on par with them as they have gotten the pace around in this round.
Yeah, indeed. Going through the particular ice slide. Oh, Bren, yeah, that was looking way too racy, way too close to actually hitting the flag mast. He was forced to overcorrect and thus loses a lot of time due to the fact that he has quite a bit of trouble to regain grip, and he's completely out of the running in this one. About 4/10 down for now, as currently it is his teammate Otak who takes up the slack and tries to mount a challenge versus Mime for the lead of the race. Let's see how that shapes up in the 2 jump spins. Mime still leading by about a 10th.5. Again, Otak going for this signature no spin line. Currently still Mime leading by about 700ths of a second. Now the final jump. Otak trying to carry a bit more longitudinal speed, trying to go for a bit of an earlier landing, trying to carry a bit more speed through, and he will be able to make the move stick and take the lead. What a great finish, and what a snipe on the part of Otak with a .528 versus a .553 for Mime, and KC will be retaking the lead, and both teams on map point number 1.
And both members from KC winning their individual fight there by a couple of hundreds, so great job there. Going into the lead, only in need of a victory, whereas ITB also has track points, but they are in need of an ace. They have already done it, but they've already conceded a round within being just 3rd and 4th position. Mime and Afi now with a great start yet again. Look at that. Very solid. Bren already a bit further behind, but also Afi jumping maybe a bit too far there, and it allows Otak to overtake him, as his eyesight was something that Bren unfortunately lost the gear on, or didn't get the best gear change there, as look how close that round here is.
This time the ice slide comes through clean. He makes it just at the right edge of the flag mast. And currently still Mime locking horns with Otak and Bren locking horns with Afi. Still two separate battles to keep our eyes on as we head into Sector 3 and the identity right now, with Mime still holding on to the lead, but by the tiniest of margins ahead of Otak, as Bren also continues to hold that third place aloft, as we can still see maybe a draw being enforced. Or can Otak try to do something? No, he bumped it. He's forced to respawn. Can Afi try to go for the snipe to get the ace to validate the map? The answer is a no. It will be a victory that will allow ITB to once again even out the playing field, 9-9 at the end of this round, and it could very well be overtime.
It could very well be overtime according to how many draws we have seen. So track point it is for both teams. Every victory would lead into a winner of this map. Of course, ITB being the upper seed, so they have picked this map first, or they have picked first and picked this map here. But look at the start here from Bren, looking very good, but also Afi, Otak and Mime are coming a bit closer, whereas Bren didn't get the best line there. And Mime almost clipping the hole, so good line from the Polish player. And that is another good round that is brewing up here, as Afi losing a bit of control there, but still finding himself in that fight for that third position. Oh, Bren almost clipping there, but look at that, it is so close yet again. Oh, Afi now needs to rely on his teammate, lost a lot of speed there.
That was a great low line of the first jump spin on the part of Mime to get himself into the lead of the race, but right now it still looks like a draw scenario that KC will need to force this thing into overtime. Can Otak try to go for a little bit more and try to go for the lead overall to get that first map and immediately pick the ITB pick away from the blue side? It will be a little bit further to away than Otak would have hoped for, to try and make an attack on the Polish player from ITB, and it will be a draw that will see us into overtime with a great time. This would have been world record potentially a few rounds ago. Actually, maybe not.
It was
like
a
25,
22,
yeah. 22.5. That was a 25 millisecond difference, but that is an insane time. A 0.25 from Mime as we head into overtime.
And here we go into overtime. Tempest was a really good map for KC in the past, so I'm a bit surprised to see this pick. Maybe ITB felt a bit too comfortable on this map, but also KC just performing. But let's see who is gonna win this map, because overtime means it's do or die now. If you lose the round, you will lose the map. And it is Otak with an okay start, and look at that jump here. Just getting himself at all speed, overtaking Afi there.
And this time it's Bren trying to mount a challenge for the lead. Now we actually have a three-way fight for the lead, with Otak regaining a little bit of form, and now Afi making so that the whole group is regrouped within 0.2 of a second from first to last. And this time Otak trying to move ahead into the split. Mime going for a much more inner line. Bit of a later apex maybe on the side of Otak. Can he take advantage of that to move through this reverse booster section? Bren, Mime overtaking Bren for the lead. Can Otak retaliate and try to get the win for the Carmine Corp? We're going very, very low as possible for Mime, but it's Bren versus Mime for the lead, and Otak making it a three-way fight. This is insanely close, too close to call. It's down to the line. Mime will survive in the lead for 49 thousandths of a second compared to second, and 64 milliseconds ahead of third, and thus we go on to overtime, take two.
Yeah, take two of overtime. What a good ending there from the players, and this is a very, very good map to watch already. This is what the series is about. I thought actually that ITB would be a bit more dominant, but just KC putting out the pace here and just delivering a very good fight. So it is 11-11 here. Mime with another good start. Afi not too far behind either.
Afi currently still sitting right within the right group around the top three, but Bren being left a little bit behind, about a 10th further down compared to that top three group currently led by Mime and Otak, who are going to be going toe-to-toe. This is a flashback to 2021 Challenger League's inaugural season. Those two going at it throughout the entirety of the season, with Mime in the end prevailing to get his spot into TMGL. Same for Otak in second position, moving on to Sector 3.
Afi and Mime are leading the round right now. Otak, however, can still get it here in the ending. Bren is 4 seconds behind, so Otak needs to win this round, else we will go to map number 2, which would be Twisted. Oh, Otak with a good line though, all eyes on him, let's focus on him. He's right now leading the round, he can make it happen. Otak with a good approach there, Mime with also a lot of speed. Otak with a good landing as well, will it be enough? It will be enough, it is 12-12.
Oh my goodness, Otak putting a great game of brinksmanship here throughout this entire identity, with the audacity to go for the much shorter parabolica in the second jump spin to land as early as possible. Even though it costs him a little bit of extra distance, he still had the gap and the speed to make up for it, and thus we go on to overtime, attempt number 3.
Especially the speed he has accumulated on this identity, so good line there from Otak, and also this no spin first part of the identity really works out well for Otak. So he has that figured out, and I mean, I think he also went for that. I think, like in the first event, in the middle.
This is very much his signature line that he tends to fall back on for the most part in the first part of the identity. That's why we see him do it so often.
Yeah, and look at that. Afi now leading the round. Mime, Otak, and Brenna also in there. It is so close between all of those players. This will come down to the identity again. This map is also so good to watch here as we see all the players approaching the backboard section now. Bren with a good line there as well. Afi and Mime are on the lead. Bren barely getting the checkpoint. Afi with more speed. And it is Mime, Afi, and Otak fighting it out here for that victory on this map. It is so close between them. Afi currently not having the upper end. Bren with a good line. Otak in the lead as well together with Bren. That's an insane jump, but 3-2 respawns. What is going on? Who's gonna win this round? It is Mime, but the question is who will get second place? No, third place, I mean. Afi with another mistake. It will be Bren. We go into overtime, part 4.
What a race right up until the end.
What is going on?
We are served in terms of shenanigans and script flipping and anything else you can see. A lot of, I don't have the proper word in English, I'm gonna use the word for in French here. A lot of rebondissement, as we say in Moliere's language. But yeah, 4th overtime in a row in the very first map. Remember, there are at the very maximum sticks still to go like that.
Yeah, this could be a marathon, guys. And right now it is so hard to watch to see who's gonna pull the trigger. Bren was able to stay ahead there, but now Mime with a mistake. Afi has to perform. This is KC having the upper hand, but Afi showed a good performance. Bren touching there as well. Will still stay ahead of Mime though, which is really important in this individual fight. But who will get that first place? Afi. What was that line?
Afi pulling out all the stuff to try and remain ahead of Otak at all costs, as his teammate is currently sitting 1.5 seconds down compared to Bren in 3rd place. Otak trying to retaliate, trying to make the move happen versus Afi. They're almost side by side at the checkpoint. Otak getting the trigger a little bit earlier. Afi retaining the lead after the good acceleration through the no jump spin line, through this first jump for Otak, retaking the lead away from Afi just before the second jump spin. Can he make it stick all the way through? The answer will be a yes. Can Brett make it through the final obstacle? It is a yes. And after 4 overtime attempts, it will be the Carmine Corp winning ITB's map pick on a 15-14 scoreline.
What a match that is so far. KC winning after 10 plus rounds, I think. We had 3 draws to start all off with, then like 4 rounds in a row, followed up by a 5th round and then 2 aces. So we have had a lot of rounds on this map. And there you go. It is Tempest going in favor for KC, taking away the pick from ITB. And that's what we were talking about beforehand. Maybe it is advantageous to play a map or a match beforehand.
Yeah, there's probably an advantage to play a match beforehand, and also that more open frame of mind that you were mentioning about taking it a little bit more relaxed and easy to try maybe pick your opportunities away a little bit better as we make our way onto the map of the 1,000 Corners, the Tour de Corse feeling track that is Twisted, which is a Carmine Corp pick, so this is very important, that first victory that they picked up on Twisted as round 1 is underway.
Round 1 is underway, and let's follow Otak with a 103.735 as his PB. Let's see what Brand's PB is. Oh, 0.70, pretty solid. Pretty solid, and I mean, we've seen a new world record from Carl Jr. here in that previous match. And also Mime and Afi now showing good pace in this first round, as Otak already fell a bit behind. Bren, Afi, and Mime fighting it out, and this could be a very good start for ITB.
Through the first snake run we go, and it's a very, very close fight at the top 3, and Bren managing to keep it somewhat close to the inside. Afi and Mime managed to keep sticking a little bit better, but the exit speed will be benefiting the Carmine Corp player right now, who sits in the lead, goes for a bit of a different setup for the triple right-hander. Really nicely done there on the part of Bren to move into the lead with a .188 at the split before the start of Sector 3, with Otak in prime position in 3rd place.
Yeah, it looks really good for Otak to maybe even overtake Afi in this corner. Looking really good. The tables have turned in this round. Bren over with a mistake, and also Mime with a small touch. Otak will get overtaken. It is from being ace. No way, what is going on? It was a back and forth all along. Mime and Afi were leading the rounds. Then it was Otak and Bren leading, and just at the ending, Mime and Afi got sniped by Otak, and it is only, quote-unquote, a victory for ITB. What a messy ending.
A mess of a finish, isn't it? Indeed. Yeah, round 2 underway, and that was such a strange ending as well. Of course, Bren going a little bit too tight, and Otak falling off, and then we had that little slight touch from Afi, so subtle, just a few pixels before the finish line. That was so unfortunate to happen. So ITB still in the lead, but could have been so much more promising in that opening round.
For both teams, KC could have well taken that ace there as well, as we see another close round developing, and that's why we love Twisted. Otak leading the round right now. Mime with a good line as well, but I think Otak is also in a very good time here as Afi comes closer again. Mime and Otak, who both promoted into TMGL in 2021. It is Afi taking an insane risk, and look at this here. This is so close between them. Otak in the lead though, and Mime is not slowing down.
Mime is absolutely not slowing down, making the move onto Otak for the lead of the race to try and make it stick all the way through. Afi looking poised to try and make a move as well, trying to pose an attack, but this time it's Karmine Corp's turn to retaliate with Otak salvaging the draw with a .847. Mime and Afi will have to do with second and third place. Bren unfortunately fell back a little bit too early in this round to be able to make any kind of impactful results happen in favor of the Karmine Corp.
But again, only 0.1 of a second between first, second and third there. And now Bren with a no slide though. So the second consecutive mistake there, and the momentum could heavily swing, or will heavily swing now towards ITB. Otak not with a good drift there either. So Afi and Mime, after two very hectic starting rounds, finally have some room to breathe and can get an ace.
Yeah, through the first hairpin in the first snake run of the map. And yeah, this is looking like a very difficult round to tank for Bren and Otak. They just have to basically endure that round where they just gave away the lead to Afi and Mime through the triple right-hander. We go a little bit of a bounce on the side of Mime, getting a nice close third apex, but costing him a little bit of time compared to his teammate Afi. 0.175 of the split at the start of Sector 3.
Yeah, so this looks like an ITB ace, but Bren is not slowing down. Came quite close here to Mime, who saved a bit too much, only one Carling, so Bren can't deny that. Mime with a very good approach though, and will have a bit more speed, and there you go. It will be the ace for ITB, and also a good time from Afi, just 0.37 away from the world record. So ITB going into the lead, 4 points ahead now, finally being able to redeem themselves.
Not having the start that they would have hoped. Like now, Brendan Otak, they might be trying to keep themselves sticking to the plan, just trying to play the map to the best of your ability to try and salvage something, because if they pick this map, it is for a reason. We saw Otak being scintillating over the course of the weekend, driving 0.7s on a regular basis. Let's see if the man from Samalo is able to replicate that feat here on the semi-final end of the Sector 1. It will be Afi, Mime, Bren, and Otak regrouped together within less than a 10th.
Yeah, less than a 10th. What a fight is happening here between Bren, Otak, Afi, and Mime. Mime also with a good line. Bren with more speed, going into that very speedy section that ends into a drift here. So Bren leads the round. Let's follow Otak. 4-horse battle still going on between all of them. Afi with a good entry, but sacrifices a little bit too much speed. Bren still leading Otak, his teammate also joining him in a .20 checkpoint, and there you go. Afi, Mime, and Otak are fighting it out. Bren is nowhere to be seen here. He's a bit further up, but maybe drifted a bit too much there in this corner. And also a small touch there, I think, from Otak has come in, but he's still going to the lead. Bren and Otak can do it. That's looking good, but Otak with a no slide. Oh, Mime will overtake Afi or Bren. It will be Afi in the lead, and that is another victory for ITB.
What a race from Afi there, and that's gotta be frustrating there for Bren, even though he doesn't really show it. Takes a sip of water and decides, okay, this one I should really get back into focus, because now ITB is on map point number 1 of their own after having completely missed the mark on their own pick that was Tempest. It will be very important for them to be able to capitalize on the Karmine Corp's somewhat trifled start in this particular iteration of Twisted to actually get the upper hand.
It also looks so close here between them. Just a couple of decisions, small decisions are deciding the round. Mime and Afi were just leading, and then all of a sudden it was Bren and Otak again. It looks so close, but look at that. Afi and Mime can use their first opportunity to win on Twisted.
Indeed, they are perfectly in sync. 20 thousandths of a second between first and second at the splits. Perfect setup, almost perfect from Afi. Barely grazing the wall on the inside, gifting the lifeline that the Karmine Corp so sorely needed to stay alive at the very least for one more round on this map. Let's see what time will be given to the stopwatch by Mime as he makes his way through the final few sectors. Otak trying to catch up a little bit to the Polish driver, his fellow rival from Challenger, but no mas, it is not working with a .775. This is a more than respectable time, courtesy of Mime. But top and bottom for ITB means that the map win gets delayed at least for one more round.
Yeah, one more round, and also 4 points is not the worst possible outcome to be in, because 2 aces would mean that you also win the map. So ITB still not out on that one just yet, and KC, they have picked this map. So keep that in mind. And also Afi now with a good start. Oh, and look at that. Otak and Bren, they have to defeat Afi in this route.
They have no other choice than to pull 2 back-to-back aces if they want to actually flip the gap from 5 points up to a single point of an advantage over the ITB guys. It all starts now. It all starts with this sector, the start and the sector to the end of this snake run right there. And this time it will be Otak slotting himself into second place. But that little touch from Bran is going to be incredibly costly for the red side as Mime slides on through into the lead, overtaking Otak, even promoting Afi up into third place in the same process. 0.132 for Mime at the split before the start of Sector 3. Otak trying to make it a good fight to try and at least salvage an individual victory for the Carmine Corp, and he goes on down to work. Afi clipping, but it won't matter as long as someone finishes second on the ITB side. And it will be the case. It will be the map win for ITB. Second and third means it is a draw, and it will be a score of 10-5 for the blue side with a 0.752, the round-winning time for Otak.
Yeah, so there you go, ITB taking away KC's map pick, and now we're gonna go to map number 3, which will be Tubes. So gonna see this map again. A hectic map comes into play. So the score has been equalized, and of course we play up until 4 map wins, so still a long way to go. And after that we're gonna have the grand final, which will be played up until 5 map wins.
Yeah, and this is a very good map that ITB played, not only due to their performance on the track,
I know
but
it's Valley, sorry, not
yeah,
Cube.
it is
Cube's after that.
Yeah, it is a Valley that is going to be up next for our third map. But as I was going to say, it's a very important map for ITB because they managed to trade the map pick that they got stolen from the Carmine Corp at the beginning of the match with Tempest. So this is very much kind of counteracted the balance of power a little bit, and now we're back onto something where ITB are looking to try to answer back to Carmine Corp's very, very dominant first map win to try and actually capitalize on the momentum from that map to continue building on forward.
Yeah, to continue to build this on forward as Mime gets a good start. Of course, we're gonna see Tube after that. Then it will be Edge, Cosmos, and G-Force as the decider. Afi with a mistake though, so he is dropping further down the line, and Mime now has to deny. Reminds me of the start that we've had on Tempest. I think that it was Mime, however, doing that mistake, and Afi getting that first position, but still not looking too bad here from the Polish player as Bren gets a good line there, but Mime with so much more exit speed and also good checkpoint, a 0.098 from Mime, finding himself in the lead, and it is Bren and Otak on second and third.
The gaps have been stretched quite far out wide since the start of Sector 2, actually, which is kind of amazing to see, which is something we haven't seen at all over the course of the previous match. Mime, Bren first and second. Can Bren try to get a little bit of a gap back compared to the Polish driver? It doesn't seem to be the case, as Mime will be cruising through to the finish line. Bren trying to go for an inner line, but he's way too far back, and that's a 107.880 for Mime, already punching on the table and saying, yeah, I can also do pretty significant times as well.
Yeah, solid time there from Mime, right? I mean, this is just great. So what a time there from Mime, just 800s away from the world record there. So you love to see that. And now we go into round number 2, as Afi wasn't able to perform in that round beforehand, but now he finds himself in the mix and doesn't make a mistake in this corner here. By the looks of it, good approach, jumping so close there over the wall. This looked way too close for comfort.
Really, really low jump indeed on my side as well. Afi taking the lead at the split, and unfortunately that little hit of the neon side with the left front tire will be condemning Bren to the depths of 4th position, condemned to the Shadow Realm as we go on to this long left-hander into the Otak, going way wider compared to the rest. Doesn't manage to capitalize on the speed that he's able to carry through, and so he will be left at the mercy of both of the Knights from ITB. Afi and Mime in the reverse order. Mime leading his teammate by about 1/10 of a second. Poland and Switzerland currently at the firm top of the standings through the first gate, nice and clean. Otak trying to make it a bit of a close fight, visually speaking, through this first jump, but it will not come through as Otak is even forced to respawn at the second gate, and Mime will be clocking in a time of 108.178, 2/10 dead clear of Afi, and thus it will be the ace for ITB, making the gap 3 points in their favor.
Yeah, solid round here from ITB. Bren and Otak, they had to push it. Otak went for it, but he was too far behind to make it count, and also, of course, had to risk there due to that. So it is an ace 4 into the breach. So let's jump into round number 3, where KC has to act. ITB with a comfortable lead. Afi and Mime looking good despite doing that mistake in the first round.
Yeah, indeed, they're looking very, very good and managed to make amends. Afi managing to make amends very, very quickly as early as round 2 after that unfortunate wall hit in round number 1. This time the Swiss also looking very, very stout, looking to go a little bit higher this time around. Maybe he heard us over the counter to adopt maybe a bit of a safer approach, but in the meantime, it will not change the outcome of the first sector where Mime and Afi lead at the split, but Brennan is still to be in a pretty significantly favorable position as he continues to fight for second place.
And it is Mime again being on a monstrous time here, 40.09 checkpoint here. This could be another 0.8 or even beating the world record from Pack if he gets the ending across. So great and solid pace here, but also Afi all of a sudden just jumping into there, and his approach was just having a bit more speed. What a good fight between them. Mime, Afi and Bren fighting it out for the top positions, but it seems like Afi and Mime will go hand in hand into the ending. I think those are 2 times below 108, and Afi not quite yet, 0.10 behind, but Mime with another good time, and it's another ace most importantly.
I mean, still, a 0.044 is nothing to scoff at, right, in this particular instance, and that's a particular World Championship, but back-to-back aces for ITB as they make their way through the next round. It could be a 4-round deal, actually, on this map pick from the blue side. 7-1, 2 aces worth of points in the bag.
Yeah, 2 aces worth of points in the bag, and also what KC is in need of in order to equalize the scoreline, but Mime is just unstoppable on this map, and he just is driving it through here as Otak now gets also a really good start, finds himself in the lead. Good backside there from the 18-year-old player who has also played the grand final last year.
That was such a clean buck slide there on the side of Otak through Sector 2, assuming the lead to try and at the very least extract one more round for KC, but that's a great buck slide on the side of Afi. Bren also not looking too shabby. Otak now under threat from Mime, and Afi versus Bren for 3rd place. This is going to be a dual battle, and now has been promoted to a single dual battle as Mime does battle with Otak for 1st place, and this time it will be the pole cracking under pressure and hitting the chicane. Otak doesn't make it through the gaze.
Mime with the earlier respawn.
With the respawn, does Otak have enough to finish? Yeah, no, he doesn't make it through. Oh, that is such a painful sight to see. And with this, it is indeed a 4-round deal concluded, a 10-1 for ITB.
Yeah, so Mime there, this mistake really helped him because Otak also crashed there, decided to continue and commit. I mean, he had to go for that, but Mime with a quicker respawn, finding himself in the lead, just having more speed. Because you have a freewheel section, you cannot accelerate, you're just rolling, and there you go. ITB now going into the lead, and let's go to Tubes now.
It seems as though we might have had a bit of a tactical timeout requested by, I would assume, the Carmine Corps. But yeah, let's take a little bit of a look at Tubes, which was the opener a little bit earlier on during the day. And yes, the staircase, the few highlight sections, the staircase, then the Piff-Paff section through the right, then the left. You can allow yourself to dip the tire into the water. Here you cannot afford to do that since it is platforming. You will lose all grip. And now through the pipe flips, with the final pipe flip requiring about 3/4 of a rotation before canceling, and the proper bounce on the water to make it on all 4 wheels to go across the start-finish line.
It seems like it was ITB really needing a bit of time to warm up and come into the match. I mean, after that 14-15 loss on that first map, they were now able to redeem themselves, also winning map number 3 in just 4 rounds.
Yeah, indeed, and we just got the word that there was a technical issue that has been requested. It looks like on the part of the Carmine Corp, as there is a little bit of activity over on the Otak's setup, as there might seem to be an issue that popped up there. We hope it will be getting results soon enough so that we can get back to green flag racing.
Yeah, so right now ITB leading 2-1. KC has tech, but I do think that this map would really turn out in their favor. But what does that tactical timeout do to you? Maybe that is also something of a mental reset that could happen for the likes of Brennan Otak, who just lost 10-1, which is very, very dominant.
That is quite the hammer drop that Into the Breach did onto the mindset of both Brennan Otak, presumably. But yeah, that little technical timeout, even though it wasn't really the purpose, it can also be the opportunity to, as you said, having a bit of a mental reset and try to freshen up your mind and try to refocus yourself onto what the job at hand is, and that is to say, drive as fast and as consistent as you can.
Yeah, but also Afi and Mime, what a solid performance on this respective map. It looked so clean on Valley from them. Just this one crash that has happened. Of course, they were capitalizing from Otak's mistake there as well. But that's just how Trackmania eSport sometimes works. Sometimes you get second or even first position when you do not expect it.
Yeah, sometimes you can always expect the unexpected. As we always say, anything can happen in Trackmania, and usually does. And it never is over until every car crosses the finish line rather, and takes the checkered flag. So this is why it is so important for these players to play the rounds to the best of their ability, as we are finally getting back to green flag racing with map 4 underway, that being Tubes.
Yeah, Tubes is being played here as well. And let's go ahead with Otak's POV, or maybe let's follow Bren. I think he went for a different line on this map because he jumped so far into the staircase, if I recall it correctly. Yes, he does. He goes for a nosedive, and look, he just gets way more speed than the other players, finding himself in the lead right now, but leading by 700 of a second. So this could be a highly competitive map between them. I mean, KC picked this map, so you have to keep that in mind.
Brilliantly executed staircase there on the side of Bren, as you pointed out, but currently it is Otak currently in a little bit of a backseat, and this time we had a little bit of a dip of the left front into the water that I was talking about on this platform section that has cost Afi pretty dearly, and now it's all about Mime to try and force a draw here on this opening round on Tubes as we go into Sector 3 right now with Bren still holding on very, very nicely versus the Polish driver from Team Into the Breach, and that is the very, very nice first flip landing. And now Otak trying to go on a charge. Look at the speed he carries through. Mime trying to compensate with the lower line. It is not enough to dislodge the man from Samalo, and thus the Carmine Corp will be able to come away with the victory here.
What a great round there from Otak and Mime. I thought for a second that Mime has good speed, but then Otak was like, hello, I have even more speed than you. So very, very good ending there from Otak, the talented 18-year-old. And, well, this was just a very good round. Unfortunately, Afi has crashed there. So hopefully he can survive in this round, as Otak and Bren getting a really good start here yet again. And also here, Bren with his signature line just gaining so much time there.
Otak and Bren actually similarly going for the same kind of approach actually on the staircase. Maybe a little bit higher on the side of Otak, but both having roughly the same idea. Now through the wall ride we go after the first pipe flip, and it's looking really good for Otak as he goes toe-to-toe with Afi for second position. This time we have learned the lesson from round 1, and we are avoiding any kind of water contact there on this platform. Here you can, as you have dirt to kind of like dry your tires out as we head into Sector 3, and this time Mime on the back foot and Afi under third for second place.
Oh, but just when you say that, it is Afi crashing the outside corner, and that is a prime position for Carmine Corp to extend their lead to 5-1, but Bren will not get the gear, so Mime will have more speed here and can overtake him. Oh, but Bren is still slightly ahead, but will get overtaken here, so this is another victory for Carmine Corp, extending their lead, and also a good time from Otak, a 103.81. Only quarter of a second behind Mime's world record.
Yeah, and that is very important, that little capitalization on the mistake from Bren that Mime just did to avoid Carmine Corp going into like score runaway in a sense, to prevent them from straying way too far out of reach from the ITB boys as we're making our way through round number 3 here. It is the Carmine Corp still leading with a pretty, I say it's a pretty decent margin to start with. 2 points of a gap at the start of the first 2 rounds. As we make our way to Sector 1, it will be the pipe flip into the wall ride, and everybody regroup within a 1/10 of a second with Otak just sliding back.
Yeah, Otak not with the best amount of speed there, and also not really getting that drift across here, but everyone surviving, and Afi a bit more conservative, tapping the brake a bit too much, falling behind the line, and this looks like to be another victory round for KC right now. Look at that. Oh, well, I mean, Bren going for a backflip there instead, and all of a sudden it's Afi and Mime first and second.
The Sector 3 entry is where it all came undone for Bren, barely grazing the wall on the outside. This time it's all up to Otak to pick up the slack, but he takes advantage of Afi's absolutely appalling landing into the first pipe flip, but Mime will be completely untouchable through and through. Will take the win with the 104.172. Afi makes it a victory for ITB to bridge the gap back down to 1 point, but Bren, yeah, as I stated, that little touch at the exit of the turn just before the start of Sector 3 is really what set it all off, and ultimately resulted in that 6.5 second deficit in 4th position.
And also the holes are consisting of plastic, so if you hit that in in this kind of fashion, you just bounce away, and that is what happens to Bren there. So it is 4-5, 3 victories in a row here. The first one for ITB on this map. So far looking very close. And look at that beautiful line there from Bren. So much speed accumulated there from the 2019 Zerator Cup champion where he played together with Colgini, who he could meet in the final, but this time not as a teammate, but as an opponent.
Yeah, this time it's Otak who has a little bit of a Waraki landing at the wall right section just after the first pipe flip, so he will be relegated to close to a second down, I think, judging by the splits around 0.8 of a second. Currently it is Bren leading by quite the margin, actually, about half a second ahead over Mime in second position, going very close to the outside wall there on this dirt right-hander. Now onto the first of 2 pipe flips here in the identity, and Bren immediately sensed that it would not pan out and he was forced to respawn. It's up to Otak to try and make something happen. He goes a little bit faster compared to Afi there through that first pipe flip. They're still side by side fighting for second place. It will be Otak prevailing to guarantee at the very least a point for the Karmine Corp. But now in the space of just 2 rounds, ITB have evened the scales yet again, 6-6.
Mime and Otak with a great identity, but what was that start from Bren? He was almost half a second ahead of Mime there.
That was really cleanly executed.
Effortlessly from him, so great round there from Bren, and that just shows his background. He has played a lot of Trial and RPG and of course the Raider style maps in the past.
Indeed, as we're making our way through the next round, which is going to be round number 5, since we've had draws from the first 4 rounds onwards. Now, through this first sector, the split is right there, and everybody regrouped within about 65 thousandths of a second, going through this first pipe flip with Mine catching up to his teammate Afi. This time, Otak getting the landing he needs to make it through safe, nice and clean, and keeping up with the top 3.
0.04 of a second between the players here. Look at that, such an important round for them as it is going neck and neck in this section. Afi falling a bit further behind, but Mime with a mistake. But look at the speed from Afi here. Never mind, I was actually thinking that he lost more speed in that corner, but look at that. Afi now with a mistake, and Bren and Otak have the chance to go into the lead.
Watch out though, those 2 pipe flips have been proving troublesome so far for the Karmine Corp, and it's proving troublesome for Otak this time around, allowing Afi and Mime to move up into second and third, although Otak is within striking distance still of Mime. At this present moment, can he try to compensate? He tried to go A+ for effort. A+ for effort for Otak. He really tried to go for the full send and then with the lowest line possible. But in the end, it is a draw, and both teams on map point. For ITB, it would enable them to take their lead onto a 3-1 score, and for KC, it would be to taking this game into a technical best of 3.
Yeah, everyone except Bren there with a slight mistake, and was just a couple of tenths that have decided this very, very close round for the second position, and it was a draw, so this track point, as you have mentioned it correctly, and we see Otak and Mime now utilizing it quite well, as they are looking like to have a good start, but also Afi and Bren are in there, and of course Bren so far ahead. Look at that, 0.1 of a second it is for him, and it is again looking like a tie here. Oh, but Mime hitting the water, you could have seen it there. This is so costly, and I mean it could be a best of 3 series, as you have mentioned there, because Bren and Otak are swarming out into first. Afi is half a second behind. Look at that, it's their round to lose.
It's their round to lose indeed. Right now it's down to Afi to try and bring at the very least 1 point home on the side of ITB. Can Bren and Otak make it through nice and clean through this final part? Otak, actually Afi wasn't that far faster compared to the man from Samalo. They're going to keep going side by side through the final flip and the final bounce, and it will be Afi going too low and clipping with the right rear. 104.031 for Bren. Otak in second place, and does the Karmine Corp even out the score 2-2 in the series.
Yeah, 7-10 it was here in favor for KC. What a great series so far. And now we're gonna go to Edge. Cosmos will also be played after that, and then GeForce would be the decider. What a map this all is decided for. So guys, what a good match so far. Also great performance from Bren and Otak on this map, just capitalizing, just getting wins after wins, but also not really like getting defeated, and everyone or just one player from them is performing in those rounds where ITB got a victory.
I think the only map that kind of went against the grain was the first map, was Tempest, because those were that was maybe the only map where the gap was very, very significant. Also, Twisted was looking very well, actually, Twisted was a pretty significant fight back from ITB.
Valley,
as I said. Yeah, Valley 10-1 as well, and Twisted was also looking to be a pretty hotly contested map at one point, but here we go then, from best of 7 to best of 5 to best of 3 we go. Map 5 underway. It is Edge's turn.
Yeah, Edge, an RPG-style map, as you've seen in the intro. Mime with such a close start. They're almost hitting the checkpoint, and it is him together with Afi leading, but Otak not too far behind. I think this is a very good map here for Afi and Mime, but Afi not with the best line. They're losing a lot of speed there. He cannot even make that jump, so he's out on that one, as we see Otak, Bren and Mime fighting it out here for that top spot, and that is a prime position for KC to go into the lead.
This is the opportunity that they need right from the outset to try and actually make a bit of an impression on the ITB duo right now, making our way through the reverse booster, and now it's still Mime fighting on, soldiering on to actually get that lead position to get a draw enforced. But right now through the transfer, can we see a lower line from Mime? A little bit of a clip, manages to make it through. Otak has lost that second place in favor of Mime. Can he try to go for broken, go for first place? Let's see how it goes over the final jump. Brent will be holding on with a .222. What a time as well, with a .3, low .3 from Mime as well. Nothing to scoff at. Otak in third manages to guarantee at the very least a victory for the Carmine Corp.
Yeah, the level is insanely high there, and we can also see a DNF from Afi here, not able to finish. So it is Bren with a new match PB and the first position. Mime not too far behind, who also has a good time, a .25 on this map. But there you go, Gwen is being in danger maybe, as he has a 104.04. Maybe gonna see a 103 on this map.
Who knows, maybe it could happen, because I've been waiting for that day since Gwen did that world record. I'm thinking there's gotta be a 63-second run somewhere. It's gotta be in there. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be witnessing it in some points in the last few moments here of this 2023 Trackmania World Championship. Currently, Otak and Bren with a really, really solid start to Sector 1.
Yeah, it is ITB's last pick, keep that in mind. And Cosmos was picked by KC, so they could really go into the lead. It could be a 5-1. They just have to hold on here. Mime is not the slowest player in this ending, gets a really good section there. Oh, Brand with a readjustment, losing a lot of speed, but Mime crashing there and will not be able to make that quarter pipe jump there as well. So it's Brand and Otak's round to lose, as Afi also has made a mistake. So look at that. Otak and Brand will take it and will go into the lead. It's 5-1.
What's the stopwatch will say for Otak? It will be another .2 in the books, .235. Really, really decent times. The level is very close, but right now it's KC who have the upper hand, and you were telling the level was really close in this match, and the first map can actually attest it, just to correct myself there, as Tempest was 4 consecutive overtimes after we reached 10-10. So yeah, even though the showing is 5-1, there is a lot more layers to just one simple score.
Yeah, and 1 or 2. Like, if 2 players make a mistake in those rounds, it is just so costly and just gives the opponents 3 points to work with, and 3 points is just so much. Even denying that ace is so important. And now Afi and Mime are getting a really good starting section, but also Otak and Brand not too far behind. Otak with a very good line here. And look at that line here from Otak, just overtaking Afi here. What a great section from everyone is getting that one nicely, but Brand clipping a little bit. And look at that, Otak is still leading the round. Afi and also Mime in the mix. This is so close to call here. Otak is getting it across, but where is Mime?
How on earth did Brent get away with that clip at the bridge? I thought for sure he was going to be completely over and out in this round, but this time he's going to be catching up with Afi and trying to mount a challenge for second position. Otak still holding the lead steadfast by about a 1/10.5 of a second. Afi second, Brent third. The positions will stay as is up until the bitter end. Mime forced to respawn once again. The time, .155 for Otak with a .3 in the books. For Afi, Brent in third will guarantee the victory for Carmine Corp, who move on to map point number 3.
Otak and Bren have flipped the switch there. What a great performance from them on all of those maps. I mean, also Tubes, it was a 7-10. Maybe Valley 10-1 didn't really go in their favor, but they were also not picking that map, so you can't just give this away, as we have also seen it with Dive, for example, happening today already. And there you go, 2-7 it is, and KC with track point, they could go into the lead and only then 1 map away of reaching the grand final.
Afi with a little bit of a bobble at the exit of the checkpoint 2 corner, and here we find Otak at the bottom of the leading group, but immediately counteracting that poor start with a great jump into the ramp right now, heading into the bridge section. Brent will be clipping once again, second time in a row that he has a massive clip there, and he gets away with it by some reason or another. I'm even losing my voice just trying to react to this, but currently Brent still holding on to that lead, but Mime in hot pursuit, third place for Afi.
Bren with a very good round here. Otak is very far behind, but Afi and Mime, they need to find at least 2 points in this round. Afi with good speed, but Bren is quite far ahead. Also now Otak coming closer to Mime. Oh, this is, I think, the position set in stone unless Bren fails the ending. But no, this is not the case. A point 30, a point 37, a point 50, and then a point 62. And last place, it is a draw. And slowly but surely, KC moves on to the 10-point threshold.
I still can't get over the fact that Bren got away with a clip that was even more, times two, and this one was even more consequential potentially compared to the clip that he had the round before. So this time it will be Afi barely grazing the outside wall, which we've seen actually a few players do, including Masa, just before the jump, completely compromising your jump, and thus there is the Swiss 4.5 seconds down at the split into Sector 1.
Yeah, so Afi is 4.5 seconds behind. Mime should get first, but he clips there. How does he get away with that as well? I thought that he would get a slowdown, but Bren and Otak are just chasing him down. They need first and third in order to win this track to their name. And then we're gonna move on to Cosmos, which is their final pick. But Mime looking strong. After that, if they win, or if Mime wins the round, they only need 2 aces. Only, quote-unquote.
Yeah, only quote-unquote, but right now Mime in charge of carrying the backpack for ITB in this round, with Mime still holding on for first place, but very, very slow from the transfer. This might be the one that settles it all here on Edge, with Brent still holding the lead. Otak trying to make a challenge for second place, but it will not happen. The positions will stay as is. 0.205 with a bit of a bunk at the finish line to give a bit of a heart attack as well, for good measure. And thus it will be a 10-4 score for Carmine Corp, who retake the lead 3-2 in the series.
What a great performance here from Otak and Bren, both setting insane fast times there and just keeping up the focus. And now I think just coming from the underdogs to have a realistic chance of making it into the grand final, where they play against PAG and Carl Jr. against Team Solary. We will have Cosmos now being played as the penultimate map.
Penultimate map, and this is actually a Carmine Corp pick, as a matter of fact. So this is the first of 2 maps that they need, that they can actually rely on to actually get that spot in the grand final. If ITB wins, then it's on to map 7 that we go, and it's going to be very, very important to capitalize early on in the very first rounds at any kind of mistake from ITB, because I'm suspecting that ITB are not going to take this loss lying down and are going to try to fight back really, really quickly.
Yeah, and I do think that this one additional match for KC really helped them as we move on to Cosmos. The last pick from KC, Mime and Afi, they have to win this map, else they are eliminated on 3rd, 4th position. So there you go, Bren and Afi with a good start. Otak with so much speed, but overtakes his teammate Bren, who didn't get this transition too well.
Indeed, Afi currently still holding on the lead as we see Mime and Bren battling tooth and nail for 3rd position right now at the exit of the top-down perspective view that concludes Sector 1 and marks the start of Sector 2. Currently it's Otak, Afi, Mime. Mime catching back up quite nicely actually, and leaving Bren in the dust by about 0.4 of a second before we head into the reactor boost part, marking the end of Sector 2 and the start of Sector 3. It's Afi, Mime moving into 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, 1st and 2nd, but Otak not giving up. Very good line here from him as well. Good apex there, chosen by the talented player from France as he goes into the lead. Very good line there from Otak. Oh, and look at that. He is ahead, taking so many risks, so much speed gathered up there. And it is Afi and Mime who are chasing down Otak here. Can they overtake him? I don't think so. No, but Bren can overtake Afi, and he will do so for the victory for KC.
Afi with a bit of a slower exit from that final corner, which prompted Brent to immediately take advantage of that with a perfectly executed full inside line there to get past the Swiss man from ITB to allow themselves to get that round win.
What a great performance from KC. It looked like a very solid round from ITB, but Otak just with a great performance in that round, showing why they have picked this map. And we go into round number 2. Everyone surviving it, no one clipping. Brand currently leading. Oh, and everyone getting it so well here. Look at that, pixel perfect from all the players, but Afi and Brand have gotten it just a little bit better, so that's why they're leading by 0.2 of a second.
Afi, Brand then just leaving Mime and Otak on their own to do battle on their own, but this time it will be Otak being completely left as Mime takes over third place permanently here, and now mounts a challenge for Bren, second place, coming up into the end of Sector 2, with Bren looking to go a little bit further on the inside of the exit, currently still holding on to second place and still holding a quite decent gap, about a 10th to a 10th and a half compared to Mime. Now Mime going on the offensive, trying to impress the Frenchman from the Carmine Corps, but he is a very, very tough man to impress, soaking the pressure up really well, heading into the final few corners.
Oh, Bren with a very good line, going over the edge there, and goes into the lead. And look at that, it is Bren and Alfie fighting it out. Mime also coming closer. This could be the ace for ITB. Mime with a lot of speed. It will not be enough. Bren not crashing into the wall. And it is a victory, and 2 PBs here from Mime and Alfie on this map. It is a victory for ITB. It is 3-3. What a close series.
Alfie going for the full send in the meantime up front. That was such a treat to see, even though we were witnessing that from maybe Brent's perspective and Mime's perspective from the battle for second. But what an ending from the Swiss player from ITB that must absolutely be commended, getting a new match PB as well with a 113.257 in the books. And already we find one of the players from ITB on the back foot, with Mime being very, very slow, and Otak this time, Bren rather, being very slow, and started Sector 2, already a rift between top 2, bottom 2.
Yeah, so Bren wants to accompany Mime there for that battle for third position, and also it is Alfie and Otak fighting it out for first place. Very important round for the teams to take home, as Mime has the upper hand ahead of Bren right now, he is, but Otak with a great line there, accumulating so much speed there, and finds himself in the lead. But also Alfie, good setup for that drift here, where it is really important to get a good line, but also you can lose a lot of speed by going too far to the right there.
I am very, very curious to see what the stopwatch will say of Otak's performance in this round, because he's looking to be on an absolute blinder of a lap right now. 103.238, this is looking very good for a 113.1.0, maybe even a 112 there, as we see Bren's perspective right now, holding on to third place nicely, Mime crashing into the pole on the inside, 113.168, part of Otak, and Bren in third place will guarantee the victory for the Carmine Corps, who are now past the halfway mark.
5 points away of reaching the grand final, and there you go, ITB from beating Solary. Now Solary's in the grand final to get demoted to third, fourth position. I mean, they are the favorites going into this match of taking the first seat against Team Solary in their group. But let's focus on this round. It is not over just yet, as Otak, Bren, Alfie and Mime all get a good start. Everyone holding the gear, but Otak over the best landing here, and it is Alfie and Mime batting now with Bren. That is their chance to come back into this map.
It is their chance to come back, but it's also now Bren's duty to pick up the backpack, as Mime tried to do on Edge this time here on Cosmos, and he's going to have a really, really tough fight, because Mime is coming back at him right within his rear bumper to try and challenge him for the lead. And we see Alfie making it a very, very tightly knit pack and a very, very neatly tidy trade for first through third, and Bren continuing to resist the assault from Mime. But for how long much more can he hold on, as Mime continues to go on the offensive at the start of Sector 3?
Oh, what a line from Bren there, going into the lead there, beautifully executed, but also Mime and Alfie not too far behind. It is 0.1 of a second between them. Bren had some great identities in the past, and he will try to replicate that again, but also Mime not too far behind, and also Alfie, they tried to overtake him. Bren should not crash into the pole there as well. Beautiful identity from Bren, securing the first position with a 112.92. Insane time, 3 PBs in one round.
What a run from Bren, 112.923, just a few embers away from equaling or even beating Gwen's record that is still standing since the middle stage.
Yeah, what a great time there from Bren, as he is really delivering the goods here, but now gets the nose slide. This could be very costly, as the speed just compounds and just stacks up there that you need, and he will slow down even more. Now Otak has to win the round, else we're gonna see an equalizer or even the lead for ITB.
Otak taking up the mental and actually jousting with his old sparring partner from TMCL and now TMGL. Mime currently still holding onto the coattails of Otak's rear bumper, about 23,000 at the previous split. This time it will be 85,000 between the two at the second split through sector number 2 here. Moving on to this reactive boost bar before the 90 right that goes uphill before heading back to fight. And now Mime again taking advantage of a really, really great exit to move into the lead at the start of sector 3.
Yeah, what a good line there from Otak, I wanted to say, but he overheated a bit, and this is the chance for ITB to regain control. Mime in the lead, Bren and Otak with 2 individual mistakes, and that's what I was talking about, Tom. If both members make mistakes, it is detrimental, it is lethal, and it can lose you a map.
Indeed, as Mime and Afi have a clear road ahead. Mime finishing in first with a 0.322, and that will send them in the lead with a 2-point advantage over the Karmine Corp and map point number 3 of their own. They need a single victory to make it so that we play G-Force.
There you go, G-Force is the decisive map. I would really look forward to that. But of course, upsets are always fun. A Cinderella story in that way. And Casey is bringing up a great fight. Unfortunately, 2 individual mistakes have gotten ITB that ace. But hardly any ace has happened so far for ITB in this round because Oltak and Bren just played so good.
Now, the big question is how quickly can Karmine Corp bounce back? Because unfortunately for Bren, we had a really bad landing at the plastic bar midway through the first sector. It's all down to Otak now to try and salvage at the very least a draw. He cannot afford to go for a second position. Otherwise, we go on to G-Force for sure. Currently, it's Mime and Afi trying to make sure that the draw will not happen. What an entry from Mime. Looks a little bit wonky there, allowing him Otak to move up into second position. But Afi still completely untouchable at front.
Yeah, Afi with an insane start here. 50 seconds have elapsed and he finds himself in the lead. This could be it. ITB could take this map home. Otak needs to find a first position. Bren is 2.5 seconds behind and Otak has nothing to lose here. Only this map if he doesn't get that first position, so that is still quite a lot. Afi with a good line. Otak tries to push it, but it's not enough. We gotta go to G-Force, the decisive last map.
And what a map to end it on. G-Force is going to be quite the sight to behold here on this as contested as can be second semi-final. Kai, I'm so excited. I'm starting to get the shakies actually just watching those few maps unfold here and there. I just look forward to see the last few rounds as we get to decide who will join Solary in the 2023 Trackmania World Championship Grand Final.
Yeah, will it be the upset that KC will make it as we are going to a last decisive map? It is G-Force, and here a lot of mistakes can happen so quick. One break tap too much and you could be respawning all the way back to the checkpoint beforehand.
Yeah, respawns can be extremely costly, especially that first sector checkpoint. If you miss the bug slide and don't get the trigger, you lose the best part of 4.5 to 5 seconds on that respawn, sometimes even more.
Yeah.
So you have to be really on point with your timing of inputs as we get started with the first round of the final map of the second semi-final.
And after that, we of course still have the grand final, but the question is who will join Solary in there. ITB or Karmine Corp both bringing up a great fight, but it's Otak with the first small mistake and also Bren 1 second behind. That is a dream start for ITB on this last thrilling map here of the series.
Mime and Afi thus taking advantage of the trials and tribulations of Otak. Otak having had a really harsh landing with the side of the car first that ultimately prompted that 3-second gap to widen up, and then I'm suspecting Bren unfortunately had a little bit of an issue with the dirt zoop at the end of sector number 1, and thus the road is really clear ahead for Mime and Afi, currently having a 6-10 separation as we head into sector 3. It will be the man for Poland, currently holding a really nice lead.
Yeah, very comfortably. 3.3 seconds mean they can go for the safe finish here. They cannot go for the jump there, but I mean, if they feel comfortable, they're gonna do that anyway. And you can see that Mime and Afi are just doing that, and they get that ace across. Good time as well, 1:12.45. He could have saved it there. So it is 3-0 for ITB, and that is a good start for them coming into this map.
Great start for them, but yeah, the Karmine Corp looking to try and set that round aside as quickly as it ended right now, saying, okay, we are done with this one. We just need to settle ourselves back, and you can see already, yeah, just a little bit of a scratch of the neck there for Otak, a little bit of a sip of water, maybe a little bit of hydration that could help a little bit on the physical side for Bren, but both just keeping themselves focused on the job at hand, that is to counteract that ace.
Also using that non-finish time there, or that he didn't finish, as a sort of timeout to reset, to talk to your mate and be like, you know what, I got you, everything is good, let's just refocus, let's recoup here and try to win the pot here, as Bren gets a good start here in this round, and no one makes a mistake. Afi not with the best zoop there, but just by the first look, he's still in there and fights his way back into this map.
Still holding onto the back of the third place car that currently is belonging to Otak. Currently Bren heading into the lead with Mime in hot pursuit. Through the bobsleigh 180 turn we go. Everybody avoiding the clip at the top now through the ice slide. Unfortunately, we lose the mid corner for Afi, thus demoting him down to P4. Mime trying to take already the mantle to try and enforce at the very least a draw to try and keep that 3-point gap alive, but Bren is giving it a really red hot go to try and dislodge the pole from the lead.
Yeah, Mime and Bren are fighting it out. I think Bren has a bit more speed here to work with, and this will be an important victory. But also Otak coming close here. This could be a sniper from KC. This is so important. Mime is getting demoted to third position, and it will be Bren and Otak getting that ace, and the score has been equalized. Insanely important ace for them.
Mime trying to go oh so low, a lot lower compared to the Carmine Corp guys, but ultimately it resulted in him exiting the wall ride a little bit too early, and thus being put in a little bit of a corkscrew spin with the wrong direction, thus heading onto the side of the finish, still getting the trigger, but albeit half a second down.
Yeah, half a second down there, but Mime, I mean, all like 1 or 2 kilometers can stack up so much there, and also Brent setting a new PB, by the way, a 112.11 here for him.
All right, here we go then for our next round. The ace immediately counteracted 3-3 as we start round 3 now here on G-Force. Currently following along with Brent through the jump into the bobsleigh entry. This time everybody making it nice and clean. Otak doesn't have the same mishap as he had at the opening round here on this map now through the dirt slide. It will be Brent leading at the split. Mime sliding on through into second place. Top through bottom will be about a 10.5.
Yeah, a 10.5 between them, and also Otak with a great approach, going so outside there on that cruise control section, and now he finds himself in the lead together with Bren. But here important to not wobble too much and also get a good entry into this third zoom. Oh, but Otak is sliding out. Mime and Afi can't capitalize from that mistake, but Bren is still there to deny some points towards ITB.
Can he try to catch back up to Mime? Currently Mime enjoying a pretty solid advantage of about a 10.5 to manage the work from up front in the field. Afi currently completely left behind, just gonna have to leave it all to his teammate from Poland, and this is going to be a huge mistake from Bren. That's an unfortunate landing, completely tanking all of his forward momentum, and that is going to be gifting the ace to ITB on his silver plate, who immediately fight back just like a tennis game. It will be ITB retaking the lead 6-3.
What an unfortunate wall ride entry. I think that was a slowdown. Maybe he clipped his wheel there on the transition or something like that. So Bren not finishing there, and the momentum, of course, now goes back to ITB. KC already did it. They already denied or just answered with the counter ace, but they have to do it again. It is 6-3. ITB jumping a tremendous step closer towards the grand final.
Making a solid step forward to that grand final spot against Solary. Let's see if the Carmine Corp are able to retaliate with an ace of their own, or at the very least a victory, to try and start eroding away the 3-point gap that had just opened up over the course of the past round or so. End of the first sector, and it will be Otak, Mime, Bren, Afi, separated by 0.2 of a second, and currently the Swiss man is on the hunt.
But what a great performance here from Bren and Otak. Completely different compared to the match that we've seen against Well. That is a completely different pace here from them as they are leading right now. They can answer with the ace. Will someone set out Bren with an insanely risky approach there? It's just getting it through there, but Mime is not too far behind here, but gets a lot of airtime. Bren and Otak with a good line here, and look at the checkpoint, a 0.20 checkpoint from Otak. Mime with good speed here as well, overtaking Otak here in this sector, and Mime can do it here. Mime can't deny the ace from Bren and Otak. Goes for a lot of speed there. Can he overtake? Mime looking strong. Let's follow Mime's POV. Can overtake one, but he cannot overtake Otak. Is it enough to overtake Bren? It is enough. There you go. What a round. Imagine being last with a 0.14.
Imagine being last with a 0.14. What a time from Otak, a 0.042. And that snipe from Mime, so important and determinant even to the outcome of this game potentially, as it only allows KC to bridge the gap back down to 2 points, and now they have a lot more work to do over on the French camp.
This was such an important ace to deny. 6-6 or 7-5 is a tremendous difference there, and ITB with match point. If they get the ace, it is over.
Oh, unfortunately, it looks like that might be the first piece of the puzzle falling into place with that unfortunate too far inside dirt soup, courtesy of Otak. It's all down to Brand to keep the dream alive for the Karmine Corps. Try to give a little bit of extra hope to the blue wall that is continuing their unwavering support to their Trackmania lineup. No matter the game, the blue wall is still there to support their players. And right now, they need all the support they can, as currently Brand has to soak up the pressure as it is currently being pushed on by Mime with a really, really great exit. It is going to be all to play for at the identity there.
Yeah, Bren also with a great checkpoint there. Mime is not too far behind though. Goes for his signature line. Bren has to hold. Mime with a good line. Is Afi coming close? So I do think that we're going to see another line, but this will be an insane time from Bren. Who is going to win this round? No, he will not. It is a 1:11.92.4 from Mime, overtaking Brent in the last block here.
You know the score. Checkers or wreckers, ace or bust for the Karmine Corps. 9-6 in favor of ITB. As long as someone can split the red side apart, it is game over and a grand final spot in the books.
A second place is needed for Afi and Mime, but imagine KC is getting the ace now. Then we could jump into overtime on the last map, the way we started the first map on Tempest. But let's see what will happen here. A lot of pressure is on the line. Mime not with the best start. Afi, Bren and Otak fighting it out. Afi needs to be on second. Oh my god, Bren going so close to the wall as well as Otak. So much is on the line, but none of those players are falling behind whatsoever.
Afi being demoted down to third place, but Captain Karmine Corps and Brand's clip with the right rear is potentially going to be the sealing the fate of the Karmine Corps in such an unfortunate way. Afi even taking advantage of that situation to move into the lead. Mime into second position, trying to finish in fashion with a bang through the identity with Go, with Afi in the lead by 0.2 of a second. Mime still holding on to second place ahead of Otak, still trying to go for a lower line, but himself having trouble through that final wall ride. And hand in hand, Afi and Mime, Sebastian Voltaire and Hubert Dietrich. I spoke too soon. Mime falls off.
No way! What is going on? What is going on? Afi and Mime both have to respawn, and we go into match point versus match point. Afi and Mime are throwing here, and we are going into another round. What is happening?
I cannot believe what I just witnessed. I thought for sure that it was over. They had the round in the bag. It looked to be so done. Following that clip from Brad with the right rear wheel at the very top of the bobsleigh. It's all down to this one final round here on GeForce. Let's go!
Let's go. It could also be another round after that because it could go into overtime, but it's match point versus match point. Whoever wins this round will go into the grand final. Brennan Otak with a great start. Mime and Afi are behind, and they had it. They had it served on a silver plate, and they were not able to use it. But still, the map is not over. Brennan Otak are, however, leading by quite a comfortable margin. Let's take a look here. Bren not making a mistake this time around, and Otak and Bren can make it. What a Cinderella story would this be? Mime and Afi with such an insane lead here.
Brennan Otak have got it all to do. They got to get away through the finish line. Mime forced to slow down quite significantly, half a second down compared to second place Otak. Brad has got it under control. He just needs to make it through the final two wall rides. The first one is nice and clean, maybe a bit slow from Otak, but it's actually okay, fair enough. The second wall ride will be the one to qualify the Karmine Corps for the grand final.
No. Wait. Brad with the reach. There's no way. We go into overtime. We go into overtime. What is going on? I cannot believe what I'm witnessing here. Mime and Afi still with another shot of making it to the grand final. We go into overtime.
Why does that have to happen at every time we try to call the winner? But the same way we concluded map number 1 of this game, we have to conclude on the very least one overtime attempt here. Still the grand final spot versus Solary up for grabs. It's getting so tense here in Montpellier on this 2023 Trackmania World Championship Finals.
I love having GeForce as the decider. 2 miracles have happened, but now the game is on. It is Mime and Afi against Otak and Bren, and it's not over until it's over. And look at that start. It is a couple of thousands between them. Otak with an insane run here, but this part is the first decisive corner here. Bren with a great corner, finding himself in the lead, but Mime and Afi are fighting for it as well. 0.2 between them. Mime has to find the lead, but Afi with no speed, so it could go into another round.
Otak onto third. Can he hold the fort for long enough? And can he rely on Bren continuing to hold the lead all the way to the finish line? Or are we going to witness yet another overtime attempt going through here on GeForce? Mime trying to go for a bit of a lower line as he ever tries to do. Otak still sitting Civ ready in P3. Will the wall ride be the good one for the Carmine Corp this time? The answer is a yes! And with a score of 12 to 11, we go on to a Classico. Carl and Pack versus Otak and Bren. Ewan Egler and Brendan Seb have more than deserved their spot in those grand finals.
ITB will have nightmares about that mistake. What is going on here? Carmine Corp versus Solary in the final. But what was that? Both teams are... I'm speechless. I'm really speechless. But still great sportsmanship there from Bren and Otak, and commiserations to Mime and Afi, who just threw it away there, unfortunately.
I think you guys can still give him a round of applause wherever you are following, because that was quite some going, and both semifinals proving to be absolute treats to watch. Man, I cannot wait for this grand final, Kai.
Yeah, I can't wait for that, and before that, we're gonna jump into a small interview.
Oh my goodness, I need a moment to catch my breath, try to feel my heart and my words. After this absolutely enthralling 7-game series yet again, you can hear the voice is starting to act a little bit warbly there, but it's par for the course here on this 2023 Trackmania World Championship, given how close and how stacked the level is here with an insane 7-game series again. It's a 4-3 victory. Right on the dotted line, right on the ragged edge for Bren and Otak, who thus get their spot in the grand final between Solary and themselves. Let's take a look at the final bracket as it stands. Just one match to go, that being the grand finale, scheduled, of course, at 8 p.m. CET. Might be getting a little bit earlier. We may never know. There is the full rundown of the action from today. And you can see those two semifinals have really delivered quite the treats to match and to watch as well as to commentate. And I hope you guys enjoyed the show as much as we are enjoying covering it. And in the meantime, it looks as though we have the interview booth ready. Kai has Bren and Otak one more time.
What was that match? I already wrote down 12-6 for ITB, so I would have not expected you guys to stand here, but what was that? What is going on? Bren, after that landing bug there, I think that you had on GeForce, what was that landing?
Yeah, well, first I have no clue what happened for them. The one round where we aced, I have no clue how that happened. And then, yeah, I had a land bug at the very last jump.
Yeah.
Like, it made me slow down instantly, and then we got a draw. And then luckily, I kept my composure and I kept playing quite good. Otak did well as well. But, I mean...
I cannot believe it. I cannot
believe
it. Oh, so, I mean, Mime and Afi heartbreakingly not making it. I mean, you had ups and downs in this match as well. But starting off with this overtime on Tempest, you were also playing so well there. So you just stick to the plan, but you improved compared to when you played against Wild. So what did you change in that break?
I have no clue, honestly. Maybe more confidence. I don't know. Otak was playing insane during the whole match. Honestly, he carried me, especially the first maps. He was playing so good. And then I tried to get on his level, and we did surprisingly really good on some maps. So yeah, I'm really happy with the result, and I don't know what we changed, but it worked quite well in the end.
It worked really well. So now it will be a best of 9. So you play one more, or you have to win one more map in order to be the world champions. What will you change over that course? I mean, you come from a very heated up match. I think you also need to calm down a bit.
Yeah, I honestly think we need a pause first, and then we could we could play the grand final. But honestly, we will change nothing because I think we played great. Even if I don't think with that much we would have win over Solary, honestly. But yeah, we will try our best. We're not that satisfied with the top 2, obviously. We want to win now. So, yeah, let's get it.
Okay, so, Bren, you already said that you're satisfied just before playing against Wild. So, top 6 would have also been fine for you?
No, I'm satisfied with our level, but I'm not satisfied with top 2. We're trying to get top 1.
Okay, yeah. Well, now you have to say the same, right? But, of course, what a match. I think that was match of the year potential there, and congratulations again. Guys, we will be back after a break, and also a well-needed break. What an evening of Trackmania this has been. Thank you very much, Ortag and Bren. Hello guys and welcome back to the Trackmania World Championship of 2023. I'm Lucas Turbo and man, what a match have we witnessed there. Oh my god, ITB not making it to the grand final, and it is eventually Team Kameen Corp joining them for the grand final to play against Team Solary. It will be a best of 9 now, so you need 5 maps to win in order to claim the World Championship trophy to your name. But let's take a look onto the bracket real quick, because we have had 4 stunning matches already today where Solary won all the way from the quarterfinal and then also against Alliance. So both teams that were in the quarterfinal and made it through are now in the grand final. It will be Solary versus Kameen Corp. Okay, so Solary is also the first team that we're gonna introduce here. So welcome Pack and Carl Jr. They have been performing really well over the course of this event. They dropped against ITB, but now they find themselves in the grand final. Welcome.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think it's on. I think so as well. So sound check completed. Pack and Carl Jr., welcome. Grand final again. 6 World Championship titles already under your belt. But what was that match? Let's quickly talk about that here. Like, that was insane.
I feel so sorry for ITB, obviously, to bug on the end like that and then lose it. It's heartbreaking. I mean, it did happen to Kameen the next round, but you can't really write that. I mean, I feel so bad for both of them, but yeah, Kameen in the final. Hopefully we can win again.
Yeah, so now you have to win 5 maps. Do you still stick to the same game plan of just only winning and just keep up the focus, or do you have anything prepared?
It will be a boring answer. We will try to win 5 maps and that's it.
Yeah, but also you have a ban now. Can ban a map, I think, if I recall it correctly, or are you just the first team to pick a map? Okay, I think the last map is random, right?
If I can ban, I'll ban one, but I'm not sure if
I think you can pick a map, but I'm also not 100% sure about that. But I mean, you have the advantage of picking a map first, so I think you're gonna go into there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, guys, it has been a long day. Okay.
True, but
it has been a long and exhausting day. But yeah, I mean, good luck to you, and yeah, let's see who wins it. And on the red team, we have KC with Otak and Bren. Welcome back on stage. Just a couple of minutes ago, we were seeing you beating ITV. So they're also joining us for the grand final. Yeah, welcome back, Bren. We just talked a couple of minutes already ago. So yeah, are you nervous?
Yeah, I'm nervous because I want to try my best and I hope we do good. So yeah, I'm nervous like any other match we played.
Okay, were you also nervous in the 2 matches before and also against Wild? Because you said you did not really have any expectations going into them.
Well, I'm always trying my best when I'm playing the matches, but of course I'm nervous every time. They're all strong opponents. So yeah, of course I'm nervous every time I play a match.
All right, so I will not ask any more questions because we already talked about that. So guys, good luck in that match as well, and I hope it will be a good one.
Thank you.
All right, so Geek will join us now for the grand final. I will join him as well.
All right, so this is it. One grand final for the ages between 2 titanic duos. And you can already tell that after this one, we might not have any throats or voices left here on this Trackmania 2023 World Championship. In the meantime, one more time, we should thank our sponsors, our partners, AMD, Alienware, and Capora, without whose contribution this 2023 World Championship in its current shape and form would not have been made into a reality. And of course, quick reminder that there's still a giveaway currently ongoing to win some amazing prizes, so make sure to check that out whenever you can, because it is the final day of the giveaway currently running. So, Kameen Corp, Solary, the French Esport Classico, coming to Trackmania for a world title.
Yeah, there you go. I'm really looking forward to that match. Of course, ITB was so close of reaching that grand final, but man, it has been a long day, so
It's been a while.
It's been a while, so I'm feeling really lightheaded. So I mean, it is just what it is. But I mean, that is just the beauty of Trackmania, as we are seeing Team Solary here being introduced with Carl Jr. and Pack. And funnily enough, both teams from the quarterfinals have beaten the semifinals. So the seed ones have been beaten. They didn't make it to the grand final. And Carl Jr. and Pack are, of course, the defending champions.
Yeah, a testament to the enduring and the endurance of both teams outright, be it Solary or the Karmine Corps, to have clawed their way back all the way through that setback that they each experienced during the group stage to get into seed 2 of their own groups and to claw that back all the way through the quarters, then through the semifinals with those insanely close lineups and insanely close score lines that we've seen, especially on the semifinal side. And now it is one best of 9 to win it all. And this team are the challengers, Bran and Otak, 24 and 18 respectively. Otak came all the way to the grand final, came home 4th in that grand final. Can he add the most coveted distinction of them all in the current circuit?
Yeah, they have nothing to lose again, and it was just such a nice match, and I think they have shown an insane amount of pace as well, and also endurance on that previous match.
Yeah, they've really put the rubber down to the road and really performed when it counted the most. Even on certain maps which were looking a little bit too rocky, they managed to pull something a little bit out of the ordinary to manage to continue, basically continuing on keeping the dream alive, so to speak, all the way until Game 7 in those final sequences of rounds that are still mind-boggling, and it still resonates even 15 or 20 minutes later after the match has been said and done.
Yeah, no one could have believed it here as well. I've just seen the reactions. They were just priceless going into there, of course, after that 2 fails that have happened, not only once, but twice. So ITB had the shot of making it there themselves as well. But the warm-up is just right now ongoing. And what is your prediction going into this match?
This, I kind of hate to do it, and it feels like safe bets, but I think Solary will have the upper hand. But I'm also thinking we might be seeing the same scenario down to the wire as we had in the second semifinal. I'm preparing myself, embracing myself for an insanely disputed match.
Yeah, I do think so as well, that some maps will be fought after. But I do think that also Carl Jr. and Pack have just a bit more pace compared to ITB on some of those maps, and I do think they will be a bit clearer, so I think it will be a 5-2.
Yeah, and especially considering how fired up they were after that victory against Big earlier on during the day. So yeah, this is definitely going to be playing a key factor into Solary's mindset and performance coming up in this grand final, as we are going to be in a really brief short amount of time getting started with the final picks draft, rather, because it is no longer a pick and ban stage. It is going to be all picks from here on out, basically back and forth, one team picking after another, with the last map being randomly decided.
Yeah, so there you go. It is not a ban phase that has happened that I mistakenly said in the interview against Carl Jr. That also caused a bit of confusion. So, guys, it has been a long day, so there you go. It is what it is, but I do think that we're going to see maybe something like Dive being played again. I mean, this was a map that was...
I think so, too. I think so, that we are going to be seeing Dive being played in more of the wildcard maps, and I'm kind of interested to see what Backflip would look like with that particular duo.
Dive and Backflip.
I would be very excited. Dive and Backflip would be very interesting games, because they might throw up very interesting curveballs to these two teams that seems to have been avoiding them at all costs, especially when it came to playing teams like Alliance with their signature lines, the airline pilot line, as I coined it, as it really is something that you can't just learn on the spot.
Yeah, this is really hard to do, but you don't know what will happen, because this map was banned a lot of times against the likes of Muda and Soja, who have just prepared that line accordingly. So there you go. We're going to start in a couple of minutes, but I do think that we have seen a lot of very solid map that were just picked against Solary in that way, and they can utilize that. And then also this 15-14 against ITB. They won it by endurance, but just insane performance. Solid pace, also driving 0.4s and 0.3s, and are just rumbling down their opponents there.
Yeah, this is basically, again, we talk about it, endurance, because that was really the name of the game here in the matches that we've witnessed, because coming from so far back down, or keeping the games as close as they were, we never really saw the gap getting widened. We never saw like a three-map gap, I think, over the course of the entire day. So really, well, over the course of the entire day, in the middle of a match, I must be said, of course, end scores 4-1 at one point.
Yeah.
There are some instances but in the middle of the match, it has never been straying too far away from one or two maps at the very most. And so really, to keep that kind of closest and that kind of pace going for hours on end. Remember, we've been at it since 2 p.m. CET here.
What's the time even?
Yeah, it is close to 8 p.m. Yeah, we are going to be getting on game time in a very little bit. Less than 2 minutes to go before the draft phase starts here on this grand final for the ages.
Yeah, this will be the grand final for the ages. The storyline is, can the 6 times world champions defend their title and Carl Jr. can win it 3 times in a row again? I do think so. That, just they have a realistic shot, obviously. I mean, the dream final for me would have been ITB versus Solary, but the history will not, or it will not be like that.
The history will not be like that. And I feel like still, even though the lineup might not have been what you may have expected, it is still going to be quite the spectacle here on this grand final, and I really, really want to see how this game will go down. I'm predicting, with the way the matches have been gone on, we could very well be set onto a 9-game series. We might be going all the way up until the end of the night there on this 2023 grand final of the Trackmania World Championship.
This could well happen. The question now is the momentum something that plays a role? That KC has won this map and they're somewhat fresh coming into this one. This could help them because Carl Jr. and Pack watch this map from the sideline, or this match, and with that maybe have not the most amount of warm, of course, upstairs, but that is something else than just playing on stage that KC has done beforehand.
Yeah, it is very much a different sort of atmosphere, just being upstairs in your own little corner in your practice room, just trying to get the last details of the map down to a T on your individual runs, but it's a very much a whole different ballgame to basically just come up onto the stage and deliver on that promise from the warm-up phase, just like that at the snap of a finger. So it will be very interesting to see how the Solary duo of Carl and Pack will be able to set themselves into that group versus a somewhat already kind of warmed up Carmine Corp in a sense with that game that they played versus ITB a little bit beforehand.
Yeah, so also you see Bran and Carl Jr. They're chatting a bit. Maybe they do the pick face together, who knows, who knows. But no, jokes aside, so not sure what they're doing, but the pick has started, so I don't know.
It looks as though there were a few, maybe there was a few bit of a technical thing that was being looked at by Bran for Carl Jr. And there we go, we are through to the pick phase, and it will be Solary by virtue of having the higher seed that will be in charge of doing the first pick. And here, there's going to be a lot more delay, a lot more pondering and thought being put into selecting your opener.
Yeah, the opener is already very decisive. I mean, Twisted and also the maps of Cosmos looked very good for Carl Jr. and Pack, so this is already a safe pick. And there you go, it is Cosmos as map number 1.
Map number 1, Cosmos, and 9 will be the turn of the Carmine Corp to actually do the second pick, and it will be Tubes will be picked as map 3, followed almost immediately by a Solary pick in the form of Twisted.
Yeah, so Twisted also in their edge. And what about a map by the name of Dive? Will they pick it? So KC maybe could pick it now. I mean, it is quite something to go for, but it is Surf and GeForce in there.
Yeah, there is going to be quite the stout first 6 maps. Now, 3 maps left to be picked. It will be Solary first, then the Carmine Corp Valley will be picked as map 7, map 8. This time the Carmine Corp is down to just those 3 maps, Tempest, Backflip, Dive. It's really slim pickings in there when you have the last few picks to go, with now a little bit of discussion, as you can see here with Bren telling Otak what to pick, and it will be Tempest on map 8. What will the decider be? It will be the luxury of Carl Jr. to do the pick for the Solary team. And again, a little bit of discussion, as you can see there. Even though it smiles on the Solary cam, it's more like maybe, I don't know. I don't really know, man, because Backflip and Dive, those are quite the maps to head onto as a decider.
Yeah, those are also maps that we just stressed that could maybe decide it, but they have not picked it just yet. They have 30 seconds left here to pick their map, and I mean, so far, I do think that Cosmos and Twisted are very good maps for Carl Jr. and Pack, but this is Backflip as the last map, so Dive will not be played.
Story of Dive's life cycle, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think if KC would have, if KC is a bit better on Dive and they were to pick it, this would have been a much closer series than I anticipated it to be.
But I guess we will have to wait and see as the picks have been done. And now, in the space of roughly a minute, we will get started with probably the most anticipated match of this year in the Trackmania World Tour circuit, the 2023 Grand Final of the World Championship. Brennan Otak from the Carmine Corps versus Carl Jr. and Pack for Solary, the defending world champions looking to try and add another title to their name.
Yeah, and that is something that they can also do in this kind of format. I mean, just a dream team coming in there, but also Brennan Otak just establishing themselves and just performing well together. 2 4 positions also under their belts in the TMGL playoffs in Season 1 and 2. So that is something to also consider here. They are ready, and let's go. We're gonna start here with the first map, which will be Cosmos. So it is grand final time. Here we go. Solary versus Carmine Corp.
All right, then Cosmos as our opener, the map with the 2 top-down sections where we saw Brent pulling some really, really incredible rounds a little bit earlier on in the game, opposing the Carmine Corp versus the ITB duo of Mime and Afi, and this will be quite the map to kick things off here on this grand final. But ladies and gentlemen, for one final time, we have to go for a little bit of a delay there, maybe because there seems to be a technical issue that has been reported on by one of the players, and indeed we have a bit of a delayed start, so don't drop the gun just yet.
Yeah, we're gonna wait a little bit for that technical issue to be resolved. So well, I mean, what else is there to talk about? It's just the ending of an era, kind of.
Yes.
It's the last match in this way, but I do hope so that there will be Trackmania competitive action happening in terms of a circuit or something like that in the next year.
I do hope so as well, and I mean, this is a circuit that will definitely hold a fond memory and a fond place in both of our hearts here as both broadcasters and basically commentators alike, because this is where we both fell in love with Trackmania at the very young age, and commentating competitions and high-level competitions of this game is just an absolute dream, and we can only be thankful for that. But in the meantime, for realsies, for one final time in the World Championship, it's time to let the field loose and go racing. We are underway for this best-of-9 series.
Let's go into the first map, which is Cosmos. So it is Brennan Otak, the underdogs of this grand final, batting it out against the ancient world champions, against Carl Jr. and Pack. But we can already see a first mistake from Pack. So this is a beautiful start from KC. And I mean, I talk to Bren, and sometimes those questions are just repetitive, but the tone is clear. Bren has expectations to him as well, and takes every match serious and is happy with that, but maybe just has a different mental going into those ones compared to Otak.
Currently, Pack sitting 1.7 seconds down after that unfortunate blunder at the start of the round through sector number 1, and now we're down to a 3-horse race for the lead. Currently, it's Carl Jr. trying to hold the lead for Solary to try and prevent Casey from taking the opportunity to get an early lead here in this opening map in this game. As we go through the final sector now, the water balance into the 180 Scandi flick to the right-hand side. Try to drive the tires as quickly as you can. Brent tried to go for a little bit more of an inside approach. Doesn't pan out, still holding on to third place. Otak a little bit more speed compared to Carl Jr. Heading to the start of the identity. It's going to be side by side between the Frenchman and the Canadian right now, but it will be CJR prevailing to finish into first place with a .154 to kick things off, and top and bottom for Solary means it will be a draw at the end of this round.
Yeah, so shaky start from Pack coming into this grand final, but his teammate is there to just force that draw, so that was really important there for him to stay alive in there. So nothing has happened, still a draw. And now Pack can redeem himself with a good run. Carl Jr. and Pack looked super good on this map when they played it against all the other teams. And we also now see the first mistake being done by Bren.
Yeah, unfortunate touch at the outside, going a little bit too wide through the 180 hairpin that has a free engine block, or no engine block as it were. Currently we see Pack, Otak, and Carl currently sitting 1, 2, 3. Otak being sandwiched in between the two Solary players, but maybe not for long as Carl Jr. is on the prowl and trying to go on the move for second position, currently making it stick before the engine cut block there, before the entry into the blind plastic. This is very nicely done here from the Canadian and UK duo of Carl and Pack. Through Sector 3 we go right now, and Otak has it all to do with 2 tenths down.
Yeah, so Pack and Carl Jr. are leading right now. Otak has to catch up a lot of time here in order to make it happen, or to at least get 1 point. But Solary looking very solid. That is hand in hand from Pack and Carl Jr. And look at those checkpoints as well, 0.2 respectively. And Carl Jr. and Pack will just win this round here with an ace. Oh, but look at that line from Otak. Carl Jr. will not stay ahead. What an ending from Otak. Just annoying Solary there and not giving them the ace.
Yes, just playing the outfield fly in sort of layman's terms, just trying to get a little bit on the side, saying, "Hey, I'm here. If you wanted to take care of me in this particular round." But here, Otak managed to place his car perfectly, about 12 thousandths ahead of Otak, about 12 thousandths ahead of the nearest Solary player to get himself a point on the board for the Karmine Corp duo there.
Yeah, and also here now a good start from Bren and Otak, redeeming themselves. Bren, after making a small blunder there in the previous round, now finding himself in the lead, and also Otak had a great ending there, so they are able to perform under pressure. And look at that, Carl Jr. is now the only blue member in the top 3 as Pack is behind, but comes back with a good drift, but now overtakes his teammate Carl Jr. here. And look at the time from Bren, he's so far ahead. What is that battle here for that second position?
Yeah, this is looking insanely close for P2, but Brent also looking to be on a really stout run so far, about a quarter of a second ahead of the nearest contender, that being Pack so far in second position in this round, heading into the 180 Scandi flick after the water bounce. Let's see what the split says before the identity on the side of Mr. Brendan Sev. It will be a .072. This is looking really spicy on the side of Brent as Otak makes the move ahead of Carl for third place, and now has his eyes on second position and makes it stick the time of .042 for Brent. And with that supreme ending for Otak, it will be the ace for the Karmine Corp to take the lead here in this map.
Yeah, take the lead on a map that looked so good for Solary in the past. They were having a dominant performance, I think winning it 5 out of 5 times. So that is just insane how they have performed on this map here. As we go into the next round, it is Bren again with a very good start, but not getting the gear across. So he is dropping further down the line, and now Kalgini and Pack battling it out with Otak, who is still in the mix, but didn't get the best line there. Good approach there, but still Pack and Kalgini now going to the lead, can regain that lead.
This was a really solid start and solid retaliation on the side of the Karmine Corp there, but to get that ace in the previous round, because it gives him a little bit of leeway and a little bit of wiggle room to work with and potentially endure a loss, take an L in one of the rounds, while still maintaining a somewhat decent 1-point lead as we make our way through sector 3. Now Otak being deposed of the second position he used to hold.
Yeah, so this is a usual round from Pack and Carl Jr. This time it seems to work out, but Otak had great identities in the last couple of rounds, and now Carl Jr. not with the best line there either, has to drift a lot. It is Pack leading the round. Let's follow Carl Jr. They can still come a bit closer, but Bren with a good line as well, coming a bit closer here. Pack also not safe and sound just yet, and also Bren can overtake, but no, it will not be enough. A 112.95. Great identity from Pack. He had a .2 checkpoint there before that, so he had a 9.75 identity.
But still, this is what I was talking about. They managed to have they had the gap to afford themselves to take a loss and still retain the lead, and just put this one on the back burner, just put it on the forget pile on the terms of the rounds that have been played so far, and now they can just focus a little bit more on this coming round right now. Through the hairpin we go, and we see Carl Jr. managing to hold it off of the wall, keeping the gear as well in the process. That was a really close call there from the Canadian as we make our way through sector number 1. The split is right there. Otak, Carl, Brent regroup for the top 3, and Pack 1/10 behind.
Yeah, Pack 1/10 behind, make it .15 even, but good line over the plastic. Makes him come a bit closer actually, but no, he did not get that line across there. Steers in a bit too late to the right there, and is Carl, however, still leading. But what a great drift there from Pack, going almost up into second place.
Currently, we see Pack still continuing to fight and continuing to hang on the rear bumper, trying to show himself on the bottom of the screen of Otak to try and make an impression on him as he tries to make a move happen for the benefit of second place that would give the ace to Solary to send them on to map point number 1 here in this best of 9 series. Currently, Otak having a little bit of another word about that, saying, no, I'm not going to let that happen to you, Bako. You're going to have to work hard for it. And we see Pack trying to work very hard for it, trying to go full inside. Very good approach indeed. But Otak cannot be moved at all, despite the late attack from Pack. And thus it will be 1 point again for KC as they take another loss. And now the gap has evened out. 7-7 at the end of this round. And both teams on their first attempt to conclude this map.
Yeah, with an ace, one of those teams would take it home. So what a great first map so far. KC playing absolutely solid, just taking that momentum from that previous map to a match to their advantage and finding themselves in a good spot of winning it here on the first map. But it is too early to tell. But Otak and Bren off to a very good start. Carl Jr. and Pack are behind, and Pack has to make something happen. But this was also not the best approach here from the player from the United Kingdom, 2016 world champion. Otak and Bren could take it home.
Pack had a really solid plastic uphill actually towards the end of Sector 1, which enabled him to catch back up to the Karmine Corp duo. A little bit of a deviation of trajectory for Bren, going a little bit wider compared to his teammate Otak, and now we see the gap closing back up for Pack versus Bren. Bren forced to go a little bit all over the road to try and make the car stick to the road and avoid hitting the wall, and now Pack tries to take advantage of that through the start of Sector 3 there, and it's going to be a tough fight for P2.
Oh, no.
And that's such an unfortunate clip, just like we saw Stubbs earlier on during the day actually, and that is going to be compromising the chances quite greatly for the Karmine Corp. It's all down to Bren now to hold the draw.
Yeah, Bren has to hold here, but also Carl Jr. and Pack had really good endings. Otak is 4 seconds behind. Bren has to hold. Carl Jr. chasing him down. Pack with the overtake here. Very good job there from Carl Jr. And it is the lead again for Solary. Not the map win quite yet, but it is 9-8, so they're only one draw away of winning their first pick.
That correction after the exit of the final quarter might have given a few heart flutters to the Karmine Corp supporter, because he was looking a little bit too close for comfort to clipping the hole on the inside, which would have been a catastrophic failure to actually send off this first map here as we get started with round number whatever. I'm not really keeping count at this point. It's really no use at this late stage of the World Championship. The point is, it's currently Solary. All they need to do, they just need to split this duo apart. Brennan attack, they just need to get the ace in order to get themselves ahead, and it looks as though it was a little bit of a weird approach from Pack there through Sector 1.
Yeah, but also Bren getting away with that small plastic clip there, but great line from Pack going up into second position again. He overtakes Otak, but this is a good opportunity for KC to even win that first map, because Carl Jr. is half a second behind. Look at that, but now it is Pack and Otak battling it out for second. Pack in need of that second position, else KC win the first map here. Oh, good line from Bren. Otak this time not clipping, and this is it. Otak and Bren, they have to hold.
They have to hold. Currently, Pack still hunting down the man from Samalo to try and make a challenge for second position, but so far it is no use. It is still currently Brennan Otak firmly in the lead by about 0.2 of a second compared to the nearest Solary player. Will it remain right there until the end? Otak under threat from Pack. Pack almost sniping again for 0.02 of a second. The ace stands for the Karmine Corp, who win 11-9 here on Cosmos, and thus it will be first strike for the red side.
Stone cold reaction there from KC, winning this map for the first time against Solary. Solary has never lost this map, so that is a great performance, and we're gonna go to their pick. It is Tubes.
Tubes as the second map pick is also going to be very interesting to see. We see Cosmos and Tubes are some of the more interesting map picks, it should be said, over the course of the entire map pack, and it's even more interesting to see them pop up this early. Of course, Tubes had been earlier before as the opener of 7-game series, but here in this best of 9, it's almost pretty much par for the course with those very sections that you actually see in the preview video.
Yeah, so there you go, the small preview here before we see Tubes for one last time. It is, however, not the last map, not by any means. It is an endurance here, as Karmine Corp still have to win 4 maps in order to claim the World Championship title to their name.
All right, here we go then. Round 1 of map 2 underway. It is 1-0 for the Karmine Corp heading into this first round. Pack currently holding onto the lead, and they've gone to the staircase. And again, Otak and Bren going for the same trajectory, going for the high first jump and then trying to go for the nosedive on the second half of the staircase. And so far, it's enabling them to keep close tabs onto the Solary duo, and it's 1/10 from first through last.
Yeah, what a great round here. We have seen a lot of insane fights on this map so far, and it is Bren in the lead. Otak also with a good line there, I would say, but Packer Carl Jr. still ahead of him. But this will all come down to the identity. Also, after this third turn, it is really important to maximize the speed outcome there. Oh, it is Otak falling a bit behind, but going for a nose-slide there and almost able to hold that gear. Carl Jr. and Pack chasing down Bren, but Pack with a mistake.
Pack with a mistake, unfortunately forcing himself to respawn, and Carl Jr. with not the smoothest of landings, forcing himself down into third place, and thus promoting Brennan Otak into the lead and into the ace for the first round with a great time on the side of with a .785, 7/10 clear of his teammate, who himself is a further 7/10 ahead of the nearest Solary player.
Yeah, great time from Bren. The fastest time that was actually set in a match is a 1:03.745 by Bren. So Bren has the fastest match time on this map. Just behind him we have Pusti Tupaco, who got 9th position together with his teammate in the middle stage event. But let's jump into the next one. KC could also take this map home here. Great start for them. 3-0 it is, and also another good and promising start into this map.
A great execution of the start once again, and yeah, very solid response right now, and solid answer to what Solary were showing at the beginning of the opening map in this series. But right now, it is Pac looking to try and make himself a force to be reckoned with here in the battle for the lead through Sector 2. We go with Brent still in hot pursuit. Otak forced to dive a little bit lower, managing to keep it safe, but as a result of that, it has cost him quite a lot of time, and now he's under threat from Carl Jr., who deposes him of third place.
But he's still in the mix, he's still alive, and it is Pac and Carl Jr. just attacking Bran here, who's on second position. Let's follow the identity. Oh, this was a beautiful execution from Otak, promoting himself up into second place, even overtaking his teammate, and Pac will survive it. Otak not with the best amount of speed, but also, oh, it is Bren with a mistake actually. Bren had to respawn, so Carl Jr. will go up into third position, and it's a victory for Team Solary.
A victory salvage then for Team Solary that allows them to somewhat start a little bit of a fight back to be mounted here on this second map of the series as we go through to round number 3 now, following the perspective of the quintuple world champion Carl Jr.
Carl Jr. has to perform together with his teammate, but they can also capitalize from a mistake, and Otak is the first player to do so, and now it is the blue team, aka Solary, leading. But look at that line from Bran. Didn't really work out this time around. He wobbled a bit too much there, and now he's on third place.
Yeah, as a result of that, he got a little bit of a longer jump than he expected on that second bounce as we make our way through the first pipe flip in the wall, right? It will be Pac and Carl first and second, and currently Bran still holding on to the second place car of Carl Jr., the second place Carl Jr., I should say, here through this middle sector. The dip in the water that is very hefty on the side of the Canadian, but we don't dry the tires enough on the side of Bran, allowing Carl Jr. to retaliate and retake that second place back before the identity.
And they can also go into the lead here point-wise on this map, as this looks really key. No, Carl Jr. over-steering there, or just over-angling his car and had him to respawn. So this could have been an ace, but it's only a draw here because both Otak, no, actually not surviving. Carl Jr. will be ahead of Bren. So it is another victory, and Pac with a good performance here so far in the last 2 rounds, just clocking in low 104 times.
And what was a very strong gap after a solid start from KC on round 1 is starting to kind of get eroded more and more as the mistakes pile on in those consequent 2 rounds. And now the gap is down from 3 to 1 point with KC past the halfway mark now. As we make our way through the next round, it will be currently Otak assuming the lead just ahead of Carl Jr. and Pac. Bren currently at the tail end of the leading group. Through the staircase we go, and this time Bren gets the perfect landing at the second bounce, and will take the lead at the end of Sector 1 as a result.
Yeah, very good line there from Bren. It's incredibly hard to do, but also look at this flip here from Pac, chasing down Bren, who has more speed, and it is Otak also not too far behind, but Carl Jr. coming back with a lot of speed, not hitting the water there. Pac eating it a bit, but it doesn't matter because you don't have to drift in that corner. And what a close race are we witnessing here, Tom? Look at that. Pac and Carl Jr. promoting into the lead. Otak and Bren are a bit further behind.
Carl going for the full send in the P-Fast section, marking the end of Sector 2 into Sector 3, and now the Canadian right with his fellow UK teammate going through into the pipe flip, and this time Otak is going to be cracking, forced to respawn. Bren coming back from behind, coming into second position. Can he try to make a move on Pac? The answer is a no. Pac's way too far ahead. It will be a 0.895, 1/10 ahead of Bren, and with 3 consecutive victories, Solary have nullified the gap. It is 6-6.
Yeah, 3 consecutive victories in a row here, providing them 6 points after the ace from KC on map, or in round number 1 on their first map pick, as we go into now round number 5. So who will go into the lead? Who will jump a tremendous step closer here to map victory? Oh, it is another good line here from Carl Jr., but also Bren is now in the lead. Let's take a look. Will Bren be able to capitalize from that line again? Yes, this looks really good. Not gaining as much as in the previous round, but still, he's in the lead.
This execution is just absolutely minced. Chef's kiss on the part of Bren, but he's going to have to fight a very feisty Pac right now, who managed to get back at him through the wall, right? Moving through into the second sector right now with Bren having reassumed the lead, about a 10th ahead of this raging battle for second place, which has been promoted into a 2-way fight for second place between the 2 Solary teammates, as Otak had a little bit of a trouble through the platform section. Onto Sector 3 we go. Bren still in the lead, but watch out, Pac is coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, but also Bran with a lot of speed here, but Pack, as you said, holds the gear here. Gear 4 for Pack, but not the best flip here. Bran again, just slingshotting out of that corner. Also Colgini with a lot of speed. Bran has to hold here, and we're gonna go then into a 7-7 situation. Look at that time, a .70, the fastest time that we have seen in a match.
This is brilliant, brilliant stuff. Brilliant resilience from Bran, who managed to get a pretty much picture-perfect run from beginning to end, managing to capitalize on his particular execution of the start staircase to get an early lead that he managed to build up on and managed to keep there up until the finish line. And now 7-7, once again, both teams at the same time moving on to map points.
Here we go again. Last time it worked out for KC the best, and now Solary wants to take it home, else they will fall down 2 maps already.
Indeed, now moving through the end of Sector 1, start of Sector 2 right now. Through the wall right, it will be Pack along with Bren and Otak. This looks to be a very, very solid opener of a round right now for the Karmine Corp duo. But right now, there is still one force still standing behind them in first and second place. That is none other than the man from the UK, Thomas Cole. Pack still holding onto the lead, heading into Sector 3, and Carl Jr. at the tail end of the field, trying to mount a challenge for third place.
Yeah, what a great fight here between them. Bren and Otak are getting overtaken here by Carl Jr. One by one, it is Carl Jr. with a good amount of speed, but also Bren has it out here. Pack with a mistake. This could go to KC if Otak overtakes Carl Jr. Carl Jr. has to hold the identity, or maybe even snipe Bren in the end. This is another great time, 103.76, but now KC with the advantage. It is 9-8. They can win their second map if Bren just replicates that time.
Now, can Solary say psych and score an ace right after that setback and that unfortunate full bonk onto the side of the girder after the first pipe flip from Pack? I guess there's only one way to find out. It's to witness this round, which could be the final one here on this particular race, as we still have the possibility of overtime if Solary coming with a victory there. Coming from the perspective of Pack, goes a little bit too wide all over the road. He's forced to compensate, but this time Bren doesn't manage to capitalize on his particular execution, and it's still all to play for. 110 first through fourth.
Yeah, this is a very, very good round right now. Bren and Pack neck and neck here. Otak falling a bit behind, so this gives Solary the opportunity to make it happen. But as I said, if Bren gets first place, this map is over and KC goes to the lead 2-0. And then we have a match where the underdogs are leading with a 2-point margin.
But be careful, nobody is immune. Even the best can falter at the 2 pipe flips at the identity. And now Bren getting overhauled by Pack, and now under threat for Carl Jr. for that second position. Through the first pipe flip we go. Coming on to this final part, and it's going to be Carl Jr. falling by the wayside. Bren with a little bit more speed and a lot more speed as Pack completely flunked it in this wall right, forced to fall off the pipe. And with that first place, it will be 2-0 for the Karmine Corp, and Otak with third place getting the victory as well. 11-9, yet again, the scoreline.
Yeah, what a great performance from KC. Just not dominating, but just those small differences make it happen. And we go to map number 3 with Solary not winning a single map so far. What a great performance, and what does it do to Solary? But, I mean, I think now a comfortable pick comes into play. We have Twisted coming up.
Twisted comes up, the map of 1,000 corners, which we're going to be witnessing for the final time in this 2023 year, in this 2023 World Championship. Arguably our favorite to spectate here on this World Championship because of the feeling of the map. Tour de Corse Trackmania Edition is another nickname that I tend to call it because of the very, very similar feeling to those WRC stages in the Corsican island of France, and now, or the southern island of Corsica in the south of France. And this is going to be quite a spectacle to behold here as these two teams go at it, and Solary have the bit between their teeth. 2 maps down, it's time to mount the remontada that they need to do in order to defend their title.
Yeah, it is also Bren and Otak. I just checked their PBs in the meantime, both with a solid 0.7 times, but it is Solary with an average of 104.086 on this map. That is just insane to think about, and they picked this map so often. They won it 4 times and have a track record of 46-6. Like, what is that? They have dropped 6 points so far.
This is quite the display of dominance on this track that they are exerting right now through Sector 2. The first snake run, it will be Bren, Carl, Pack having a solid inside line at the exit of that first snake run. That will be moving back up to third place at the expense of Otak. But Bren looking to be pretty solid in the lead, a 10th and a half. A bit of a different setup for this strip pull right. Again, manages to make it work, but Pack is a little bit faster compared to the Frenchman. 45.055 already. The splits are looking very quick.
What was that line from Pack there? How did he survive that? Maximizing raising his speed there. Also Carl Jr. coming closer. Bren and Pack are fighting it out. Pack in the lead right now, but Bren also with a good line, has a good amount of speed, but Pack will take it. Who will get third? It will be Otak. We're gonna start things off with a draw and get a .63 from Pack to start off things. Bren setting a new PB 2 times below .7. What is going on?
Imagine you do Otak, you drive a 103, a high 103.9, and you just finish in third place with the amount of pace shown by Pack. Absolutely staggering stuff shown on the part of the man from the United Kingdom. Heading through this next round now, through the first sector we go here on round 2. It will be Otak taking the lead at the end of the split just before the roll right in sector 1.
Yeah, that is looking really heated up here in the top. Bren not with the best start after his new PB in the previous rounds. He now finds himself in last place, but look at that fight here. It is 700s between first and third. Pack and Carl Jr. swarming out into the lead right now, and this is looking really good. This could be another great time, but Pack now overcooking there and making a mistake.
Sector 3 coming up. What's the split going to be for Carl Jr. as we see a mistake from Bren? So we're down to a 2-horse race for the lead, and actually Pack moving into the lead for third, in the battle for third place, but now into the proper lead of the round. It's going to be Carl versus Otak. Can Carl hold on for dear life, sticking all the way to the inside of this negative camber right-hander, and now to the final corner, the deceptively patched, and
wow.
Unfortunately for Bren, going for a lot of airtime, but Pack, what a solid ending there for that round. 103.966 for Carl Jr. Pack in third place. So Solary take the advantage here on this round, but that was a very, very close race between Otak and Carl Jr. right up until that final snake run.
Yeah, KC still fighting back here on a very dominant map from Solary. I mean, I cannot stress enough how insane this 40 plus points, 46-6 track record is. That is just... It's crazy. Playing against the best teams of all time, and they are just dropping 6 points. KC has already secured 2 points to their name, and we're gonna go into round number 3 as Otak finds a good start. Pack also in there. Oh, but Otak touching the wall there, steering in a bit too early. So does Pack and Carl Jr. can eventually find an ace.
This is gonna be the key moment there for Solary to mount their proper fight back and get the real control here on Twisted as Carl and Pack go hand in hand into the Sector 3 split, and it will be a 45.172 separated by 36 thousandths, and we see Brent slowing down dramatically as Otak overtakes him third place, and now it should be a somewhat more controlled race, although we see Pack slowing down dramatically through the first hairpin and second hairpin setup actually before the second snake run, but he still holds a pretty comfortable gap of half a second compared to Otak, and it will be yet again a 0.998 for Carl Jr., 3/10 ahead of Pack, and it will be indeed the ace for Solary, who take firm control on Twisted.
Yeah, they take control on Twisted. They're a map that they have to win, else it would be KC already more than halfway through here. So Solary has to take it home, and let's go into the next round. Solary, comfortable gap of 4 points. How well can they play the 4 map? But we see 2 mistakes here from Bren and Pack, both kissing the wall there, and it's now between Carl Jr. and Otak here for that first position.
We're down one aside then, following those 2 cliffs at the exact same point. That very, very shallow entry into the left-hander after the chicane is so hard to get right because of that clip on the inside, or because if you go too wide, you hit the side of the red booster block. But in the meantime, this is a great race right now between Otak and Carl Jr. for the benefit of the lead of the race. Otak can try to secure a draw and at the very least bring a point home for KC. Solid inside line on the triple apex right-hander. What's the split going to say? It's a 0.212, still decent margins, decent times coming into the third and final sector.
Yeah, third and final sector is being cleared by the players, and also Pack taking home that third position right now, being 0.15 ahead. Carl Jr. not with a good line, has to give up his first position. Maybe he can come back with a good ending, but no, Otak will still stay ahead with a 103.75. It didn't even look that fast, actually.
Yeah.
So that was still a very good time from Otak, but it's only a draw here for KC due to the mistake from Bren.
And now if KC wants to continue on their really, really solid run of 2 back-to-back maps, including a Solary pick in map 1, if they want to poach another Solary map pick for themselves, they're going to need to work hard for it because of that 4-point lead that Solary currently has, courtesy of the ace they were able to grab a few rounds ago. Currently following along with Bren through the wall ride at the end of sector number 1, and it will be Pack and Carl first and second, Bren in third, Otak in P4. Hard on the brakes before the first snake run.
Yeah, very hard on the brakes there, and also Pack now hitting the wall. They're not losing too much time there by the looks of it, but still demotes to P number 4, and Carl Jr. is getting chased down by Otak and Bren. Otak going for a bit of a wider approach compared to Bren, who lost a lot of speed, and Pack is chasing. He is chasing Otak and Bren. Team Red is being not in a secure mood right now. Carl Jr. in the lead, but this could be everyone's round.
Otak goes for the move. Carl Jr. for the lead through the start of the second snake run. Can the Canadian hold on still? He goes for a bit of 2 real time. Brent with a much better setup for the subsequent corner. Now the final corner. Can Carl Jr. hold on? Pack moving up to second place, and that will be the ace to conclude the map for Solary. Already fist bumps, and Pack also laughing a little bit with that snipe. He must have surprised himself there with a .817, the round winning time for CJR, and a 10-3 score. That is quite the way to respond to losing 2 back-to-back maps for Solary.
Yeah, so finally they found themselves into the match, but also KC with a great performance, just claiming 3 points on a map where Carl Jr. and Pack only conceded 6 points in 4 maps, or four times when they played this map beforehand. Before that. Now we're gonna go to the next map, which will be Edge. And also Carl Jr. and Pack did really shine through on this one.
Yeah, this is a Carmine Corps pick, and we know the background history of Bren as a RPG trial player. Of course, most people will remember his ZRT 2019 win with one of those maps being entitled Trial pour Rennes, if I recall correctly. And yeah, this is where we might be seeing the mastery of these types of transitions and kind of agencies of blocks there, the kind of aménagement, as we say in French. I don't really have the proper word in English, sorry about that. But here, Brent taking the lead through the first 2 checkpoints, moving on to the perspective of Pack, falling by the wayside, having lost a fair bit of time navigating this corner. Now through the hairpin, marking the end of Sector 1. Brent, Carl, Otak, Pack, first through fourth.
Yeah, it is Pack, not with the best amount of speed there, but getting a very, very risky low jump there by not losing too much time, even though he clipped there. And look at that, also here getting away with that. Pack with such a good comeback, and we have a round here coming into the backward section. Pack is chasing down Otak. Carl Jr. right now behind Bren. The former teammates are fighting it out for that first place.
All right, here we go then for the third and final sector there with the transfer. Who's going to go for the lowest amount of airtime? Who dares to go lower than everybody else? And look at Otak having made a supreme exit from the transfer, going right within the coattail of Carl Jr., but he's too little too late. He can't catch up in the finish line.
World
record, beating the time from Gwen by a matter of a few hundreds, .018. We're going to get our 103, I think.
Starting this map off with a bang. Usually we end it with a world record, but now we're starting off the things. So what a great time there from Bren. A new world record, beating the time from Gwen. So there you go. And this is KC leading again. What a great performance. Wow, what a good time there. I was not expecting that. I thought maybe a .1 or a .2.
I don't think either of those were expecting that. I was more relying on the high .1 at the very most. But to come in and beat the time from Gwen and just a few thousandths away from that 103 mark. Unfortunately for Bren, we had a very, very heavy clip on the bridge that is going to be penalizing him greatly. Thanks to the booster, he will clear the speed check, but he will find himself 3.8 seconds down. It's all down to Otak to hold on to the lead of the race, going very deep into the red booster now as we head into Sector 3. Lead for Otak by about 2/10.
Carl Jr. not with the best approach in this corner by the looks of it, but he just slingshots himself a lot out of there with a lot of speed, and it is Otak in the lead right now. Pack not with the best standing, will still be able to clear that jump here barely, and there you go. Carl Jr. on second, and Otak with another good time. Also PB here, 104.12. Brennan Otak brought their A-game into the final.
Yeah, they're looking to actually get that title, that dual title they've been so much longing for over the course of the entire year. And even for Otak, this would be quite the story. Going from attending your first World Cup, going all the way to the grand final, then joining the Carmine Corp in December of 22, then coming away with your first ever solo title at XP Evo in September to add his first duo title to his name in the World Championship. In the meantime, through this first sector on this round, it will be Pack leading ahead of Carl at the split, Otak just ahead of him, visually speaking, and Bren in fourth place.
Yeah, Pack with a very good start here. Right now, 0.2 ahead, but touches there on the inside was really risking it there for the biscuit, but now Bren with a respawn. That is a huge advantage for Solary as Otak is left alone here in this round. But what a start from Pack. He's still in there, even though he hit the inside there on this small tunnel section. So let's focus on that battle for first position. Pack with a beautiful landing there. And look at that, going into the lead. But Otak with a lower jump. Pack would have more speed in exchange. Otak clipping, and this could be the ace for Solary, and they could regain control.
And indeed, it will be the ace for Solary as they have got this finish pretty much down to the T here. And it will be a lowly, quote-unquote, 0.5 at the very end. But ultimately, Otak trying to compensate for that regain of speed that Pack had at the start of Sector 3 to try to go for the really, really low line at the transfer. But this time, it didn't pan out for the third time in a row for the man from Saint-Malo, and thus a 1-point deficit turned into a 2-point lead for Solary, who are past the halfway mark.
Keep in mind, Pack crashed in this round, and he still got first with a 0.5. What a great round there. And let's jump into the next one. Solary in the lead, and we see the first mistake being done by Bren, the new online world record holder on this map. But right now he cannot match the pace from Otak, Pack and Carl Jr. in this round. Otak again left alone here in the start, and it seems to crumble away. This lead is slowly but surely disintegrating.
Yeah, might the start have been a fluke on round 1? We might have to wait and see for the next couple of rounds to unfold, as currently it is Pack holding the lead and Otak forced to release a teensy tiny bit, or slowing down at the very least through the bridge section, allowing Carl Jr. to secure that second position for the time being provisionally on the track. Moving on to the red booster, then catapult yourself forward onto the platform, and then onto Sector 3 we go. Otak with a bit of an inner line, but with a bit more speed we see Carl Jr. retaking that second place.
Carl Jr. can go into the lead here. This jump will decide a lot. Otak has made a mistake there beforehand, but now he gets it really well. Carl Jr. still behind Pack, now with the best amount of speed. Otak coming closer, Pack falling down. Who's gonna win this round? Otak in the lead, and also Bren will overtake here by the looks of it. Otak on first, it is Carl Jr. on second, and Bren on third. So this is another KC victory, and it is 6-5. Every map is so thought after, and this is just a great grand final so far.
That is such an unfortunate landing there for Pack at the exit of this particular transfer section. Landed really, really nicely straight, but ended up having a very, very harsh landing that seems to have sent him way out wide. Could not get the car turned in as he expected to, forcing him onto the clip on the left-hand edge of the track, and thus promoting Otak into the lead, a lead that he will not absolutely relinquish, managing to keep KC in the fight, just 1 point down compared to Solary. Bren currently in the lead, but this time it will be Pack on the back foot.
It is KC slowly but surely fighting themselves back into this map here, as Bren is on a great time, but he clips there. But what a great save, steering fully to the right there to stay on the beam and not falling down there is just a great display of skill. I cannot stress how hard it was for to not fall down there from that beam. So Bren is still in there, and also most importantly staying ahead of Pack, and it is Otak versus Carl Jr. right now for that first place.
Here we go then for the low jump. Will Carl Jr. try to replicate the same as Otak? The answer is a yes, and maybe a bit more speed at the exit for the Canadian allows him to take the lead just before the final sequence of jumps before the finish line. Can Otak retaliate just before the end? The answer will likely be a no, as CJR takes first place and ensures a draw, allowing Solary to move on to map point number 2 in the series with a .335.
It could be a best of 5 here eventually if Solary takes it home, as they only need an ace, but only is so hard to say because Carl Jr. just had a new PB with a .33, so he just seems to be more consistent, whereas it is Pack with a .28, also not having the fastest time. So Bren and Otak are definitely outpacing their opponents on this map, whereas Solary are just a bit more consistent.
Yeah, Solary just playing the consistency game, playing the waiting game right now. The pace cannot just go on as far as it can go here on the side of Brennan. We saw in round 1. Something's bound to break, but what a jump there from the leaders. Otak still within contention, and Bren, what a slide on the bridge. Madman, mais qu'est-ce que tu nous fais, Bren? C'est incroyable. Still holding on to that second place, but barely avoiding touching the wall again before the reverse booster. Bren and Otak in the lead at the start of Sector 3.
Bren and Otak also on insane times here. Carl Jr. being .26 behind. Pack and Carl Jr. have to make something happen, else we're going to go into a last decisive round where KC is really in an advantage. Otak with a great line, and Bren and Otak will take it. Bren and Otak will go to the lead again. And what is that time? 1:04.24, beating both PBs from Carl Jr. and Pack. What a performance from KC.
I cannot believe that second sector from Bren, daring to go for the little bit of slide, little bit of deviation on the bridge, which is barely wide enough for one car. And that manages to make it through. He makes it stick, and also the sequence after that, unfortunately, with the respawn here on this one. But that sequence afterwards with the reverse booster could have been oh so catastrophic. He was so close to the outside wall, but now it's ace or bust for Solary if they want to snatch the map away from KC's control.
They have to hit the ace here. The turn already hits for them. What about the river here for Pack and Carl Jr.? It's looking really good as the all-in is working out for them. They are so far ahead. Half a second it is, and it is Pack and Carl Jr. who can win this map. map here. It is track point for them. It is 7-9 right now, and with one out, they can make it happen, and it looks really good. Otak just has to rely on a mistake here from Carl Jr. and or Pack.
Can Otak put something out of his sleeve to even the scales a little bit here towards the end of this third and final sector with a very low jump on the transfer. He already gets past Pack for second place, doesn't hold for now. Can he try to retaliate towards the end? It's going to be neck and neck. Pack a little bit slower than Otak. Down to the wire, to the line. It's going to be Otak sniping Pack for 4 thousandths of a second. And on a score of 10-9, it will be KC taking the win.
What an ending from Otak there, securing the map win, and you don't know how important those 4 thousandths of a second there were. Wow, and Otak is like, yeah, okay, you know, we won the round, let's focus, and that is the mental that they've just gone through. What an insane snipe there from Otak, from the 18-year-old who was in the World Cup final last year, but only took home 4th position.
What a first half of this series. 3-1 in favor of the Karmine Corp. They have well past the halfway mark here on this best of 9 series. We're heading on to Surf now. Back onto a solo pick. Pack, world record holder with a .532 to his name. Can he deliver on the promise and maybe even try to shave down that time off for good measure?
Yeah, can he do that, as KC only need of 2 more maps in order to win this World Championship here. Geek, let's go into this map. Map number 5 it is. Solaris behind against all odds. And let's see who will take it here. Pack with a world record. Carl Jr. and him, they have to perform.
They do have to perform indeed. Start of sector 1, in we go with the loop right now being negotiated. It will be Brennan Otak with a great start. Moving into 1st and 2nd place, regrouped by 5 thousandths. Heading into the footbath section, but great entry speed on the side of Carl Jr. Getting the nosedive, I presume, to get that footbath section entry down to a T. First sector done, and now the Canadian storms into the lead.
Yeah, what a great line there from Carl Jr. reclaiming that lead to his name. And we also can see Pack, the world record holder, with a great line, also accompanying his teammate Carl Jr., who is now also on 1st, but extending his lead there. That's what I wanted to say. And look at that, Otak with a great line, but Pack had it even better. Carl Jr. a bit more conservatively. Now let's see who will get that zoom in the ending. It's looking good for all the players, and it will be a close fight between all of the 3 players in the top here. Brennan a bit further behind. Carl Jr. with a good line. Pack a bit late on the break there and falls behind now with that and cannot snipe Otak, but it will still be a victory for Team Solary.
It's still a victory for Team Solary with a .771. That was a really, really strong start on the side of KC in the very first corners, but then I really, really loved the entry of Carl Jr. into the footpath, getting the nosedive, managing to carry as much speed as he could before having his car settle down onto the bottom of that section to actually make his way through into the lead at the split. Moving through onto our 2nd round here on Surf.
Yeah, so Solary in the lead, and keep in mind, it is also their pick, their 3rd pick that they have done, and look at that. It is Bran going into the hole, they're sliding out, so he will not play a role in this round unless Pack and or Carl Jr. having to respawn. And look at Otak now fighting for his dear life as he's leading and getting chased by 2 of the fastest players, if not even the fastest players in the world.
It's all down to the young man from Saint-Malo, the 18-year-old for the Karmine Corp, to hold the line and hold 1st place, but he's already coming under threat from Pack, who deposes him of that 1st place. And now Carl Jr. also coming in to try and catch up to Otak with a supreme dirt line through the right-hander, and he doesn't get the zoom. Otak gets the splash, promoting down to 3rd. Carl Jr. promoted up to 2nd. Can Otak try to go for one last move at the hairpin to recoup that 2nd place? The end series a no, with Pack with a .742 and a .8 for CJR, and Solary take the firm lead, 5-1.
Reminds me here really of Valet, how Solary's playing against KC in the match beforehand, where it was also a 10-1 in favor for ITB. So Solary with a comfortable lead here, having a little room to breathe, 4 points of the gap. Did we actually have a 4-point gap so far in this match?
I think
maybe once or twice, but then the team came back with a victory or an ace after that. So
yeah.
What a close match right now is happening, but Solary can pull the trigger and go through and maybe win this map here, which looks really good for them, because also Otak in this round didn't get the best start.
This is very much a counter map there for the Karmine Corp, where they just have to basically endure this and tank the map away before they can actually get down to business of the rest of the map order coming up after this one. And currently Pack having a storming start to his round, currently about 3/10 ahead of the battle for 2nd between Brad and Carl Jr. heading to the final part of the track. Sector 3 underway. Pack looking looking very, very slow through the dirt part, allowing Bren and Carl Jr. to catch up a little bit. Otak way too far out, and unfortunately we don't get the zoop on the part of Bren. Can he try to retaliate and recoup some of the time lost here in this identity? I don't think it will be very likely. The outcome will be a second consecutive ace for the Solary duo with a .784 for Pack. 2/10 clear of his teammates. 8-1 for Solary on the verge of clinching their second map.
Yeah, round number 4 coming into play. Solary with victory, 8 and ace. A very dominant performance from them on this map so far. Just holding the composure, finding the right mixture of risk and reward in this way of not overheating. So it is Otak now, right now in the lead. So he does a great start, but where's his teammate Bren? How much speed will he get out of that water, out of that footbath section? They're actually in the lead and they can come back.
They can come back. They can come back, but they have to play their cards right, and they have to play them right now, because now the clock is ticking fast if they want to salvage something here on Surf. Currently, Otak and Bren still holding on to first and second, but Bren now coming on the shot from Pack and Carl Jr., who got supreme exits over the hill at the plastic through Sector 2. Bren trying to assume the lead. Otak still in second position, but it's still all to play for. Less than a tenth between first and last at the start of the third sector. It's still looking incredibly close to the identity there.
This is so close between them. Who will get the zoop? It will not be Bren who will get that. He will bounce a bit more. Pack on the lead. It is Pack and Carl Jr. We need first and third position to win this map. Let's follow Otak here for the ending. And it is Carl Jr. and Pack taking a quick second map to their name, and a .66 as a PB for Carl Jr., sealing the deal. And 3 aces in a row.
What a dominant display. The second time today we've witnessed a 10-point gap between each other at the end of a particular map. And so Solary immediately fighting back after the loss they've incurred on Edge. And now we're back to a really, really close game. Still a 1-map lead for the Carmine Corps, but they still have quite a lot of work to do. Up next, it is none other than GeForce.
GeForce, oh my god, this has provided so much content in the match beforehand. I actually hope not to see a replica of those
I do not hope so either.
I do not hope so either, but still it is a nice and competitive map. Let's go into that one as the race will start here very soon. Good luck and have fun to Solary. Casey knows how to perform under pressure, but we've also seen them throwing it away when you remember that unfortunate landing that has happened in the round where they already could have taken it home.
And already you can see it's all focus on the players' faces. They are down to business now, and Bren getting a really, really high jump and a really long jump onto the bobsleigh part, and thus will be promoted to the lead, although a little bit of less speed at the exit of that bobsleigh run compared to Pack, so he will be still going toe-to-toe with him in second place. Otak in third, Carl Jr. in P4 at the present moment.
Yeah, Carl Jr. on last position here, even though he has gotten a very solid start there, but Bren and Otak are just performing out of their mind on this map. They have lost the previous one, but they're still in the lead with 1 map. Bren with a wobbly line, they're still able to get it through, and look at that. Pack is getting chased down. He looked very strong on this map here as well, and also now Bren not with the best line. Also Pack slowing down a bit.
Oh, Pack is going to be under very, very tremendous pressure from Bren. We managed to get away with that jump that he had done a little bit earlier beforehand, so it still wants for KC to try and get a win on their hands, but Bren with a bit of a slower entry compared to CJR, and doesn't make it all the way through, and is going to be forced likely to respawn. It's Otak holding the lead to try and enforce the draw. Can Pack snipe him at the line? The answer is going to be a no. Otak holds on to the end with a .278.
And it is also Carl Jr. getting a better section there. Both made a similar mistakes, the former teammates, so we're going to start things off with a draw. Pack had a good landing there, but wasn't able to stick it in the end, so it is a draw eventually. And there you go, nothing has happened. Round number 2 is underway.
Round number 2 underway. We're still starting effectively from a blank slate, despite the score saying otherwise, with 1 point apiece for each team at the end of round 1. But it's very much a brand new round that is currently unfolding with a great start from everybody involved. Maybe Carl Jr. a little bit on the back foot before the dip into this little bank section. And actually Pack really slow on the bobsleigh section, allowing Otak to move up into second place. Carl Jr. up to third.
Carl Jr. down to third here even, because Otak and Bren had such a great start here. We're dominating just from the bobsleigh, getting a perfect dirt zoom there and finding themselves 0.3 ahead, 0.25 ahead of Carl Jr., the 5-time world champion, who could get dethroned today. But look at that dirt soup. Carl Jr. coming closer, but Otak and Bren with a more diagonal line in that downhill section after the dirt soup. Now Bren slowing down. Otak on a great time here. 0.30 checkpoint. Also Pack now in the mix. This is a 3-horse battle for second place.
He's going to have to get it down all the way to the end, but now Bren under threat even for third place now, courtesy of Pack. Now let's see the split from Otak at the end of this one. It will be a 102.155. Bren forced to crash out and respawn, unfortunately, having had a little bit of a lower line. And Otak once again keeping the spirits alive for KC to get a second consecutive draw with a .042.
Very, very good time, equaling his PB there by the looks of it, because it doesn't say PB next to his name. So good time there from Otak, forcing another draw. Pag and Carl Jr. are behind. Bren with another mistake there.
Bren with another mistake, unfortunate, and it's at the very same first wall ride that caused him trouble on round number 1. He might be wanting to actually try and get a bit of a different approach there. Maybe that's the solution that he's trying to find out at the present moment, right on the get-go, here on this particular map, map 6 of this series. Remember, as we're going through this bobsleigh run here, through the dirt soup, and it will be Bren, very close to touching on the inside, but will still be coming through unscathed. Otak in the lead.
Such a good start from all the players. Otak performing out of his mind on this map, winning 2 out of 2 rounds so far, and the young Frenchman is still leading the round ahead of his teammate. But Bren, what a great entry there into the bobsleigh. Otak also behind, and this is a KC round. Look at that. Pack and Carl Jr. have a second behind.
But again, Sector 3 have proved to be the bane of the existence of the Carmine Corp, and once again, it is proving to be the case for Bren. 3 out of 3. He does not come out unscathed of this one, and now Pack takes advantage of a really, really bad entry into that first wall ride, courtesy of Otak. And with that, Solary take the ace to take the lead 5-2 at the end of this round with a time of a .368, 1/10 ahead of his teammate Carl Jr.
Bren had such an incredible checkpoint there, a .16 it was. What was that? He was on such a banger of a time. Maybe that's the .1 we were jokingly talking about before, actually at the big house. Maybe you remember that still. But I don't think that anyone has a .1 at his PB. I'm really looking forward to see what the players had actually as their personal best on those maps. But it is Pack and Carl Jr. getting the ace, even though it looked so good for KC.
Now, immediate counter-strike needs to happen on the side of the Carmine Corp to try and keep this a more level playing field compared to what Solary were able to pull off. But again, that third sector is really proving to be, as we said, the bane of the existence of the Carmine Corp duo. Otak wasn't affected by it until the previous round. Bren has been affected by it 3 out of 3. Will he be able to right the wrongs of the previous rounds on this round? I guess we're going to have to find out, but Otak going so close, managing to get away with it somehow. Will be relegated down to P4 as his teammate holds the lead.
Yeah, Bren with such a great start, and just that dirt soup that he has had in the previous round just really gave him a good shot of getting that world record. Bren super clean again. He's so far ahead. Pack and Carl Jr. are chasing him down, and also Otak, but look how far ahead Bren is. Bren is on a monster of a time here by the looks of it.
We're gonna have to see what the stopwatch says, and also if Bren makes it through clean. Pack still in second position. Carl Jr. deposing Otak at that third place. It will be likely a draw ensuing. First wall ride. Let's go on the road with Bren's side. This time it's clean. What's the split saying? 101.838.
That is the .6. That is the
There is a new world record. It will be likely a .6, as you pointed out, as long as the second wall ride comes through, and it will be very, very slow for Bren.
Okay, .799.
Okay. But still quite the improvement, and yes, there is still at least a 10th left in it.
Yeah, he lost a bit of time there in the ending, but what a great time there from Bren, setting another world record here. What a great time from him, but still, it is Solary leading. It was only a draw. That was still the highlight, but you know, world records win rounds, but consistency wins matches and games, of course. So there you go. It is Otak and Bren now getting a good start. They need to pull the trigger. Solary having accumulated 6 points already.
They have got to do the reaction very, very soon here, because Solary is getting dangerously close to evening the scales here in this best of 9 series of going 3-3 here overall. Currently, it is CJR holding the lead briefly against Otak before the bobsleigh round, the 180 turn. Let's see who's going to be coming away the most cleanly. Bren with a great dirt soup through there. What a time that he's pulled through on that second sector. He's still within touching distance at CJR, who goes a little little bit wider before the start of Sector 3. Otak, Carl, Bren, a close call to the identity.
Yeah, close call there indeed, but Carl Jr. with a bit more speed. Bren now getting it through. Otak, no, with the best standing, probably has to go for the respawn. So Pack promoting up into third position. Bren versus Carl Jr. Carl Jr. also super far ahead, and this will also be a very solid time, probably a 0.09 here from Carl Jr. Okay, it's a 0.02, he had even more speed in the ending, so you can see the potential that was still in there from Bren's 0.79 from the previous round. But most importantly, Pack and Carl Jr. gaining 2 points to their 6 points already. So already it is a good lead. It is 8-4.
And now their outlook on the Karmine Corp on their own map is looking a little bit grimmer as rounds go by, because that was such a promising start actually with the way that the draws were being able to be held. But here, the slowly creeping in individual mistakes are starting to cost pretty pennies here on the Karmine Corp side. Map point number 3 for Solary as we make our way through this next round.
Let's go into the next round here as we see Bren with a beautiful start there, just getting the booster in a perfect way to excel himself up into the lead as Otak is a bit further behind. But still, they need to get that ace, and look at that dirt zoom there from Otak, promoting himself to the lead together with his teammate Carl Jr. and Pack in need of 2 points in order to win this map. And then we have a best of 3 series after that. Oh my god, what a fight are we witnessing here.
Now remember, again, we've tailed it time and time again, round after round here. Watch out for Sector 3, but here Carl Jr. making a solid opportunity opening there for the Karmine Corp as he clips with the right rear at the top of the bobsleigh run, leaving Pack high and dry, all on his own to try and fight on for the honor of Solary, trying to prevent an ace, going for the side of KC. Currently, they have the upper hand. They got the high ground on the red side. Can they hold it on?
And Bren on another great time, not the best amount of speed. Oh, he was drifting a bit, and also Pack coming closer. Pack has to deny that ace, but this could be another insane time from Bren here. Otak also in there, and this is the ace for KC to come back on this map.
There they go, the answer that they needed. You see a little bit of a bobble of the head there on the side of Bren, taking a little bit of a sip of water for good measure. We have clawed the gap back down from 4 to 1 single point, and KC themselves are on map point number 4.
What a match are we witnessing here. KC can win the 4th map already, but of course they also have to win map number 5 to their name as well. The next map is Valley, and this is not a good outlook for them because KC has lost this map quite significant against ITB in the previous match. The potential was there, but let's focus on this round for now before we jump into the next map. Bren with a very, very good plastic bounce save there is still able to hold on and is only 1 second behind.
Ladylike being on the side of Mr. Brendan Sev there on this round. It will be about a second down as a result of that grip stall through the first dirt zoop, through the bobsleigh 180 turn. Pack looking a little bit warbly there, trying to get a better setup for the dirt zoop after that, but hits the wall on the inside, promoting Otak into the lead. Carl Jr. up into second position, but the gaps have opened up quite a bit. Can Bren try to come back into the mix there?
This plastic bounce could be really important for Bren. He's still in there, and he can still do some damage and deny some points towards Carl Jr. and Pack, or get this team 1 more point. Good landing there, but I think the positions are set in stone as Otak is also on a very solid time again. That is another 0.1 here from Otak. And also Bren going safe way, maybe wants to capitalize from a mistake from Carl Jr. and Pack that could have happened, or a landing bug, something like that. So it is a 9-8 now.
And now it's all on KC's hands to decide whether they go for 1 more round, whether they concluded on this one, or whether they have Solary concluding on this one, as Solary just needs that 2nd place finish to get that map, and then overtime in case of a victory from KC.
We had this moment here, the 9-8 situation already twice in this match on map number 1 and 2, and now Solary lost it twice there. So what can KC do on that? Can they pull it again through? And they have a great start now. Carl Jr. and Pack are behind. And look at that. Bren and Otak, they can make it happen. They need a victory. Bren is in the lead. He done his deeds, but also 1st and 3rd position would be awesome for them to force overtime.
Pack and Carl still hounding down very, very heavily the Karmine Corp duo, even though the gap is starting to widen a little bit. Pack looking very slow at the exit. Carl Jr. in 3rd place. The Karmine Corp have got this pretty much in their hands. Can they pull through all the way to the bitter end, all the way to the finish line? Otak Bren separated by less than a 10th, heading to the identity potentially for the final time here on GeForce. First fall ride. Otak, Bren through clean. Carl Jr. way too far behind. 102.147 for Otak. Bren is still in 2nd position. And with that, final wall ride. Is it good enough? The answers are yes. And with that score of 11-9, yet again, it will be Karmine Corp leading 4-2 in the series and just one game away from becoming your world champions for 2023.
Who would have thought that KC wins 4 maps in this series already? 6 maps have been played, and now we're gonna go to Valley here. Carl Jr. and Pack had the world record on this map at some point in this World Championship playoffs, so let's jump into that one. My God, what a match it has been so far. KC with an insane performance so far.
KC with the absolute dream run here in this grand final of the 2023 Trackmania World Championship. Now Valley, of course, we've seen versus ITB. This is more of a conclusive loss for the Karmine Corp against that team, but can they try to turn the tide around and maybe pull a surprising victory there? We're gonna have to wait and find out as we go once again racing for the next map. It is time for Valley to decide whether we stop it there or whether we go for at least one more map.
Yeah, we could go to map number 8 after that here, Tom. But firstly, let's focus on this round here and see what Carl Jr. and Pack can do. They will look very, very good on this map. Well, they got us a point 79 here from Pack. And also we see the first mistake being done by Otak. I think they can use that a little bit as a breather after a very hectic G-Force before that, because they have one bullet to work with.
That win on G-Force was very important for them because it widened the gap back down to 2 maps, and that allows them to take this map as a little bit of a burner map, just like it happened a little bit a few maps ago on, I believe it was Surf or something like that. It might be misremembering it, but yeah, you could see that they can already take it a little bit easier to try and ease themselves into the rest of this best of 9 series with the Tempest will be where the Tempest will be enabling them to try and get something on the ropes again. But Bren looking very solid so far on this round. Pack in second place. Can he try to snipe him? Wow, the speed carried through, going so wide. Bren trying to catch up with an inner line, but it does not pan out so far. It will be the victory though for Solary, with Bren strategically positioning himself in second place to bring at least 1 point on the red side.
Yeah, at least 1 point. And I mean, we have seen mistakes happening from KC on this map. This free wheel from Otak has been his nightmare in this last round, where he was not able to finish ahead of, I think that was Afi even, who overtook him there and accompanied his teammate in that top 2 position. But it is Solary off to a great start. Otak a bit further behind here, 0.15 of a second. So Pack and Carl Jr. battling it out with Bren here. And look at that Buckside, good approaches from other players. Otak super aggressive there, gets some airtime, and also lost being accumulated there. Where is Carl Jr.? Carl Jr. with a small mistake.
Yeah, Carl Jr. having slowed down dramatically, but what a send from Otak here on the reactor glider Buckslide there, as Bren gets caught up to really quickly by Pack through the left-hander in the dirt, marking the start of Sector 3 right now through the very tight Buckslide. Otak getting caught up to by Carl Jr. for the benefit of 3rd position right now in favor of the Canadian. Bren still holding on in a firm lead of about 0.3 of a second, and Pack will be doing the double bunk through the 2 gate posts, and that will promote Otak up into 3rd place. This is an opportunity for KC to immediately counteract the victory, but CJR Brick looking very close, carrying a lot more speed. Bren will make it through all the way to the end with that wide approach. 0.084, and with Otak in 3rd, we're back on an even score, 3-3, as we will be getting started with round 3 in a few seconds.
3-3 it is, 7 points for KC to win the World Championship of 2023, and with that we will have new world champions. But Carl Jr. and Pack have shown pace. Pack with a mistake there at the beginning of the identity, so he has to redeem himself, and also Carl Jr. with a respawn at the start. He has made that mistake, jumped too far to the left there, hit there, fully slowed down, and now it's for Pack, and this is a prime position for Bren and Otak to take home an insane amount of points.
The door has been blown wide open there by that unfortunate respawn at the start for CJR, and thus Otak and Bren need to seize that opportunity as quickly as they can. They need to grab this opportunity with 2 hands and never let go of it at any point. And look at this, Pack trying to make them lose their apprehension on that particular opportunity. Through Sector 2 we go, through the long left-hander in the dirt. It's still Otak, Bren leading, but Otak now falling into the coattails of Pack's car for 3rd place.
Yeah, Pack has to push it here in the ending. Bren going super wide, will have a lot of speed in exchange here by the looks, but he's too far up there, and Pack goes into the lead here. He has to survive this identity. Looking good! So close again here for the player from the United Kingdom, and he promotes into a lead. That is an insane identity from Pack, denying the worst outcome, but no, Pack with a mistake! Otak and Bren will get another ace, and it is 6-3 in favor for them. They only need 4 points to win win the Trackmania World Championship 2023.
Will this mistake, will this hit of the gate post at the second jump prove to be the undoing of Solary right there on the most important match of the World Championship of the entire year in the Trackmania circuit? We're going to have to wait for a few more rounds at the very least to find out. Now Casey in with a firm command of this map, 6-3 as we head into this next round now. Following the perspective of Bren into round number 4 we go. Currently holding the lead just before the jump and try to set yourself up nicely for the double right-hander before the reactor boost and then jump very, very low if you're feeling brave enough over the barrier. And now enter the first sector. Bren attack first and second, but look at Pac. He's slotting himself in between the Karmine Corp cars.
Otak and Bren woke up right this morning. They just had a very good day, and look at that. They are ahead, but Pac squeezing in into that second position. But the Englishman has made a mistake in this identity twice already. And look at that, even 1 point for KC would set them up into a match point situation. But Otak promotes up into second place. They could be only 1 point away from winning it all here.
Pac was looking really slow midway through the buck slide. This is the opportunity of a lifetime for both Bren and Otak to continue building the gap on Solary. Bren and Otak first and second, a steadfast lead of half a second over the nearest Solary member. And it will be back-to-back aces, and the Karmine Corp are 1 point away from the fabled title of World Champion.
We could crown new world champions here. Bren and Otak are 1 point away. It is match point, and let's go into maybe one final round here.
All right, here we go, sector number 1. This could be the one to end it all. It all rests in the hands of Bren and Otak. Ewan Egler and Brendan Sev looking to clinch their first ever world title, and no less with the Karmine Corp supporting them behind him. Sector 1 done. It will be Otak in the lead. As long as someone splits the Solary duo apart, it's over.
What a round here we are witnessing. Otak in the lead right now. Their lead of 1 point. Carl Jr. and Pac not slowing down. It is 0.1 of a second that Otak has to work for, but it all comes down to the identity. Will Karmine Corp do the unthinkable of almost not making it to the grand final, or will they crumble under the pressure? And let's see if they can take it. One more identity to decide it. Take it over, Geek.
Coming on to the final jump into the identity. Otak still fighting tooth and nail for that first place, but they've got 2 hot-headed Solary members trying to make move stick. Otak running back down the third cam. Bren trying to slide something towards the end. Final corner. Can they try to pull it through? Pac and Carl trying to salvage
Bren
something.
Bren with more speed. KC has it. KC are world champions of Trackmania 2023 and are dethroning Carl Jr. and Pac. They did it.
Le mur bleu à ce nouveau champion, la Karmine Corp immortelle. Otak et Bren, Ewan Egler, Brendan Sev, vos champions 2023 de Trackmania.
We have witnessed insane matches today, and Bren and Otak, they cannot believe it. Look at their reaction. What a match, but such a dominant performance. I cannot believe it. It is insane. But let's join them on stage. What a great match that was, Geek. Oh my god.
I am lost for words to what we just witnessed. We knew that we were in for a treat over the course of these past few days, but what a weekend it has been. And I think we should just go in and have a word. Look at them just continuing to fist bump and falling in each other's arms. Ladies and gentlemen, Karmine Corp, Brendan Otak, your 2023 world champions. Nicely done, guys. What a performance. And I'm going to start. I want to start with Otak first. You came close in 2022 all the way to the grand final. Now you finally access the ultimate title. How does it feel?
It feels great, very great. I'm super happy to do it with Bren, honestly, my brother. And yeah, I don't know what to say, honestly.
I can only tell, and having seen your path all the way through Challenger League 2 years ago at the very first Challenger League season, I can only say we're proud of you, super fiers de toi, franchement mérité, et encore une fois, bravo, félicitations. Kai, maybe trying to get a bit of a word from Bren?
Yeah, Bren, I mean, we had some insane matches. You were the more, like, calm down person here in this squad. Oh my god, I'm crying as well right now. Like, dude, what is going on?
I think we're all on edge. We're all on edge.
Dude, it's amazing. So, Bren, like, after almost getting knocked out from ITB, now you're here and you played the match of your life. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling super happy for Otak mostly, because I really wanted to win for him. But obviously, I'm super proud, super happy of how we played. I think we we just played so good. Honestly, I'm so proud.
You won all the 10-9 or like 8-9 situations, and well, there you go. You are the world champions of 2023.
Yeah, and I think with that out of the way, there's only one thing left to do after that warm embrace. Once again, it is of course to go over onto the stand and lift the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, your 2023 Trackmania World Champions, as the microphones fall off from their performance, as well as the head of the cup, Carmine Corp. 3 years in the making, ever since joining in July of 2020 into the Trackmania Grand League. They get the ultimate consecration, and for that, I think we couldn't have asked for a much better finale to this World Championship, Kai.
Yeah, there was an insane amount of matches that we've had over the 3 days. I cannot believe it, coming all the way from the quarterfinals, facing elimination so often, and then beating the greatest of all times and claiming the World Championship title.
Yeah, I think we can only say this has been an absolutely breathtaking weekend in the last 3 days. Thank you so much for those of you who are following the show alongside whatever language you speak, be it German. Vielen Dank für unseren Zuschauern. Thank you very much for watching for those of you on the English-speaking crowd. And then on the French side, merci beaucoup à tous d'avoir suivi ces 3 journées intenses. On espère que vous avez apprécié le show tellement qu'on avait fait pour caster toutes ces games. And once again, thank you very much to our partners, AMD, Alienware, and Capar, without whose contribution and support this entire World Championship wouldn't have been possible. And Kai, I guess there's only one thing left for us to do, and that is to wrap this thing up.
Yeah, this was an insane journey for us here. We have had 13 matches over this weekend, and it just was topped and topped over and over again. So guys, thank you very much for watching also from my side. And what a journey that has been also for both of us.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey throughout these entire years of casting together. And I think I couldn't have asked for a much better finale to this 2023 year than casting alongside you. So I think, yeah, there you go. I think
was awesome.
It was very awesome, and I hope it was as awesome as it was for us, as it was for you. And with that out of the way, it's time to finally conclude this 2023 Trackmania World Championship. Thank you so much once again for following us over the course of this entire weekend. Much love, be kind, stay safe, and until next time, Godspeed, people!